Chapter 1 Chapter 01 Misdelivery. A Parallel World. Huaguian City, North China, Room 301, Building 5, Yushuiwan. Lu Ming is on the phone with his parents back home. Mom, I have some good news for you. My work placement is over, and I was made permanent today. That's great, son. Your father will be happy to hear the news. Where is my father? Your father went to the pharmacy. He's been anxious about his toothache coming back. What's the matter? The landlord of the restaurant shop wants to raise the rent again, from 3,000 yuan to 5,000 yuan a month, and he wants the rent for 1 year paid all at once. It's gone up so much? Mom, tell Dad not to worry, I'll get paid at the end of the month and call you back. Lu Ming had just graduated from university a few months ago and found a job as a trader at a private equity firm. He knew that the family didn't have much savings, as most of the money had been spent on his university education. Silly boy, you've only just started working, so how much can you earn? Besides, Yanbei is a big city with high living costs. You should just save your salary for yourself. Mom, my starting salary is 6,000 yuan. Son, just focus on your work. Your father and I can handle the household matters. It's almost time for dinner, so I'll get going. Lu Ming then hung up the phone with his mother. My parents have opened a small restaurant in their hometown, but they don't actually earn much each month. If the rent goes up again, they'll have even less money. When I think about how hard it is for my parents, I feel ashamed. Parents, I will definitely not let you down, and I will strive to make a name for myself soon. Just then, the room door was suddenly knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's the delivery guy. Lu Ming opened the door and saw the courier hand him the delivery box and leave. Could it be that the speakers he ordered had arrived? He closed the door and began to unwrap the box. A few days ago, he had bought a set of speakers online. Ha! Not speakers? Lu Ming opened the delivery and found that it contained nothing at all. Instead, it was a woman's jump egg. Shit, did the courier make a mistake? Lu Ming was speechless for a moment, and then he picked up his delivery box and looked at it. The address written on it was Room 303, Royal Lakes. Oh, no, I've received the wrong package. Lu Ming was embarrassed. He rented room 301, and 303 was the room opposite his. Hasn't that room been vacant for a long time? Why would there be a package for it? Has someone moved in recently? It must be a lonely woman, otherwise why would she buy this? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, just then, the door to his room was knocked on again. Could it be that the deliveryman had realized he had made a mistake and returned? He instinctively opened the door, and then saw a woman in sportswear standing in the doorway. Beautiful. Really fucking beautiful. Gentle and generous, with an elegant temperament. These were Lu Ming's first impressions. You are. Hello, I'm from 303 across the hall. The deliveryman just delivered a package to you by mistake. Ha! Lu Ming was dumbfounded and instinctively looked behind him at the unsealed cardboard box. You! The beautiful woman saw the unsealed express delivery and the exposed bouncing ball inside, and she was suddenly ashamed and indignant. How could you open someone else's express delivery without permission? Do you know that you are invading someone else's privacy? Scoundrel! Shameless! After she finished speaking angrily, she pushed Lu Ming away and picked up her own express delivery. Hey, I'm talking to you, woman. Are you reasonable? The delivery guy made a mistake, but you didn't even ask him about it before you yelled at him. Lu Ming was a little speechless. Who did he offend this time? What's wrong with scolding you? Isn't the fact that you opened my package true? Shameless! Scoundrel! Lu Ming was furious. Why didn't this woman listen to his explanation? When I opened the package, how was I supposed to know it was yours? What's the big deal? You dare to buy it and are afraid to look at it. Disgraceful! The pretty woman's face obviously turned red, and she glared at him before walking away with the package. Hey, didn't you buy this for disgraceful use? Lu Ming snorted, and then slammed the door behind him. You! The pretty woman gritted her teeth in anger, before angrily returning to room 303. She took out her phone and called her best friend. What's up, Shang? You've received the package I sent you, right? You little brat, why did you send me this when you know I've never been in a relationship? Ah, that's exactly why I bought it for you. Don't worry, Shang, this one is for outside use, it won't destroy your fortress of defense. Do you know that just now this was seen by a man? You don't know the way he looked at me, as if I were some kind of slut. How can I ever show my face in public again? Ha? What's going on? Xia Yuxing then told what had happened just now. Ha, Shang, what are you embarrassed about? This is a normal human need. Besides, that man was a stranger, what are you afraid of? Who cares what he thinks? That's right. By the way, did that man look handsome? Get out of here. On the other side, Lu Ming took out the frozen dumplings from the refrigerator and cooked them. After that, he sat at the dining table and ate them. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the beautiful woman who had just died. MMP, damn woman scolding me, I will sleep with you sooner or later. Lu Ming grinned and muttered. Ding, MMP, damn woman scolding me, I will sleep with you sooner or later. Password is correct, you have successfully unlocked the Life Winner lottery system. Ha? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. System? He was a frequent reader of tomato novels, and he never imagined that an unintentional remark could unlock the system. There was once a protagonist in a novel who unlocked the evolution system with the password MMP, I'll screw you sooner or later. Host, would you like to bind now? Bind. Ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully bound the Life Winner sweepstakes system. Lu Ming immediately learned more about the system. As the name suggests, the Life Winner sweepstakes system allows you to draw prizes by completing system tasks and obtain various abilities. Open the system. The next moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of Lu Ming. In the virtual screen, there was a large colorful wheel with various god-level abilities on each turn. Never forget a face. Super driving. God-level cooking. Super insight. Lu Ming's eyes lit up at the sight of this dazzling array of abilities. He had bound himself to a golden finger shop. Congratulations, host, you have received a newcomer gift pack and one free lottery draw. Do you wish to draw now? Draw. The pointer in the middle of the dial quickly started spinning. Chapter 2 Chapter 02 The new female CEO was her. Soon the pointer next to super perception turned at a slower speed, and Lu Ming was suddenly very excited. If he got the ability to see through, he would be so happy. But unexpectedly, the pointer kept turning and stopped at the next ability. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the God-level stock prediction technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. God-level stock forecasting can make accurate predictions about stocks. Lu Ming immediately opened his laptop and the stock trading software de Jihui. He was a trader at Jiuying Capital, and the company regulations forbade him from trading stocks privately. But he studied individual stocks every day. Lu Ming opened his own watch list and immediately mentally activated stock forecasting. Fenghuo Pharmaceutical, tomorrow's rise or fall 3%, trend over the next 5 days 10%, trend over the next 15 days 8%, trend over the next 30 days 23%, trend over the next 90 days 18%. Reason for the prediction, Fenghuo Pharmaceuticals market sales fell in the first 2 quarters, and research into new drugs failed, so the long-term outlook is bearish. Lu Ming was shocked when he saw this prediction result. This system is so damn powerful, not only can it predict future trends, it can also give the reasons for the predictions. He then went on to predict the future of each of his selected stocks. The result was that 18 out of 20 stocks were predicted to fall in the future. Damn, am I that unlucky, with such poor foresight and bad luck? And the stock Thunder Technology is even predicted to stop trading tomorrow. Thunder Technology, tomorrow's price change 10%, trend over the next 5 days 35%, trend over the next 15 days 56%, trend over the next 30 days 63%, trend over the next 90 days 75%. Reason for the prediction, Thunder Technology has engaged in financial fraud, false research and development projects, excessive debt ratios, a scandal involving the CEO's mistress, and the introduction of new regulatory policies. Lu Ming was a little ashamed when he saw this. This Thunder Technology is really in deep trouble. After a series of negative events, it seems like it will go bankrupt in 3 months. In contrast, the 2 white wine stocks, Damo Liquor and Dalian Liquor, are expected to rise in the next 3 months. I just don't know how accurate the system's predictions are. I'll just verify it at work tomorrow. Ding, system task released, promoted to fund manager. Reward for completing the task, 1 lucky draw. Lu Ming's mouth corners rose. With stock forecasting techniques in hand, it is not difficult to be promoted to fund manager. In the future, he could even start his own investment company. But in the investment industry, you need to be well known in order to start your own business. In that case, he could use Joeying Capital as a platform to help him rise to prominence, and then start his own business once he has established his reputation and fame in the industry. The next day, Monday, Lu Ming, who now had the system, was full of energy and arrived at the office before 8 o'clock. Joeying Capital is a very well-known private equity institution in China. Hey, Lu Ming, you're here so early today. Have you eaten yet? As soon as he entered the office, his colleague Dong Xiaojie was eating a pancake. Dong, you're eating in the office again, waiting to be scolded by Cheng Yaoming. Lu Ming teased with a smile. He was a trader, Dong Xiaojie was an assistant fund manager, and their common supervisor, the fund manager, was Cheng Yuanming, nicknamed Cheng Yaoming, a veteran of Joeying Capital. Because of this, Cheng Yuanming is arrogant in character. Apart from Zhong Xiaoman, a team researcher, he and Dong Xiaojie have been scolded a lot. Whatever, scold away. Last night, you made me work overtime until 11. What's wrong with me eating a pancake? Dong Xiaojie said unhappily. You came in to work overtime last night? What's the matter on the weekend? Let me tell you, the company's new CEO is starting today, and the fund managers all have to do a research report for the first half of the year, so that's why Cheng Yaojin pulled me over to work overtime. The new CEO? So soon? Well, it's not like our company's performance last year was that great. Lu Ming nodded, that was true. Dong Xiaojie continued, hey, let me tell you, the new CEO, do you know anything about her background? What background? It is said that the company hired her back from abroad at a high salary, and she is known as the goddess of Wall Street. Shit, the new president is a woman? Lu Ming was stunned. The financial industry is dominated by men, and there are even fewer women at the president level. Ha, Lu Ming, you have some nerve, you're thinking shit before you've even met the beautiful president, you're quite horny. Dong Xiaojie winked. Lu Ming was speechless and said, fuck off, horny my ass. Dong Xiaojie said with a sneer, "Ah Ming, you brute, my sister is only in junior high school, and you want to be my brother-in-law? Go away, who wants to be your brother-in-law?" Lu Ming gave him a blank look. What are you two muttering about? Suddenly, researcher Zhong Xiaoman came over in high heels and a wrap skirt. Dong Xiaojie said excitedly, Xiaoman is here. Mingming and I were just talking about the new CEO, who is starting today. CEO, female, really? Zhong Xiaoman was like a curious baby, who loved gossiping the most. Of course it's true. So soon? It's over, you guys are finished, she must be a hideous female devil. Zhong Xiaoman began to predict. Lu Ming laughed and said, Xiaoman, just now Xiaojie said she was a beautiful woman, a goddess of Wall Street. Wall Street, and a goddess? What a joke. Zhong Xiaoman didn't believe it for a second. Hey, you three, stop chatting and come downstairs with me quickly. At this time, fund manager Cheng Yuanming arrived and threw his briefcase on the table. Dong Xiaojie asked in surprise, go downstairs? Manager, what for? The new president has arrived, and all employees are going downstairs to greet him. Hurry up. Damn it, Dong Xiaojie, you're eating in the office again. I'll deal with you later. Cheng Yuanming glared at him. Dong Xiaojie quickly finished the last bite of his pancake. Soon, several people followed Cheng Yuanming downstairs. The company lobby was already full of people, led by the company's vice president Gu Hongfei and investment director Guo Rui. By the way, Dong, what's the name of the new CEO you mentioned? Xia Yusheng. Lu Ming nodded. The person who could become the CEO is probably a female devil. Just then, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan large SUV stopped in front of the company. A woman wearing a black OL professional suit got out of the car, full of queenly charisma, followed by a female assistant wearing glasses. Soon they walked into the company lobby. Hello, President Xia. Everyone gives a warm welcome to President Xia. Hello, President Xia, welcome. Vice President Gu Hongfei and Investment Director Guo Rui took the initiative to go up to greet her. Wow! The hall immediately erupted into applause. But Lu Ming was dumbfounded. How could the new female president be her, the lonely woman who lives on the same floor as him, across the hall in 303, who shops online for jumping balls? Chapter 3 Chapter 03 The stock forecast came true. Xia Yuxing walked into the lobby and also smiled and greeted the Vice President Gu Hongfei and the others. At the same time, Gu Hongfei also introduced the other senior executives of the company. "Wow, our new president is a stunning beauty," Dong Xiaojie whispered. "Wow, how could there be such a beautiful woman? Alas, is there still any room for us women?" Zhong Xiaoman also exclaimed. "Holy shit!" Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Yesterday, he even opened someone's express delivery and was misunderstood. The key is that this is not the most terrifying thing. The terrifying thing is that he also said some vulgar things to this woman yesterday. Nima, now this woman has suddenly become his boss. How can this let a person live? He won't lose his job soon, will he? Lu Ming felt that his life was so miserable. Dong Xiaojie was shocked when he heard Lu Ming's "damn it." He whispered, "Hey, Ming, keep a low profile, just think it in your heart, don't say it out loud." Just then, Vice President Gu Hongfei and Xia Yuxing walked over. "President Xia, this is our company veteran Chang Yuanming." "Hello, President Xia." Chang Yuanming quickly said hello. Xia Yuxing responded with a smile, "Manager Chang, I've heard a lot about you. The 3 funds you manage have all achieved very good results. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Xia. I will definitely continue to work hard." Chang Yuanming immediately responded. Xia Yuxing nodded and then glanced behind her. "Ha!" She suddenly saw Lu Ming standing there. Xia Yuxing suspected that she was seeing things and quickly blinked, only to realize that she hadn't been mistaken. This is the man. He was the one who tore up her delivery yesterday and then cursed her. How is this despicable man here? Could it be that he is an employee of Joeying Capital? Xia Yuxing suddenly thought that if this man was a big mouth and told everyone that the delivery was from Jumping Egg, how could she face people at the company? She had to plan ahead to make this man shut up. Lu Ming had wanted to hide behind Dong Xiaojie, but it was too late and he was discovered. However, Xia Yuxing's face did not show any signs of unease, and soon she was led upstairs by Vice President Gu. Because the new president had taken office, soon all the senior management went to the meeting room for a meeting. The other employees went back to their work. "I didn't realize that our company had a beautiful female president," Dong Xiaojie said while making coffee. Zhong Xiaoman snorted, "Come on, a woman who can become president must be a cold-blooded, ruthless woman who is unswerving and decisive. You men are in for a tough time." Dong Xiaojie didn't believe it. Zhong Xiaoman shrugged, "No way? Women know women best." Dong Xiaojie turned his head and asked, "Ming, what do you think?" "I don't know if other people are in trouble, but I'm definitely in trouble." Lu Ming's eyes were glazed over. "Ha, Ming, you really are in trouble. You look like you've fallen in love." Dong Xiaowei thought that Lu Ming had fallen for the beautiful CEO. Everyone thought that the company's senior management meeting would take a long time, but it ended at 9:15. "The market will open soon, so you guys hurry up and get busy, and stop playing with your phones," Chang Mingyuan roared when he returned. Lu Ming then turned on the computer, opened the company's trading system, and carried out stock trading according to Chang Mingyuan's instructions from the previous day. At the same time, he opened the same flush on his mobile phone and observed the self-selected stocks, because he wanted to verify the accuracy of the system's predictions. "By the way, I want to give you a few words of advice. In the future, you should be a bit more observant at the company, and behave honestly, otherwise I won't be blamed if the scythe cuts your necks." Suddenly, Chang Mingyuan said something to them. "Ha?" Lu Ming, Dong Xiaojie, and Zhong Xiaoman were all confused and didn't understand what he meant. Zhong Xiaoman said, "Boss, please explain." Chang Mingyuan took out his own cup, put in some wolfberries, and said, "Alas, you 3 rookies just don't get it. Do you know what they say about a new official's first 3 actions? Ha?" Lu Ming suddenly understood a little. Dong Xiaojie laughed sheepishly, "Boss, we are the lowest level employees, so the fire shouldn't burn us, right?" "It won't burn you?" President Xia just said that our company's performance in the first half of the year was very poor, so the first thing she did when she took office was to optimize the staff. Lu Ming's eyelid twitched. "Staff optimization? Layoffs? Wow, Lu, you're still pretty quick-witted." Cheng Mingyuan winked and smiled. "My goodness." Dong Xiaojie put away the basic fashion magazines on his desk. Zhong Xiaoman put away the small mirror, lipstick, and makeup tools on her desk. Lu Ming looked at the 2 walnuts and a bracelet on his desk and put them away as well. Then everyone in the office got busy. Lu Ming compared the predictions of the system. Fenghua Pharmaceutical did indeed fall at the opening bell, and Thunder Technology plummeted 8% within the first hour of trading. Then, when he looked at the two liquor stocks, Damo Liquor and Dalian Liquor, they started strongly at the opening. All the other predicted stocks also came true, just as the system had predicted. At this moment, Lu Ming was extremely excited. For a moment, he suddenly wasn't afraid of Xia Yusheng causing trouble for him. If you can't keep me here, I'll find somewhere else. Just then, Cheng Yuanming suddenly walked over and said, Lu, our Fund 3, buy 10 million Thunder Technology right away. Ha! Lu Ming was taken aback. What are you standing there gawking for? Buy it now. 10 million. Manager, Thunder Technology has plummeted now. Nonsense, that's precisely why we should buy it. This is a great opportunity. But manager, I think the future of Thunder Technology is worrying. Lu Ming tried to persuade him politely. After all, the system predicts that Thunder Technology will plummet 75% in the next 3 months. Cheng Mingyuan slammed his hand on the table and angrily said, Hey? You little rookie, what the hell do you know? Are you the fund manager or am I? Cut the bullshit, just buy when I tell you to. Okay, manager, I'll buy it. Lu Ming nodded helplessly, because he was only a trader. Cheng Mingyuan thought of something and said, By the way, our company's internal trader competition is about to start this year, so you three get ready. Joeying Capital, the internal trader trading competition, is mainly a promotion channel for the company's grassroots employees. As the name suggests, the competition will give each participating player a virtual principal of 1 million. The players can then buy stocks or bonds, and the competition will last for 1 month. After 1 month, the competition ends, and the player with the most profit is the winner. Chapter 4 Chapter 04 Trader Trading Competition. For securities practitioners and public funds, the promotion channels are generally from junior traders, researchers to assistant fund managers, and then to fund managers, investment department managers, and investment directors. However, there are too many workplace influencing factors in this promotion path. For example, what interpersonal relationships, what certificates have been obtained, resumes, personalities, qualifications, etc., are all influencing factors for promotion. But for private equity institutions, ability is most important. After all, for wealth management customers, the most important thing is how much money they have made. Therefore, Joeying Capital holds a trader competition every year to screen for talent. It must be said that the trading competition is very useful. Joeying Capital has many outstanding traders, all of whom stood out in the competition. Some of these traders are not eloquent but hard-working, while others are naturally talented. For example, Guo Rui, the company's investment director, is a naturally talented trader who rose through the ranks in the competition. There's nothing you can do about it. Life is like that. Some people are just born with a gift, and there's nothing you can do about it. The trading competition? Boss, what are we going to do? This year's competition is going to be won by Dr. Xiao Feiyang. Dong Xiaojie shrugged. Xiao Feiyang, a PhD in economics, was hired by the company at a high salary. Upon joining the company, he became the assistant and protege of investment director Guo Rui. Originally, Guo Rui wanted Xiao Feiyang to follow the path of an analyst, and when he grew up, he would become the company's research director. But Xiao Feiyang wanted to be a trader. As soon as this news came out, everyone knew that in this year's internal trading competition, the winner would basically be Xiao Feiyang. Not only because of Xiao Feiyang's high degree, but also because Xiao Feiyang is indeed capable, and at the same time under Guo Rui, he has also gained experience in trading many times. If it were usual, Lu Ming would definitely feel the same way. But now, with the system in hand, Nima, the championship is just a matter of minutes. Lu Ming said directly, What are you afraid of? Xiao Feiyang is also ahead in a bird. Cheng Mingyuan held a water glass and laughed, Ha, yes, Xiao Lu is right, what are you afraid of? Besides, for this trading competition, President Xia said that all of you grassroots employees must participate. This was a bit of a surprise to Lu Ming and a few others, because in the past, participation in the competition was voluntary. At 3:30 p.m., when the stock market closed, Lu Ming observed that the final closing price of the stocks he had selected was not far from the system's prediction. This internal trading competition was a success. At 5:30 p.m., Lu Ming packed up and left for the day. Fortunately, the devilish woman, Xia Yusheng, had not bothered him that day. But then again, she was the CEO and probably wouldn't bother with a small trader like him. Lu Ming left the office and rode a shared bicycle to the market. Now that there is a system, why not celebrate? 1 order of spare ribs, 1 order of chicken nuggets, and 1 carp. Back home, Lu Ming got busy, because his father was an old chef and he had been talented in cooking since he was a child. If he hadn't studied finance, his father would have made him stay home and be the chef. So braised pork ribs, fried chicken from Yimingshan, and home-caught carp were cooked with great effort and finally served on the table. What I laughed in my mouth was yo yo yo, and what I was happy in my heart was lang ji lang ji. My younger sister didn't say a word, just looked at me and called out, and I knew she was waiting for my rooster. This guy was so happy that he even hummed a little tune. Just as he was about to serve the rice, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Lu Ming opened the door, and there stood a woman so beautiful it took one's breath away. Who else could it be but the female devil Xia Yuxing? Xia. President Xia. What had to come, has come. HM. Xia Yuxing nodded coldly, then walked into the room and sat on the sofa in the living room. Still wearing the same black OL professional suit, it was clear that she had come straight here as soon as she returned. Lu Ming walked over and asked, "What can I do for you, Ms. Xia?" Lu Ming, trader under Cheng Yuan Ming, don't you know why I'm looking for you? Xia Yuxing looked up at him coldly, her face serious. I don't know. Lu Ming pretended to be confused. This woman must have taken the initiative to read her own file from the company's human resources. She holds a grudge. Xia Yuxing replied coldly, the delivery. Since they keep bumping into each other, Lu Ming decided to apologize. After all, he had opened the delivery carelessly yesterday. But before he could say anything, the female devil spoke again. Forget what you saw in the delivery yesterday, and keep your mouth shut at the office. Don't say anything you shouldn't, or I won't mind firing a traitor. Lu Ming frowned. Hey, I was going to apologize, but what did the female devil mean by that? Yo, what do you mean by that, Xia? Are you threatening me? It's not a threat, it's a warning. It's just a dismissal. If I'm not retained here, I'll find another place. When I'm dismissed, I don't mind chatting with my colleagues about workplace gossip, stories about what a lonely woman is like, and so on. Lu Ming shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. Xia Yuxing's eyebrows shot up, and she was irritated to the core. What was wrong with her today? Couldn't she even suppress a small company employee? Yes, firing was no big deal, but what if you added something to your resume? If you want to jump to another company, I don't need to say how important employee background checks are in the investment world, do I? If 9 Winds Capital blacklists you in the industry, do you think other financial companies will want you? Xia Yuxing asked 3 questions in a row, his usual tough approach. Lu Ming was really shocked. Damn, you're despicable. You really are a female devil. Just as Zhong Xiaoman said, you are decisive and cold-blooded. You are nothing but a viper. No wonder you can be the president. I'm afraid the road to the presidency is paved with white bones, isn't it? Damn it. You think I'm scared of nothing? You think I'm a softie? You think I'm a pushover? Oh, Mr. Xia, President, the incident yesterday with the parcel was just a misunderstanding. It was all my fault yesterday, it was all my fault, I was the one who blabbed. Don't worry, Mr. Xia, I will keep my mouth shut, I won't go around the company blabbing. You said that I'm just a small trader, how could I trouble you to review my resume? Besides, I haven't done enough to earn my stripes in the company. Lu Ming immediately changed his tone and flattered him. As the saying goes, a real man can bend but not break. What's more, in this world, only little women are difficult to raise, so why try to anger a woman? After all, they are animals that don't die even if they bleed 60 days a year and nearly 21 liters of blood throughout their lives. Chapter 5 Chapter 05 The female devil can change her face quickly. Xia Yuxing saw that Lu Ming had been suppressed, and the corner of his mouth rose. Remember your promise. She finished and stood up to leave, but then remembered something. Lu Ming, lend me some money. Huh? Lu Ming was directly confused. He suspected that he had heard it wrong. This female devil can change her face quickly. She just threatened him, and now she's asking him for money? The key is a condescending CEO who is poorer than himself. Ridiculous. Sir, are you teasing me? I left my phone at the office and don't have any cash on hand. Lend me some money so I can go downstairs and buy something to eat. I see. Lu Ming quickly took out 200 yuan and handed it over. Xia Yuxing took the money and said, I'll pay you back tomorrow. After saying this, she pushed open the door and wanted to leave, but suddenly turned her head and saw the 3 delicious-looking dishes on the table. Ah, I just finished cooking. If you don't mind, would you like to eat together? Well, okay. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxing actually directly agreed and walked over to the table and sat down. Lu Ming was stunned. Well, I really want to give myself a big slap in the face. I was just being polite, but this woman is really rude, isn't she? Do I know you well? What are you standing there for? Serve me some rice. Xia Yuxing suddenly glared at him. Oh, right away. Lu Ming hurriedly went to the kitchen to serve some rice. Damn, is this woman addicted to being an authority figure? This is her own home, she's eating her own food, and she's glaring at me. You're the boss. The higher the rank, the more pressure. If it weren't for the fact that you're my superior, I would have flipped out a long time ago. In fact, Xia Yuxing is not a person who gets along easily with others. But it was her first day at work, and she had a lot to do, so she hadn't even had lunch and had been hungry all day. When she saw the food on the table just now, she swallowed. Then she thought, last night, this Lu Ming even scolded her for being low class. This is disrespect for your superior. It's already good that you didn't settle scores with him after the fact. What's wrong with eating his lunch? So Xia Yuxing sat down at the table with a clear conscience. The 2 people, who did not know each other well, sat at the table and ate like there was no tomorrow. Soon, Xia Yuxing had finished most of the 3 courses. Lu Ming was shocked. He had wanted to save it for tomorrow, but it seemed that he would not be able to wait until tomorrow, and there would be nothing left. He really could not understand. A CEO-level figure like him had eaten all kinds of delicacies. Xia Yuxing had no choice. The food was really delicious. Lu Ming, I didn't know you could cook so well. Why don't I transfer you to the company cafeteria to be the chef? No need, Mr. President, I really would appreciate it. Lu Ming quickly refused. After finishing the meal, Xia Yuxing stretched and looked lazy. Although the woman in front of him was a bit vicious, he had to admit that she was really beautiful. Especially the stretching movement just now, it was simply mesmerizing. Thank you for the meal, I'm leaving. Xia Yuxing finished speaking, stood up, and left. Who the hell invited you to dinner? You obviously stayed behind because you were a pain in the ass. Lu Ming angrily tweeted. Then he started to clear the table. Damn, he ate his own food, but he didn't even offer to help wash the dishes. I wonder what kind of person this woman is. With this curiosity, Lu Ming finished washing the dishes and turned on the computer. Then he typed in the name Xia Yuxing and Googled it. Although there was no Baidu encyclopedia entry, he still found a report about Xia Yuxing in a news article. Xia Yuxing, Harvard Business School graduate. In addition to his father Xia Wanqing being a business tycoon, his mother is actually hotel magnate Song Jiawen. Lu Ming was stunned. No wonder Xia Yuxing was so extraordinary, it turned out that he had inherited his parents' outstanding genes. The performance of Joeying Capital has been declining for years, and it is on the verge of bankruptcy. It seems that Xia Yuxing has returned to China to put out the fire. Then Lu Ming opened the computer stock trading software and began to use the system to predict the stock market. The company's trader trading competition will begin next week, so he first picked the stocks he wanted to trade, so that he could easily deal with the situation when the time came. The next morning, at 8:30 a.m., the company's executives met again. The meeting was adjourned at 9:30 a.m., and the company's president's office issued several new announcements. The first announcement. Starting next month, the commission for company traders will be increased from the previous 10% to 20%. Private equity funds have a variety of ways to generate income compared to public funds. For Joeying Capital, the most common model is the revenue sharing model. After a fund makes a profit, the private equity company and investors will split the income after deducting management fees and principal according to a 50-50 ratio. Of these 50% of the income, 10% is the commission for the trader. Now, the trader's commission has been raised from 1% to 20%, which is undoubtedly exciting news for the traders. In this way, these traders will work even harder. Second announcement. Starting next month, the company's investment department will evaluate the traders. If a trader ranks last in the department's investment returns for 3 consecutive months, then after 3 months, their commission will be reduced by 10%. If their commission drops to 0, then the company will consider terminating the contract. On the contrary, if a trader ranks first for 3 consecutive months, their commission will be increased by 10%, up to a maximum of 40%. This new announcement has undoubtedly made these traders compete with each other fiercely. It truly demonstrates the survival of the fittest and the strong rule. The third announcement. The company will optimize its personnel in the next 3 months. In fact, it is a purge of those who are not productive. Lu Ming finished reading these announcements and sighed. No wonder it is the style of a female devil, resolute and swift. Ding dong. Suddenly, his WeChat received a message to add a friend. After he clicked to agree, it was a woman with the nickname A Dull Orange. A little dull orange, I'm Xia Yuxing, I'm returning your money. She then transferred 200 yuan. Lu Ming was stunned. What a nickname, this is hilarious. She's clearly a female devil, what's with the Hello Kitty act? But it wouldn't be wrong to add this woman's WeChat and take a look at her circle of friends, would it? So Lu Ming clicked on her profile picture and entered her circle of friends. But to his disappointment, the woman's circle of friends was full of reposted financial news, which was not interesting at all. Just then, Cheng Mingyuan next to him suddenly slammed the table. Fuck, Thunder Technology has fallen again. Lu, increase the position. Add another 20 million this time. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. Damn it, this Cheng Yaojin is asking for death. Do you want to be disgraced? Manager, with continuous plunges, do you really want to increase the position? I think it's better to buy white wine stocks. Hey, Lu, do I give you face? Are you questioning my judgment? Lu Ming shook his head helplessly. Chang Mingyuan's reputation as a steady veteran might be crumbling. Chapter 6 Chapter 06 After eating 3 consecutive trading boards. In the afternoon, the company held a general meeting of all employees. At the meeting, the new president Xia Yuxing naturally had to give a speech. Finally, Xia Yuxing announced that the trader trading competition would be held tomorrow, and that the winner of this competition would be directly promoted to fund manager, and the company would award 100,000 yuan in prize money. In addition, the runner-up and second runner-up would also be given priority training. This reward immediately caused the meeting room to explode. For the grassroots employees, this is undoubtedly an opportunity to soar. After the meeting, the company's top management left the meeting room. Many employees were discussing in the meeting room. Oops, Mingming, Xiaoman, it seems we have to work hard too, just in case we're lucky and win the championship. Dong Xiaojie excitedly rubbed his hands together. Ha, yeah, 100,000 yuan prize money, how much lipstick do I have to buy? Zhong Xiaoman also looked forward to it with a dreamy expression. Lu Ming laughed and said, Hey, Xiaoman, it's a prize of 100,000 yuan, and you're still thinking about buying lipstick. Can't you have a little higher aspiration? What's that? Buy some papayas. You're so bad, Mingming. Zhong Xiaoman immediately looked down at her little A, blushing, and punched Lu Ming in greeting. Humph. 3 trash, still thinking about winning the championship. Dream on. Suddenly an ironic voice came from behind. Ha! Lu Ming and the others turned around. They saw Xiao Feiyang standing behind them, his face full of contempt. Xiao, who the hell are you calling trash? Dong Xiaojie glared at him and walked up. I'm talking to you 3, what's up? With the little ability you 3 losers have, you still have the nerve to talk about the championship? Don't you dare look in the mirror, are you even worthy? Xiao Feiyang said arrogantly. At this moment, many employees looked over. In fact, Xiao Feiyang is arrogant like this in the company on weekdays. But who let him be the assistant of Gui Rui, the investment director? Even the fund managers in the company are polite to him. After all, the investment director is the 3rd person in the company. Damn it! Dong Xiaojie was so angry that he was about to fight. Lu Ming quickly stopped him, then walked up and said coldly, Xiao Feiyang, apologize. Zhong Xiaoman was also red with anger. Xiao Feiyang snorted, apologize? You think you're qualified to apologize? Lu Ming spoke up, no apology, huh? That's fine, we can call Director Guo and President Xiao over and have a nice chat about this. Xiao Feiyang frowned. Ugh, I didn't realize that doctoral students were such poor quality. Yeah, I learned a lot today. There's nothing I can do, they have powerful backers. At this moment, the other employees around them were also discussing it. Xiao Feiyan's face was also a little embarrassed. He spoke up, "Okay, I can apologize. Didn't you three just say that you would win the championship? As long as one of you wins the trading competition, I will kneel in front of the company and apologize to you." Shameless. These words made Dong Xiaojie and Zhong Xiaoman grind their teeth. Good. Remember what you said. Lu Ming directly agreed. "I, Xiao Feiyang, keep my word." Then he left the meeting room after saying that. "Ming, you're just going to let him go?" Dong Xiaojie was a little angry. Zhong Xiaoman said helplessly, "What else can we do? If we really get Director Gui here, that guy will protect his son and won't side with us. So there's no hope of getting this guy to apologize?" Dong Xiaojie glared. "Not necessarily." Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and smiled. The next day, the trader competition began. Each participating employee was given their own account and password, and then logged into the trading platform. This trading platform was similar to the company's real trading platform, except that the money in it was not real. However, this platform also had an additional trading leaderboard. This leaderboard was calculated based on the total funds in each trader's account, including floating profits and losses. Of course, since it was a competition, the leaderboard only showed the number of shares held by each player, and ordinary employees could not see the specific details of the holdings. In addition to this, if a participating player hits the ceiling or floor, it will also be displayed on the leaderboard. At 9 o'clock, each player logged into their account, showing an online status, and the funds were all 1 million. "Lu Ming, I'm so nervous." Dong Xiaojie held his coffee, his hands were shaking a little. Lu Ming said speechlessly, "Xiaojie, what are you afraid of? This is virtual money." "That's right, Dong, let's have some backbone. You're going to be a fund manager in the future." Zhong Xiaoman was unruffled. In the blink of an eye, it was 9:30 and the stock market had opened. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. According to his system's prediction from yesterday, his main target funds would mainly buy 5 stocks today. They were Damiel Liquor, Lunnan Environmental Protection, Lantian Technology, Kangha Pharmaceutical, and Ruiduan Lithium. Of course, he will also buy some other stocks that are just there for show. After all, he has the golden finger of the system, and he can't let it be exposed, otherwise if he buys all the stocks that have risen by the daily limit, he might be in the headlines tomorrow. "Wow, Ming, look. The rankings have been updated." Suddenly, Dong Xiaojie exclaimed. "Wow, shit, Xiao Feiyang has already eaten the daily limit in just 5 minutes?" Zhong Xiaoman also exclaimed in shock. "It's just opened, so calm down a bit." Lu Ming took a look and sure enough, Xiao Feiyang had climbed to the top of the leaderboard, but looking at the change in capital, it was not a big amount, so it was clear that this limit-up board had not made much profit. Dong Xiaojie gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. This Xiao Feiyang is a piece of shit. He really has something in his stomach." "There's nothing in his stomach. It's not like he was guided by Director Guorue, is it?" Zhong Xiaoman expressed her doubts. Just then, the manager Cheng Yuanming next to them said, "You three keep a low profile, this is the workplace, don't say certain things." "Understood, manager." Dong Xiaojie replied. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, Cheng Yuanming over there slammed the table and angrily said, "Fuck TMDWBD. Thunder Technology has revealed the failure of a new project's research and development, and the stock price will fall again today." Dong Xiaojie and Zhong Xiaoman smiled at each other, thinking that he was really rude. Lu Ming's mouth twitched as he suggested, "Manager, I suggest you cut your losses and buy white wine." "Cut my losses? That's not my style. Just one project failed, but I believe that the technology sector is still stable. I'm going to increase my position today." Chang Mingyuan remained very stubborn. Lu Ming was once again at a loss, really unable to persuade him. Just then, Dong Xiaojie suddenly exclaimed, "Someone has surpassed Xiao Feiyang." "Who?" Zhong Xiaoman said, refreshing the trading platform to take a look. "Ha! It's Lu Ming. Shit. Ming, it really is you. You've eaten 3 trading limits?" Dong Xiaojie's eyes bulged like copper bells. Cheng Mingyuan also switched to the trading platform with some doubt and immediately gasped. "Ha!" Chapter 7 Chapter 07 Steadily occupying the first place on the leaderboard. At the moment, Xiao Feiyang was in his office, beaming with pride. Wow, Assistant Xiao is really something, occupying the first place on the leaderboard. It is only a matter of time before Assistant Xiao becomes a fund manager. Yes, this time Assistant Xiao is going to become famous in the entire investment community. Many of his colleagues around him were flattering him. Xiao Feiyan was leisurely looking at the trading platform with a cup of Muscat cat coffee in his hands, watching the market without haste. Ha! But just then, suddenly a name pushed him down from the top of the leaderboard. Xiao Feiyan rubbed his eyes, thinking that the system had crashed. Lu Ming. This is impossible. Sure enough, Lu Ming became the new number one, and he had also eaten 3 trading limits. Xiao Feiyan took a closer look at the capital ranking of Lu Ming's trading account and was shocked. It was over 1.03 million. This meant that Lu Ming had bought at least 300,000 yuan worth of the 3 stocks. But his own capital was just 1.01 million. Xiao Feiyan quickly put down the coffee in his hand. He dared not underestimate his opponent anymore, and had to devote himself fully to the trading. It really was Lu Ming. He had eaten 3 trading limits, so impressive? Incredible, Lu Ming is so strong? Gee, is this the new generation of talented investment favorites? The surrounding employees whispered among themselves, while also looking at Xiao Feiyan, who was pale with anger. What are you all arguing about? The trading has just started. Stock trading is about long-term holding, not short-term trading. Xiao Feiyan angrily slammed the table. The other employees around him stopped talking. That day, Xiao Feiyan continued to buy several stocks he was bullish on. However, his capital could never catch up with Lu Ming's. At 3 p.m., Lu Ming's ranking had already reached 1.1 million capital. In terms of capital, Lu Ming had made a profit of 10% on the first day, and had eaten up the daily limit. However, Lu Ming held more than 10 stocks, and only 5 stocks had eaten up the daily limit. So this proved that Lu Ming had eaten up the stocks with large amplitude. As everyone who knows about stocks knows, theoretically, the amplitude of a shares can reach nearly 20%. Of course, this is just theory, and this is not common. It is common for the amplitude to exceed 15%. Xiao Feiyan's heart skipped a beat at the thought. Finally, it was 3:30 p.m., and Xiao Feiyan went directly to the technical department in a rage, because he suspected that there was an error in the trading platform data, otherwise Lu Ming could not have achieved such results. This immediately spread throughout the company, and there was much discussion. However, the technical department quickly gave a reply, that is, there was no error in the data. This meant that Lu Ming's trading data was real and valid. Xiao Feiyan was dumbfounded. Over the next 2 days, Lu Ming steadily occupied the top spot on the leaderboard, with trading funds of 1.26 million. Looking at Xiao Feiyan again, he had just 1.08 million and had been completely left behind. And this was just in 3 days. Xiao Feiyan, a highly talented doctoral student who had once been arrogant, had now directly become the laughingstock of the entire company. Before the end of the day, Xiao Feiyan was directly called into the office by Guo Rui. You piece of trash. What's wrong with you? You let that Lu kid pull away from you like that? Guo Rui couldn't help but be angry. His protege had become a laughingstock, which was a slap in the face. President Guo, that Lu kid must be having too much luck. I'll definitely catch up with him. Xiao Feiyan gritted his teeth. Guo Rui said impatiently, do you think you've just gotten lucky to achieve this result in just 3 days? Are you stupid, or is my brain just failing me? Ha! Xiao Feiyan was stunned. You're still underestimating your opponent. The Lu kid was obviously well prepared to achieve this result in 3 days. Ha! Mr. Guo, does that mean I'm doomed to lose? Guo Rui snorted, that's not necessarily the case. The profits came so quickly, so he must have done a lot of short-term trading. But this kind of gambling style will definitely lead to long-term failure. Right. Xiao Feiyan's eyes lit up and he became excited again. You must remember that the trading competition lasts for a month. As long as you remain calm, you will still be the champion. The important thing is to keep your composure. If you lose your cool, no one can save you. Guo Rui once again gave him a piece of advice. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Guo. Xiao Feiyan was once again full of fighting spirit. In the evening, Lu Ming made Kung Pao chicken and was preparing to make Sichuan-style boiled sliced pork. The trader trading competition has started off well, and the 100,000 bonus is in the bag, so naturally there is a celebration. Tomorrow is the weekend, and later I can play League of Legends with my classmates. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly just then, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? It's me. You? Who are you? Xia Yusheng. Shit. Lu Ming hurriedly took a plate of kung pao chicken that was on the dining table and took it back to the kitchen. Damn it, is this female devil here for dinner again? He opened the door and suddenly saw Xia Yusheng standing in front of the door in a state of disarray and drenched. Ms. Xia, what's wrong? My water pipe burst, can you fix it? Xia Yusheng looked embarrassed. I'll go take a look. Lu Ming hurriedly followed her to 303. As soon as he walked into the house, he heard a splashing sound coming from the bathroom. He went into the bathroom and saw that the shower head had burst and water was gushing out. The bathroom floor was soaked. Mr. Xia, the shower head has burst, it can't be fixed, so let's turn off the water first. What? The water valve? I don't know where it is. Xia Yusheng looked confused. Lu Ming glanced around the bathroom and then went to the bathroom cabinet, opened the door. My, it's full of shower gel, soap, and the like. And in the middle is the egg-shaped shower head that the courier delivered earlier, which has not yet been unpacked. Swish. Xia Yusheng's face flushed. At that moment, Lu Ming saw the water valve at the back and quickly reached out and turned it on. The shower head stopped spraying water. Ah, it stopped, it stopped. Xia Yusheng was overjoyed. Because there wasn't much water, it didn't flood the living room, so it drained quickly. Lu Ming turned around and suddenly froze. Because Xia Yusheng was soaked, his clothes were sticking to his upper body, and his underwear was clearly visible. Holy shit, there really is something there, it's either a C or a D, it's really white. Xia Yusheng was already beautiful, but now she was even more beautiful when she was wet. Lu Ming instinctively swallowed, and almost fantasized about a movie. What are you looking at? I'll gouge your eyes out if you keep looking. Xia Yusheng quickly covered her upper body and glared at him. Lu Ming's eyelid twitched, and he changed the subject. Xia Zone, if this water valve is closed, the bathroom won't be able to use water for the time being. What should we do? Just buy a new shower head tomorrow and have the workers replace it. Where can I buy one? Can I buy it now? All the stores are closed now, so why don't I take you shopping tomorrow morning? Xia Yusheng shook his head and said, No, I have to sleep in late in the morning. Why don't you just go to the store and buy me one, I don't care what it is. Chapter 8 Chapter 08 The female CEO is here for dinner again. Lu Ming was stunned. Great, you're sleeping in, and I want to sleep in. How about the afternoon? I don't have time in the afternoon either, a friend is coming over to hang out. Okay, I'll go by myself. Lu Ming was speechless for a moment, and walked out of the bathroom to go back. Ow. Suddenly a big fat orange cat darted out from the side. Shit. Lu Ming was startled. Shit, it turns out that the female devil really has an orange cat. Ow. But at the moment, the big fat orange was glaring at him with anger and hostility. Hey, Xia, you also have an orange cat, it's really fat. Lu Ming teased. Ow. Unexpectedly, a sentence made the big fat orange angry, and it scratched Lu Ming's leg. Because when he got home, Lu Ming had changed into shorts and flip-flops. It was no wonder that this pawing down would not fail to cause a rash. He quickly backed up to avoid it. Pippi. Suddenly Xia Yusheng blocked the cat and picked it up. Ow. Although he was picked up, the little fat orange cat still charged at Lu Ming. President Xia, your cat is really fierce, isn't it? Pippi is a little fairy. You call her fat, it's a wonder she doesn't scratch you. She's got quite a temper, just like you. Ha? Xia Yusheng stared at him. Ah, I'm going back. Lu Ming thought to himself, of course she's fat, what else is there to say? Then he went back to his room 301 and continued to make poached pork. Knock, knock, knock. He was only halfway through when the door was knocked on again. Miss Xia, is there something else? He opened the door and sure enough, it was Xia Yusheng. She was carrying a small plastic basket in her hand, which contained toiletries and a change of clothes. The water pipe in my house burst, so I'd like to use your bathroom. Okay. Lu Ming didn't want to refuse. Xia Yusheng then went to the bathroom and took a look around, obviously frowning. Lu Ming was a man, so the bathroom was naturally a bit unkempt. In particular, there were Lu Ming's red briefs hanging on the towel rack, which he had not washed after changing yesterday. Can you take these away? I'll take them. Lu Ming quickly took them out. Does your bathroom door lock work? Xia Yuxing tried the door lock again. Lu Ming was at a loss. Damn, this female devil is really nosy. She took the initiative to borrow my bathroom to take a shower, and now she is even suspicious of the door lock. The door lock is fine, you can't even break it. He snapped back. Bang. Xia Yuxing just closed the bathroom door. Lu Ming went to the kitchen helplessly and continued cooking. As soon as the sliced pork was done cooking, Xia Yuxing, who was taking a shower, finished as well. I'm done. Lu Ming walked out of the kitchen. He saw Xia Yuxing wearing a conservative nightdress. Although she had worn it inside out, her graceful figure was still indistinct, but it was still very attractive. He almost saluted the woman when he saw her. Lu Ming hurriedly ran back to the kitchen to avoid any embarrassment. I'm going back in. Lu Ming, your bathroom needs a good cleaning, there's dirt in the grout. Xia Yuxing said this and left. Damn it. Lu Ming came out with a shovel and knocked on the door several times. My bathroom, you son of a bitch, I didn't ask you to clean it, and you act like you'll do it again next time. Then he locked the door. He then served kung pao chicken and sliced pork and chili sauce to the table. Seeing the two delicious dishes, Lu Ming's appetite was aroused. Clang! Lu Ming was speechless. Damn, is this never going to end? He walked over and opened the door, standing in the middle to block the table. Then he looked at Xia Yuxing, who had changed into a conservative set of home clothes and was holding a bowl and pair of chopsticks. She was here just to eat. You don't mind if I add a pair of chopsticks? Xia Yuxing raised an eyebrow. Cough, no, I don't mind. Lu Ming forced a smile. Nima, this female devil has a nose like a dog. So the two sat down at the table again. Xia Yuxing once again ate without any courtesy. The difference between this time and last time was that this time she served herself the rice. President Xia, although I am your subordinate employee, it is now off-duty time. It is not very good for you to always come here to eat and drink for free. Lu Ming had the system in his hands, so who cares about your boss? It wasn't very nice when you were looking straight up my skirt at my house just now, was it? Xia Yuxing looked up, her gaze queenly. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. Okay, if you put it that way. Well, he had certainly had his fill of eye candy. The sliced pork was spicy, but Xia Yuxing obviously wasn't afraid of spicy food and even seemed to like it. Lu Ming glanced around. Damn, the woman had already eaten all the sliced pork, leaving only the cabbage and bean sprouts. Seeing that there weren't many chicken pieces left in the kung pao chicken, he quickly picked up a few. Boss Xia, aren't you afraid of getting fat eating so much at night? Really? That would be great, I'm too skinny. You're not skinny. Lu Ming finished and looked at the female devil somewhere. Xia Yuxing obviously didn't like this behavior. She frowned and said unhappily, if you keep looking around, I'll waste you. Ha ha, just keep talking big. And ruin me? You're just a little girl. Lu Ming thought to himself, obviously not taking it seriously. You come and eat and drink for free, and use the bathroom, so what if I take a look? The two of them were silent for a while, and half an hour later, the food was all gone. But Xia Yuxing obviously had no intention of leaving immediately, and instead started chatting about work. Lu Ming, I didn't realize you had some talent. You're now first in the trading competition. That's right, I'm a natural trader. That's not necessarily the case. Huh? Lu Ming was a little puzzled. My trading is so good, but it's not necessarily the case? Xia Yuxing explained, I've looked at your positions. You're too aggressive when buying stocks, trading in the amplitude band, and trading frequently. This is a big taboo for traders. Huh? Lu Ming was startled, and then thought that no one could see his positions, but Xia Yuxing was the president, and he should have the authority to see his positions. It's a taboo for others, but for me it's a sense. Naturally, he knew about these taboos in stock trading. But those were for ordinary traders, and he was a systematic trader, so he wasn't afraid. A sense? If you want to become an outstanding trader in the future, then wake up. Xia Yuxing finished and went back with his own bowl and chopsticks. Lu Ming shrugged and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. A few minutes later, the door was knocked again. Damn you! Lu Ming opened the door angrily to see what this female demon was up to again, and it had been a long night. If I don't show my temper, you really think I'm a sick cat. But when he opened the door, Xia Yuxing threw him a can of tea. This is tea from a friend. I don't drink it, so you can have it. Lu Ming quickly caught the tea, and Xia Yusheng had already turned and gone back. He picked it up and looked at it. Huangshan Maofeng, an expensive tea. Hey, this female devil does know a bit about human nature. Chapter 9 Chapter 09 A fate bestowed upon you by heaven. The next afternoon, Xia Yusheng received a call from her best friend Zhu Wanqing. Hey, Shang, I'm downstairs, come down and pick me up. Huh? So soon? I'll be right down. Xia Yusheng immediately went downstairs and soon saw her best friend's car downstairs. Shang. Zhu Wanqing got out of the car and waved at her. Wanqing, you're just in time. Did you bring me something to eat? Xia Yusheng ran over with a smile. Oops, Shang, you really are a lazybones. You slept in again, didn't you? I packed your favorite food, braised pork ribs and poached pork. Zhu Wanqing said as she took the lunchbox out of the car. Ah, Wanqing, you really know me. Xia Yusheng happily took the lunchbox. Zhu Wanqing then carried down a few more clothing bags before closing the car door. Let's go upstairs. Xia Yusheng took the initiative to hold her arm. Wait, Shang, there's more to the surprise. Surprise? What surprise? Come on. Zhu Wanqing led her to the back of the car and opened the trunk. There was a dog crate in the trunk. Xia Yusheng looked down and saw a husky puppy lying inside. Oh. The husky puppy saw her and wagged its tail excitedly, reaching out its paws towards her. Ha? A husky? Ha, yes, surprise or not, this is a gift I carefully selected for you. Xia Yusheng was at a loss for words. The two of them then carried the dog crate upstairs. Shengshen, is this house okay for me to live in? It's just been empty for a long time. It's fine. The two of them arrived in the room, and Zhu Wanqing quickly opened the dog crate and let the husky out. So the husky excitedly ran around the room, not at all shy. Meow. Suddenly, the big fat orange Pippi jumped over and was full of hostility towards the husky. Wow, Pippi, I missed you so much. Zhu Wanqing picked up the fat orange and started licking it. Meow. The fat orange obviously resisted a bit and put up its paw to block it. Hey, Pippi, don't you recognize me? I'm your Wanqing auntie. Zhu Wanqing said, continuing to lick it. Ow. This time, the big fat orange gave a warning. Xia Yusheng laughed and said, you'd better let her go. She's just returned to China and is in a new environment, so she's quite grumpy lately. Okay, Pippi, I'll smoke you again tonight. Zhu Wanqing then let go of the big fat orange. Unexpectedly, the big fat orange jumped to the ground, went directly to the side of the second Ha, and directly scratched the second Ha, making the innocent second Ha cub cry out in alarm. Oh, poor little Ha. Zhu Wanqing went over to comfort him and stroke his head. Xia Yusheng said helplessly, you see? Pippi is quite resistant to foreign creatures. You gave me a husky, how am I going to raise it? They should be fine in a couple of days when they get to know each other. I'm just looking out for you, living alone as you are, so I got you a dog to protect you. Zhu Wanqing teased Era, and Era wagged his tail again. Puff, Wanqing, you're keeping a husky to protect me? Are you kidding? Hey, Shang, I carefully selected this dog from the kennel. It cost 10,000 yuan, and its parents are both outstanding. Why don't you take it back and keep it yourself? That won't work. You know my job. I travel a lot and can't keep it. Xia Yusheng looked at the big, fat orange-skinned Pai, who was lying on the sofa with a sad look in his eyes, and felt sorry for him. But the husky was a gift from her best friend, and she didn't want to hurt her feelings by refusing it again. Zhu Wanqing walked over to the sofa, petted the husky, and said, Shengshen, how about this? If you're worried that Pai will be sad, then give the husky to a colleague or friend. I really don't have time to raise it. Okay, let's talk about it later. I'm starving, I'll eat first. Xia Yusheng said, walked to the dining table, opened the lunchbox, took out the chopsticks, and started eating. Zhu Wanqing hurriedly sat down opposite him. How is it? Is it delicious? It's still from the restaurant you like. Ha? Something's wrong. Shang, but why do you look like you're not enjoying it as much as before? Xia Yusheng laughed and said, Wanqing, let me tell you, it's because I've had braised pork ribs that were even better than this. Better than this? Which restaurant? It's not a restaurant, it was made by a colleague at work. A colleague at work? Male or female? Male. What? You went to your male colleague's house for dinner? You're secretly in love. Xu Wanqing was a little excited. Xia Yuxing rolled his eyes and said, "No way. Do you remember that thing you bought me?" "Of course I remember." "Did you use it?" "Of course I didn't use it. I didn't even unpack it." "Why didn't you use it?" "I used it and it was great." "Go away. What I want to say is that the express delivery you sent me that night was not opened and seen by the man living across the street. I didn't expect that coincidentally, the next day when I went to the company, he was also an employee of Jiuying Capital." "What?" Xu Wanqing was shocked and her beautiful eyes were round. Xia Yuxing then told him everything that happened with Lu Ming. "Ha ha." Xu Wanqing heard it and laughed on the sofa. "That's enough, you're still laughing. This Lu Ming guy, does he really make such delicious braised pork ribs?" Xia Yuxing nodded and said, "Zhu Wanqing, do you know? The taste of the braised pork ribs he makes is exactly the same as the braised pork ribs my grandma makes." "I see, no wonder you were begging for his food again yesterday." Xu Wanqing and Xia Yuxing were classmates in high school. Xia Yuxing grew up with her grandmother and she knows that she has the best relationship with her grandmother. "Yesterday, I smelled the dish he cooked and I wanted to try it to see if it tasted the same as my grandmother's. And it was really coincidental, but it did taste the same." Xia Yuxing looked happy when she talked about this. "Oh, so is this Lu Ming handsome?" "Hey, Wanqing, what are you asking that for? Xing Shang, maybe this is a blessing from the heavens. Will you stop it? Just tell me, is he handsome or not?" "I don't know if he's handsome." Xu Wanqing stood up abruptly and said, "If you won't tell me, then I'll go across the street and knock on the door to see for myself." "Hey, Wanqing, you little brat, you're just messing around again. What nonsense. I'm just helping you out." The two of them laughed and played around. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" "Oh, it's Lu Ming. He's here to help me change the shower hose." "Ha? A handsome guy is here to see me, I'll get the door." Xu Wanqing happily ran up to the door and opened it. Xia Yuxing was speechless. "Mr. Xia." "Ha? Who are you?" Lu Ming froze when he saw her. Chapter 10 You treat, I cook? Xu Wanqing looked Lu Ming up and down, marveling in her heart that he really was a handsome guy. "Ah, I'm Mr. Xia's best friend, my name is Xu Wanqing. Hello, I'm here to bring a worker to help Mr. Xia change the shower head," Lu Ming said, pointing to the worker following behind him. "Come on in." Xu Wanqing hurriedly invited him in. At this time, Xia Yuxing walked over and said, "Lu Ming, thank you for your trouble." "You're welcome." Lu Ming finished and led the worker to the bathroom. Xu Wanqing held Xia Yuxing back, winked, and whispered, "Xiang Xiang, he's quite handsome." "Shut up. Sai, you silly girl, you don't know how to cherish your chances. When will you give up your virginity? Keep your voice down." "Shut up." Xia Yuxing was so embarrassed, she blushed. Luckily, Lu Ming and the worker were in the bathroom. Soon the worker helped to install the new shower set. "Okay, open the water gate." "Okay." Lu Ming then opened the cabinet door and unscrewed the gate. It was just that the thing that had been placed here last night was gone. The water gate was opened, and the shower head was tested. There were no problems, and the worker left. "Lu Ming, how much did it cost?" "I'll transfer the money to you." $13.60, it's a thermostatic shower head." "Okay." Xia Yuxing quickly opened WeChat and transferred the money to Lu Ming. "President Xia, I'll be going back then," Lu Ming said. Xia Yuxing nodded, "Okay, thank you Lu Ming." "Hey, handsome Lu, don't go. Xing Shang, handsome Lu helped you buy the shower head and brought the workers to install it. He's done you a big favor, so you should at least invite him to dinner," Xu Wanqing said as she took Lu Ming's arm. "Ha? Yes, Lu Ming, why don't I take you to dinner tonight?" Xia Yuxing nodded. "Don't bother, Mr. Xia." Lu Ming thought to himself, "Eat my ass, I've got a night of black gaming with Dong Xiaojie." No trouble, Shang Shang and I will go grocery shopping this afternoon, and you can just come over and cook in the evening," Xu Wanqing said with a smile. Lu Ming was stunned. Okay, treating yourself to dinner and letting you be the chef? These two best friends are both smart. Xia Yuxing also didn't expect Zhu Wanqing to say that, and almost laughed too. I heard from Sheng Sheng that your cooking is very good, and it made me hungry. Handsome Lu, you don't mind if I taste your cooking too, do you? Zhu Wanqing winked at Lu Ming. Okay. No problem. Lu Ming could only agree. So Lu Ming went back to 301 and first called Dong Xiaojie. Hey, Xiaojie, get online quickly, we'll play blackjack this afternoon. I thought we were playing at night. I'm just shopping at the supermarket. I don't have time in the evening, I'm going to have dinner with a beautiful woman. Who's the beautiful woman you're going to have dinner with? Are you serious? You're just blowing smoke. She really is a beautiful woman, someone you'll never guess. I can never guess? Could it be the beautiful president of our company, Xia? Lu Ming's mouth twitched, and he said, You're right. Damn, Ming, you're such a bragger. Hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Wait a minute, I'll go back right after I finish shopping. What the hell are you doing, a single guy, just buying some instant noodles? Who says so? There's ham too. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming turned on the computer first. In the afternoon, Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing really went to the market. They didn't know what Lu Ming was good at cooking, so they bought some vegetables and meat. In the evening, Zhu Wanqing knocked on the door. Lu Ming followed and went to 303 to take a look at the ingredients they bought. Handsome Lu, take a look at what we bought and what dishes we can cook. Well, did you two buy all this? Yes. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Next time, you two should not go shopping. What is this selection? The vegetables are wilted, the pork is flabby, the tofu is saggy, and the chicken is still frozen. You have been cheated by the merchant. Ha? Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing stared at each other, feeling depressed. This fish is still flapping. How about this? These ribs are fresh, make some braised ribs, then some spicy tofu, stir-fried mushrooms and vegetables, pork in a sweet and sour sauce, and finally sweet and sour fish. Lu Ming planned it out. Good. Xia Yuxing nodded quickly. But Zhu Wanqing said, Handsome Lu, can we also make some poached sliced pork? Lu Ming looked at it and said, Well, that's fine, but there's not much meat, so we'll have to make do with what we have. So Lu Ming went to Xia Yuxing's kitchen. It wasn't bad, and it had pretty much everything you could need. The house in 303 was quite large, so the kitchen was also quite big. But judging by the cleanliness of the kitchen, Xia Yuxing was just a useless cook. Ha! Lu Ming was about to get busy when he noticed that Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing, his two aunts, had actually sat down on the sofa. One was holding a cat, the other a pug. There were snacks on the table, and they were waiting to watch TV. Damn, these two hooligans. They said they would treat me to dinner, but instead, they're making me do all the work. No way, I absolutely can't let them just sit there and wait to eat. I have to cook 6 dishes at once, and they're all waiting for me until midnight? Hey, you two young ladies, don't just sit there, come and wash and chop the vegetables. Lu Ming called out unceremoniously. I don't owe you anything, so I can't spoil you. Ha! Coming. Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing gave a wicked smile. But these two grandmothers could only do a little simple work. When the ingredients were almost ready and Lu Ming was about to start stir-frying, he realized that Xia Yuxing's home didn't have all the spices, so he had to go home and get a few. At 7 p.m., all 6 dishes were finally finished and set on the table. Wow, it's absolutely delicious, Sheng Sheng, go get the wine. Zhu Wanqing was drooling. Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Huh? Drinking wine? Of course, with all these delicious dishes, of course you have to drink wine. Okay then. Xia Yuxing then brought a bottle of Paytas red wine. Lu Ming glanced at it. It was worth tens of thousands of yuan a bottle. The rich are different. Here, Handsome Lu, open the wine. Zhu Wanqing handed over the wine opener. Lu Ming took it and opened the wine. He didn't expect that as soon as he opened the wine, he turned his head and saw the two female hooligans Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing eating with chopsticks. Damn, I'm in your gang. Hey, Handsome Lu, hurry up, pour us some. Zhu Wanqing held up her glass, excited, chewing on a piece of pork rib. Lu Ming was speechless. Hey, are you dead or what? I'm not your waiter. I'll do it. Xia Yuxing still knew what to do, and took the wine bottle. Chapter 11, Still a Solo Woman. Come on, handsome Lu, let's three of us toast. After pouring the wine, Zhu Wanqing raised her glass. The three of them clinked glasses and then started eating. At this time, Era excitedly ran to Lu Ming's legs and looked at him with a wagging tail. Lu Ming picked up a piece of spare ribs and threw it directly to Era. Little Fat Orange, however, unexpectedly did not come to the table to ask for food, but just lay on the sofa. Lu handsome, where did you learn to cook like this? Have you been to New Oriental? The food is so delicious. Zhu Wanqing couldn't help but ask. My father was a chef and later opened a restaurant on his own. I learned to cook from my father, of course, and also have some talent. Lu Ming explained. Do you know? The food you cook tastes similar to the food Shang Shang's grandmother cooks, which is why Shang Shang hangs out with you. Ha? Lu Ming looked at Xia Yuxing in some shock. Well, I grew up with my grandmother when I was young, and now my grandmother. Xia Yuxing paused here. In fact, Lu Ming naturally understood the rest. Lu Ming said cheerfully, I see, Mr. Xia, why didn't you say so earlier? Next time you want to eat, just let me know and I'll cook for you. Xia Yuxing was a little surprised that Lu Ming would say that. The three of them then ate, drank, and chatted, and all three of them became a little tipsy. When Lu Ming drinks, the floodgates of conversation open. Through the conversation, he learned that Zhu Wanqing is actually a female police officer, and that the 303 apartment belongs to her. Since Xia Yuxing returned to China for work, and this apartment is close to the company, she lent the apartment to Xia Yuxing to live in. Oh, Lu Ming, you're here today, so I know that the other day you and Shang Shang had a misunderstanding over the delivery, and I need to explain. Zhu Wanqing remembered this. Xia Yuxing's face suddenly turned red. Wanqing, why are you bringing this up? Wanqing, I'm actually to blame for this. I opened the delivery without looking at the label, and then I said some uncivilized things. I also apologized to Mr. Xia that day. Lu Ming said, shaking the glass of red wine. Zhu Wanqing shook her head and said, Lu Ming, I'm not commenting on who's right or wrong, I'm explaining something else. Something else? Explain what? Lu Ming looked confused. What was in the package? You saw it that day, right? Yes, I saw it. Let me tell you, I actually bought that toy for Shang Shang as a surprise, not for her to buy for herself. And that toy is for outside use, you understand? Zhu Wanqing blinked. Oops. Xia Yuxing didn't expect her to say this, and quickly covered her mouth, saying, Wanqing, shut up. Shang Shang, don't cover my mouth. Lu Ming, do you understand? What do you mean? Lu Ming was also confused. Is Zhu Wanqing's head messed up? Why is she telling me this? Does she consider herself your best friend? Wanqing, you're drunk. Why don't you go inside and take a nap? Xia Yuxing said, and then tried to pull Zhu Wanqing inside. She knows her best friend too well. When she gets drunk, she talks a lot and blurts out everything. A few more drinks and she might turn into a female hooligan. Shang Shang, don't be silly, how could I get drunk from just a little wine? Lu Ming, Ming, do you understand it all? I really don't understand. Lu Ming shrugged. Zhu Wanqing hurriedly said, Hey, you idiot. That egg-shaped vibrator is for external use, which means Shang Shang is still a virgin. Oops. Xia Yuxing was so embarrassed that she suddenly let go of her and covered her face. She was too ashamed to face anyone. This big-mouth best friend is a spoilt brat. She has revealed all of her secrets. And in front of a man at that. What's more, this man is an employee of her own company. Xia Yuxing wished she could find a hole to crawl into, she was so ashamed. That. Wanqing, this kind of thing is General Xia's private business, you don't need to explain it to me. Lu Ming was also embarrassed. Damn, Xia Yuxing is his own boss, knowing such a secret, he might die quickly. But then again, no wonder I saw that toy unpacked yesterday. This devilish woman is still a natural girl. Why don't you use it? Shang Shang is a good girl, I'm afraid you'll misunderstand, Shang Shang is still a solo girl. Okay, Wanqing, just shut up. Xia Yuxing blushed. Okay, I'll stop talking. Shang Shang is embarrassed, look, her face has turned red like a monkey's bottom. Zhu Wanqing smiled and said sarcastically. Lu Ming glanced at her and said, It's true, the female devil's blushing face is really beautiful, like a ripe peach. Usually at the company, she always has a cold and indifferent look, which is completely different from her current appearance. Xu Wanqing asked again. Lu Ming, let me ask you, have you ever bought a similar toy? Huh? No. Lu Ming shook his head quickly. Xia Yuxing couldn't help laughing and crying, and was directly ashamed. It's over, your best friend's chat pattern is about to open. No? Do you want me to recommend one to you? Cough cough, no need. Lu Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. Really? Really? That's right, you guys don't need to buy toys, you just need your right hands. Right, handicrafts. Lu Ming nodded awkwardly. But the toy I bought is also very good, really good, with high safety standards, perfect for lonely women like us who have never been in a relationship. Xu Wanqing became more and more unrestrained as she spoke. Xia Yuxing quickly denied, you're the one who's lonely, don't drag me into it. Yes, you are not lonely and you are a workaholic. Xu Wanqing looked at Lu Ming again. By the way, Lu Ming, let me ask you again, do you have a girlfriend? No, I'm like President Xia, a single woman from birth. So what kind of girl do you like? I'll introduce you to one. Well, I don't know, as long as we get along. So what do you think of Sheng Shang? Lu Ming looked at Xia Yuxing and didn't know how to answer. Hey, Wanqing, you little brat, you're never going to stop. You're drunk, go to bed. Xia Yuxing dragged her directly towards the bedroom. Lu Ming also wanted to avoid Xia Yuxing's embarrassment and quickly said, Mr. Xia, I'm a little drunk too, so I'll go home first. That's fine. Xia Yuxing quickly agreed. Hey, Lu Ming, don't go, let's keep drinking. Xu Wanqing wasn't having enough fun yet. No more drinking, I'm drunk. Lu Ming said this and opened the door to go back. This time Xia Yuxing didn't care about Xu Wanqing and sat back down at the table. You big mouth, what are you blabbing about in front of other people? This is so embarrassing. What's embarrassing? I'm just trying to set you up. You're not a matchmaker, you're still single yourself. You're so good, Sheng Shang, I'm trying to fix you up, but you're laughing at me. I'll show you. In room 303, only the sound of the two women's playful voices remained. Chapter 12, Promotion to Fund Manager. The next day, Xia Yuxing and Xu Wanqing slept until noon. Because Xu Wanqing had an important meeting, she left early in the afternoon. The originally lively room quieted down. However, Xia Yuxing was a bit depressed now. Although Xu Wanqing had left, the husky puppy stayed behind. At the moment, the big, fat orange Pippi had a melancholy look in his eyes, and he had been on a hunger strike since last night. Xia Yuxing knew that Pippi had always been a bit resistant to foreign creatures, but she had never expected such a strong reaction to the husky puppy. Seeing Pippi like this, Xia Yuxing felt very distressed. She had studied abroad for a few years, but Pippi had always been by her side. So she felt very deeply about Pippi. It seems that the husky puppy must be given away and cannot continue to stay at home. If this continues, Pippi will go on a hunger strike. But who should I give it to? Xia Yuxing was a bit at a loss. She had just started working at the company and didn't have any close friends. The only person she knew well was her assistant, Li Xiaoya, who had returned from abroad with her. But Li Xiaoya was allergic to animal hair, so she definitely couldn't give it to her to raise. Then, apart from Li Xiaoya, the person she knew best in the company. Xia Yuxing thought of Lu Ming. But of course, it was him. They had even sat together drinking last night. She suddenly felt that leaving the husky with Lu Ming would be a good choice. And he lived right across the hall, so she could see it from time to time. Xia Yuxing immediately picked up the husky and went to knock on Lu Ming's door. Bang! Lu Ming came to the door wrapped in a bath towel. He had finished drinking last night, came back and played games all night, and didn't wake up until noon. What? Xia Yuxing felt embarrassed when she saw his bare upper body and turned her head away. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? I'm not naked, I was just taking a shower. I have something to discuss with you. Okay, come in, I'll go change. Lu Ming returned to the bedroom, changed into shorts and a t-shirt, and walked out. At the moment, Xia Yuxing was playing with Era on the sofa, holding him. What is it, Mr. Xia? Lu Ming, as you know, this husky was given to me by Wanqing, but my Pippi is very resistant to foreign creatures, and has been on a hunger strike since last night, so I was thinking of giving this little husky to you. What? Give it to me? No way, Mr. Xia, I can't keep it. Lu Ming instinctively shook his head. Why can't you keep it? You're alone, and it'll be just the right companion for you. Xia Yuxing let go of the husky, and it ran excitedly to Lu Ming's feet. Mr. Xia, look, I'm just a trader, and you know how much I'm paid. I can barely support myself, and I've never kept one of these before. More importantly, this is a husky, a demolition maniac, the director of the demolition office. I'm renting this house, and the furniture and appliances belong to the landlord. If this is demolished, I'll be in trouble. Lu Ming was also telling the truth. Xia Yuxing said, Lu Ming, don't worry, the parents of this little Ha have very good genes, so they shouldn't demolish the house. Xia Zong, look, it's demolishing it. Lu Ming suddenly pointed. Xia Yuxing looked down and saw that Xia Ha was excitedly chewing on the table leg. Lu Ming quickly picked up Xia Ha. President Xia, you better take it back and give it to someone else. Lu Ming. You can't just watch it destroy the house, it can also bring you happiness. Just keep it. No. Just keep it. No. Just keep it. No. Lu Ming shook his head mercilessly. For some reason, Xia Yuxing suddenly became angry. She was the CEO of a company, and she had never begged someone like this before. Pop. Xia Yuxing slammed her hand on the table and said, Lu Ming, you're a big man, why are you being so indecisive? What's wrong with keeping a second dog? It's just a demolition expert. Look at you, you're so scared. As long as you keep it, I'll reimburse you for anything it destroys, and I'll replace it with a new one, okay? Xia Yuxing said angrily. Ha? Are you serious, Mr. Xia? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Xia Yuxing nodded, I'm serious. If it tears something up, I'll reimburse you and replace it with a new one. If the landlord gives you trouble, I'll take care of it. What do you say? How about this, Mr. Xia? You reimburse the dog food as well? Lu Ming said cunningly. You're so stingy. Fine, no problem, I'll reimburse the dog food as well. Great. I'll take care of it. Lu Ming immediately hugged Era and kissed him several times, saying, Hey, dog son, I'll be your father from now on. Xia Yuxing was speechless for a while. Then she brought over the dog food that Zhu Wanqing had brought, as well as the dog crate. The dog food should be this brand, and for the first month, don't bathe him. Okay. Lu Ming thought to himself, even if it's only for a month, I don't even want to bathe it for 2 months. Xia Yuxing finished giving her instructions and then pushed open the door to go back inside. Woof woof. Xiao Hao wanted to follow her. Lu Ming held him back and said, Son of a dog, your mommy doesn't want you anymore, you'll have to hang out with daddy from now on. Xia Yuxing stumbled and almost fell to the ground. In the following days, Lu Ming's performance in the trader competition continued to be steady. Of course, he adopted a relatively low-key and steady strategy, and did not need to trade for shares as frequently. Because now Xiao Feiyang simply could not catch up. The months sped by. Lu Ming sat steadily in first place on the leaderboard, with 1.8 million in his account. As for Xiao Feiyang, he ranked second, with only 1.3 million in his account, 500,000 short. On the day the trading competition ended, the whole company was abuzz. Lu Ming had become famous overnight. What was the concept of 800,000 in profit from 1 million in capital? An 80% profit, in 1 month, was truly incredible. Who would have known that this was the result of Lu Ming's low-key approach? And Xiao Feiyang also suddenly became the object of ridicule. In fact, his trading performance was also very good, but ridiculing others before the competition and being mercilessly slapped in the face was the fundamental reason for being ridiculed. Finally, the rewards for the company's trader competition were announced. Lu Ming was promoted from trader to fund manager in the securities investment department and received a bonus of 100,000. At the same time, he also received a chance to enter a system lottery. Xiao Feiyang and the third-place finisher were all transferred to the research department and became trainee analysts. Of course, when Dong Xiaojie and Zhong Xiaoman went to find Xiao Feiyang to make him keep his promise to kneel down in front of the company's door and apologize, the guy chose to be a scoundrel. In the end, he just apologized in the company's employee group. In fact, this result was also long guessed by Lu Ming. In addition, at Lu Ming's suggestion, Chang Mingyuan got rid of the Thunder technology and chose to buy the liquor stocks, withdrawing in time, so as not to cause huge losses. In this regard, Chang Mingyuan is still very grateful to Lu Ming. Chapter 13, Taking Over a Mess? That afternoon, the investment research meeting was held in the conference room on the 3rd floor of Jiuying Capital. The investment research meeting is a meeting that the company basically only holds once a month, and all fund managers are required to attend. Since Lu Ming has been promoted to fund manager, he also has to attend. Go, Lu, bring your teacup, these meetings can last for hours. Chang Mingyuan reminded him. Okay. Lu Ming took his cup. Chang Mingyuan suddenly asked, by the way, have you prepared anything? Prepared? Prepared for what? To give a speech. Lu Ming suddenly looked a little embarrassed and said, me? Give a speech? Chang Mingyuan nodded, that's right, the company's rule is that new fund managers have to talk about their research and thoughts on investment. Cough, I haven't prepared anything. It's okay if you're not prepared, just talk about whatever comes to mind. The two men laughed and joked as they made their way to the conference room. At this time, the conference room was already filled with people. In addition to the securities investment department, there were also investment departments such as foreign exchange and futures. The people sitting in front of the conference room were all senior management of the company, such as the company's deputy general manager Gu Hongfei and investment director Guo Rui. For example, the manager of the securities investment department Qian Yue, the manager of the foreign exchange investment department Fu Jingluan, and the manager of the futures investment department Yang Xuelin. Because Lu Ming had performed outstandingly in the trader competition, many fund managers greeted him when he arrived in the meeting room. He sat down with Chang Mingyuan at the back. Lu, you've been keeping a low profile lately, especially in front of Guo Rui. Chang Mingyuan muttered. Manager, I understand. Naturally, Lu Ming understood in his heart that his position as fund manager was originally Xiao Feian, Guo Rui's apprentice, and now he had snatched it from him, so Guo Rui must be unhappy. Chang Mingyuan smiled and said, hey, Lu, call me Chang from now on. You're just like me now. Lu Ming was also uninhibited, okay, Chang, but in my heart, you will always be the leader in the investment industry. Chang Mingyuan almost floated up from the flattery. At 3:50, President Xia Yuxing and assistant Li Xiaoya arrived at the meeting room. Swish. The meeting room immediately fell silent. Unexpectedly, Xia Yuxing sat down without saying a word, just coldly scanning the crowd in the conference room, making everyone feel uneasy. 1 minute later, suddenly Xia Yuxing slammed the folder in his hand onto the table. Pop. Everyone was startled. Lu Ming thought to himself, this is the president for you, so damn awe-inspiring. Xia Yuxing coldly said, Jia Biao from the securities investment department, stand up. Ha! The next moment, Jia Biao, who was sitting in the middle, stood up. Xia Yuxing angrily asked, Win-win number 5, how did you trade? Did you use your toes? Or were your eyes covered in lard? I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. Jia Biao immediately lowered his head. The Win-Win series is a one-year fixed-income wealth management product launched by Joeying Capital. Since its launch, it has had a yield of around 20% for 4 consecutive years. Because this series was a great success and became a star product, Win-Win 5 was launched last year. With the brand benefits and reputation of the previous Win-4, Win-Win 5 quickly raised 20 million. Originally, Win-Win 5 would have reached the redemption period in a month and a half. But just half a month ago, Win-Win 5 suddenly began to plummet, and as of today it has plummeted by about 50%. No wonder Xia Yuxing is angry. If the redemption period for Win number 5 arrives, how can he explain this result to his wealth management clients? Although the risk of wealth management is borne by the client, this will undoubtedly damage the reputation of the Win number 5 series. Once he loses the trust of his clients, how can he do business in the future? This will also have a huge negative impact on Joeying Capital. Lu Ming curiously asked, Chang, what's wrong with Jia Biao? It's fallen so much in half a month. This guy bought the Hong Kong stock Jumeho Holdings, but it plummeted half a month ago. Chang Mingyuan came over and whispered an explanation. Lu Ming immediately understood. Hong Kong stocks are different from a shares in that there is no limit to the rise or fall of their prices, so it is normal for them to fall so much in a short period of time. Xia Yuxing said coldly, I'm sorry? Do you think this is children playing house? Can an apology make up for the losses you have caused the company? I seriously doubt your trading level. You pack your things and get out of here right now. What? Mr. Xia, the company can't do this to me. Jia Biao panicked when he heard that he had been fired. Guo Rui, the investment director, also changed countenance and hurriedly said, President Xia, Jia Biao only made a mistake in market judgment once, there is no need to fire him, right? Yes, President Xia, no fund manager of ours can guarantee 100% profit. Jia Biao's business performance the year before last was still quite good. Xian Yue, the manager of the Securities Investment Department, also stood up to plead for leniency. Lu Ming knew that Jia Biao was hand-picked by Guo Rui, so it was unsurprising that he would stand up to plead for leniency. Xia Yuxing said coldly, "A market misjudgment? What kind of financial product is the Sure Win series?" Jia Biao did not strictly manage the risk control of capital transactions. When the Jumeiho plummeted, he did not try to stop the decline, but instead sold other products and gambled everything he had to increase his position in the Jumeiho. What kind of behavior is this? Is this trading and managing finances? This is gambling behavior. The meeting room exploded. Indeed, with such a level of trading, it is really worrying. Gambling everything on one card? Are you kidding? Is this something a fund manager would do? If this kind of operation gets out, won't he be laughed at by his peers? Everyone was talking about it, and Guo Rui and Xian Yue also had nothing to say. In the end, Jia Biao packed up and left the meeting room. Xian Yue asked, "Mr. Xia, now that Jia Biao has left, what about the win-win number 5 product? Who will take over? What do you think, Mr. Gu?" Xia Yuxing looked at Vice President Gu Hongfei. Gu Hongfei, the old fox, smiled and said, "Why don't we let Xian recommend someone?" Xian Yue was speechless and said, "I'm afraid the manager of Steady 1-4 won't work. Everyone has limited energy, and for Win 5, we should find someone who can turn the situation around." Then the meeting room fell silent. Xia Yuxing frowned. This was indeed a difficult problem. After all, Win-Win number 5 had become a mess, and no one wanted to take over. Once the redemption period began, the fund manager would become the scapegoat and would probably be blamed to death. So, who would want to take over in this situation? Guo Rui, the investment director, suddenly smiled and said, "At present, everyone here basically has their own trading operations and are too busy to spare the time. If you want to find someone who can turn the tide in the short term, there is a very suitable candidate. Lu Ming from the Securities Department has just been promoted to fund manager, and his new business has not yet been assigned. Moreover, his performance in the trader competition was outstanding, with a monthly return rate of up to 50%. I believe Lu Ming can definitely save the Win-Win number 5 fund." Upon hearing this, everyone's attention turned to Lu Ming. Chapter 14, Warm and Cuddly Like a Girlfriend. Lu Ming was taken aback. Damn, Guo Rui is shameless. Everyone knows this is a mess, someone has to take the blame, and someone has to take the flak. Now Guo Rui is completely trying to make me take the heat. What a backstabber. Xia Yuxing frowned when she heard this. President Guo, Lu Ming is not suitable, is he? He has just been promoted to fund manager, and according to the company's regulations and past practices, the amount of money he should trade should not be higher than 1 million. Chang Mingyuan jumped in to speak up for Lu Ming. This is not just the rule of Joeying Capital, but also the rule of the entire financial industry. The trading amount of a new trader will only be increased after he or she has gained experience and achieved results. But Guo Rui said, "Hey, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Our company needs to give young people a chance." Yes, Lu Ming stood out in the trading competition, and his track record is there for all to see. He didn't cheat, so he won't be afraid to trade with real money, right? Xian Yue chimed in. It was obvious that Xian Yue and Guo Rui were in the same boat. Xia Yuxing was a little angry. These two old guys are taking advantage of a newcomer. Lu Ming, not suitable, it is recommended that others. She shook her head directly. Oh, if you don't agree, then I don't have any good candidates. Guo Rui spread his hands, as if to say that he was not interested. Xia Yuxing looked at the vice president Gu Hongfei, but Gu Hongfei did not respond, nor did he express an opinion. From today's meeting, Lu Ming could see that Xia Yuxing had just been parachuted in, and these old guys were hard to manage. It was really hard for the female devil to face such a bunch of cheeky and cunning old foxes. Ding, system mission released, take over Win 5 and turn losses into profits. Reward for completing the mission, 1 lucky draw. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he stood up. President Xia, I am willing to take over Win 5. Ha! Everyone looked at him in surprise. Chang Mingyuan was startled and quickly tugged on Lu Ming's corner of his shirt, but Lu Ming was unmoved. Lu Ming, sit down. Win 5 is a 10 million plate, even if it is currently suffering a large loss. You are not suited to it with your current lack of experience. Xia Yuxing said immediately, looking serious. Naturally, Lu Ming knew that Xia Yuxing was protecting him. But to others, this was indeed a mess, but to him, it was an opportunity, not to mention that he could also complete the system task. Otherwise, even if he had the system, he would still have to start with 1,000,000 plates. Now, he can directly operate a large-scale project worth tens of millions of dollars. Lu Ming, I told you to sit down. Xia Yuxing gave him a look of disdain. Guo Rui quickly said, President Xia, Lu Ming is really full of fighting spirit. I think we can let him try. Yes, I think Lu Ming is an investment genius that our company will encounter once in 1,000 years. Qian Yuwei couldn't help but praise him. Mr. Xia, since the young man has this drive, why not give him a chance to try? Let's test it for a few days first, and if it doesn't work, we can pull the plug. Vice President Gu Hongfei also spoke up. The next moment, several other investment department managers also agreed. Xia Yuxing was completely speechless and could only grit his teeth and say, Okay, Lu Ming, you can try. Manager Qian, you arrange 2 assistants for Lu Ming. No problem. Qian Yuwei readily agreed. The meeting continued, and a certain amount of research and analysis was done on the investment industry, stocks, foreign exchange, and futures. As Cheng Mingyuan had said, the meeting lasted for several hours and ended at 6:30. After the meeting broke up, Lu Ming packed up and went home. On the way, he suddenly received a WeChat message from Xia Yuxing. A little dumb orange, Lu Ming, you go home and cook dinner for me first. Wow, look at the words, it's so sweet, like a girlfriend. But with the 3 exclamation marks, Lu Ming could already feel Xia Yuxing's anger in advance. This must be settling scores with me. But if it's just settling scores, why did he ask for dinner on the side? Lu Ming shrugged his shoulders. Since he dared to take over this sure win number 5, he naturally had long been mentally prepared. So he replied. A wild and savage bull, got it. When he got home, before he even opened the door, he heard the sound of something scraping inside the room. Damn it, Hammer, are you grinding your teeth again? Lu Ming walked into the room and saw that one of the legs of the dining table was bitten off halfway. Ever since he got this second dog, one day he told the second dog, you smile like a hammer. Unexpectedly, the second dog jumped up excitedly and wagged its tail. Anyway, it heard the word hammer and it was incredibly happy. So Lu Ming gave him a name, Hammer. This hammer has recently entered a crazy period of teeth grinding, so the dining table has suffered greatly. Now the dining table is already crumbling, and I'm afraid that in the near future, this dining table will have to become a 3-legged table. Lu Ming is not at all angry with Era Hammer's demolition behavior, and gladly accepts it. After all, there is Xia Yuxing, that female devil, backing him up, so what's there to be afraid of? Hey, in no time at all, he'll be able to get a new dining table. Hammer, bite on this dining chair a little bit. Since the female devil is getting a new one, we should get a new set, right? Lu Ming patted the dog's head to encourage it. Ow. Hammer was obviously very unhappy with his master's behavior. It was obviously a hobby, but now his master had made it like work. Who would want that? So Hammer let out an angry growl and bit at Lu Ming's shoe. Screw you, Hammer. These are Hongqing shoes, a brand name. Get out of here. Lu Ming kicked him away with one foot and went to the kitchen to cook. At 8 o'clock, Lu Ming heard the sound of the lock being opened opposite his door. At 8:10, his door was being knocked on. Oh, President Xia, you're back. Get out of the way. Lu Ming moved to one side, and Xia Yuxing walked into the room as if he owned the place, then sat down on the sofa and glared at him angrily. Is the food ready? It's ready. Lu Ming sensibly went to the kitchen and brought up the dishes and rice. Why are they all vegetarian dishes? Xia Yuxing came to the table and sat down, stunned. There was a dish of shredded potatoes in a sour and spicy sauce, a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a dish of cucumbers in a cold dressing. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Damn, this female devil is even picky about the food she eats. Boss, if I eat meat every day, my wallet as a low-level employee won't be able to take it. Besides, I didn't have time to go to the market today because I had an overtime meeting. Look at you being so stingy. I'm only eating 5 dinners a week. How about this, boss, if you really think my cooking is delicious, why don't you just pay for it? I'll do the work and we'll eat together. Okay, how much per day? I'll transfer you a month's worth of salary. Lu Ming grinned, thinking to himself that the rich talk so freely. He wasn't being rude, either. 500 yuan a day would be fine. Chapter 15, You're ripping me off, aren't you? Xia Yuxing took a bite of the shredded potatoes and, upon hearing the price of 500 yuan a day, glared at him coldly. You're something, Lu Ming, saying you'll eat with me, but you're trying to make a profit out of me. Ha, boss, I'm just joking with you, 200 yuan will do. Lu Ming started to laugh. Ha? Xia Yuxing raised an eyebrow. Hey. Boss, this is not much. Think about how expensive pork is these days. You want to eat some ribs? Do you know how much a serving of ribs costs? And what if you want to eat some fish? 200 is really not much. Okay then. Xia Yuxing thought about it and agreed. Lu Ming's heart was overjoyed. First, set a small goal, be a vegetarian for a month. That's fine. I have a request too. Every day, there must be 2 dishes in one soup, with meat and vegetables. No problem, boss, just transfer the money quickly. Look at you, so anxious. Xia Yuxing picked up his phone and transferred 6,000 yuan to Lu Ming. Boss, don't we have to pay 1 month's rent in advance? I think you're rebelling. Ah, that's fine, boss is not short of money, just pay 1 month's rent. Lu Ming quickly clicked to accept. After finishing the meal, Xia Yuxing stared at him coldly. Boss, it's okay, don't hold back, just say what you want to say. Lu Ming, you've got some nerve, just becoming a fund manager and you're already playing with tens of millions. It's just that I saw a bunch of old men bullying you and I didn't like it. Lu Ming flattered him first. Xia Yuxing angrily said, Oh, so you're doing this for me? What, you saw your boss being bullied and you came to his rescue, are you a hero saving a beauty? Boss, how could you possibly need saving? I know you can handle it, but those old foxes were there to kill me with praise, and I wasn't happy about it, especially that old guy surnamed Gua. You knew they were deliberately killing me with praise, so why did you charge in? Are you stupid? You think you're a hero? Boss, I know you stopped me to protect me, but I think that a crisis is a danger to others, but it could be an opportunity for me. Opportunity? Wow, that's great, Lu Ming. I really underestimated you. It turns out there's a little Warren Buffett here. Boss, it's already like this, just let me try. Lu Ming thought to himself, what's wrong with Warren Buffett, does he have a system? Xia Yuxing was also helpless. She pondered for a moment and said, Lu Ming, this time you may be wronged, what they're targeting is actually me. Targeting? Lu Ming was taken aback. But don't stress too much. I'll research a few stocks and let you know. Xia Yuxing said again. Lu Ming was a little taken aback. It seems that the female devil still has some human feelings. This is trying to help herself. By the way, boss, there's not enough dog food for Hammer, so you'll have to go out and buy some. There's no more dog food? Well, there's only a little left. So Xia Yuxing picked up her phone again and opened her best friend Zhu Wanqing's WeChat. A little dumb orange, Wanqing, Hammer's dog food is running low, so send some over. Sexy is not a sin, Hammer? A little dumb orange, I forgot to tell you, Xiuhua gave it to Lu Ming to raise, and he named him. Sexy is not a sin, wow, Sheng Shang, you're good at this. A little dumb orange? Sexy is not a sin, using Xiuhua to tie Lu Ming down. A dumb orange, screw you, what a mess. Sexy is not a sin, ha, I'll place an order for dog food for you right away and send it to you. I asked Wanqing to buy it and send it over, it should arrive in the next 2 days. Xia Yuxing said to Lu Ming after chatting. Lu Ming was stunned. Okay, so in the end, he wished Wanqing to be loved and cared for like a dog. By the way, boss, take a look at the dining table legs. You said Hammer wouldn't break anything. Xia Yuxing glanced at them and exclaimed in surprise, so young and already starting to break things? Yes, we probably won't be able to save these dining table legs. Boss, do you think we should go to the furniture market early this weekend? Lu Ming asked tentatively. You've got some nerve, Lu Ming. You're trying to rip me off, aren't you? Xia Yuxing was not stupid. Hey, boss, you're wrong. Before I adopted Hammer, you personally promised me that if he broke the furniture, you would replace it with a new one. I did say that, but the table hasn't broken yet, so what's your hurry? Xia Yuxing glared and then stood up and said, I'm going back. Bang. After she left, Lu Ming smiled and picked up Era. Hammer, you've been working hard lately, and the process of getting a new dining table depends on you. Ow, ow, ow. Hammer struggled in his arms, as if protesting. The next day, Lu Ming took over win-win number 5 and got his own office. He sat at his desk, ground a cup of coffee, and had to say that the fund manager's chair was a step up, and it was really damn comfortable to sit in. In the financial company circle, a hierarchical stratification of the workplace is very obvious. For example, the seats of junior employees are all ordinary height-adjustable chairs, while the chairs of fund managers are all executive chairs. The computer configuration for the fund manager and investment department manager class is top of the line, and there is also dedicated tea and coffee beans, as well as a monthly spending card. If the position is promoted to the executive class of investment director, the company will provide a chauffeur, and you can also go to a few fixed hotels and clubs to sign directly for consumption. This is privilege. Lu Ming grinned, with a golden finger in hand. Is this far away? Originally, Chen Yue had promised to arrange 2 assistants for Lu Ming, but he deliberately delayed. Lu Ming knew that this old fox was doing it on purpose. It seems that, as Xia Yuxing said, these people are deliberately targeting her. Xia Yuxing has just taken office, and if the redemption period of Win-Win 5 falls sharply during this critical period, it will definitely lead to a huge negative impact. And for Xia Yuxing's career, it will undoubtedly be fatal. Even Lu Ming was suspicious. When Jia Biao bought the G-share Jumeho, he increased his position substantially and gambled everything at the time of the crash. This is a complete taboo for a trader. But is Jia Biao an idiot? Obviously not. Then why did he do it? Lu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted when he thought about it. Could it be that Jia Biao was being manipulated by someone? Would Jia Biao do such a self-destructive thing without a huge benefit? Then who drove him to do it? Lu Ming thought about it for a moment, and he was afraid that there were only 2 people at Joy Capital who could make Jia Biao do it. One was Guo Rui, the investment director, and the other was Gu Hongfei, the deputy general manager. Among them, Gu Hongfei was the most suspicious. Because before Xia Yuxing parachuted in, the person most likely to be promoted to president was Gu Hongfei. Unexpectedly, Xia Yuxing parachuted in, and Gu Hongfei's mood was imaginable. Guo Rui was also a possibility, because Jia Biao was promoted by the top leader and was considered an heir. Lu Ming smiled helplessly when he thought about it. Damn, this is the workplace. Chapter 16, The CEO Also Fishes. Lu Ming took a sip of coffee. As he thought about it, he sketched a dark scroll of workplace intrigue. Since Qian Yue has not assigned himself an assistant or a trader, he is now acting as his own trader. He then turned on his computer, logged into the trading platform, and opened the G-share page. Unlike a shares, G-shares are traded on a T+0 model, which means that they can be bought and sold on the same day, although settlement is T+2. In addition, there is no limit on the price rise or fall of G-shares, which is why some demon stocks exist. For example, a 90% spike or a 90% plunge in a single day are both possible. This kind of rule is more difficult for traders. According to past conventions, Lu Ming might not be able to touch the G-shares for a year or 2. Now, for him, it's either opportunity or nothing. He immediately opened the G-share Jumeho, the stock that made the sure win number 5 fund lose money, and then turned on the system forecast. Jumeho holdings, 2% today, 5% for the next 5 days, 6% for the next 15 days, 11% for the next 30 days, and 15% for the next 90 days. Lu Ming felt a little ashamed. This junk stock was going to fall even more in the next month. A large amount of Win5's capital was currently lying there, and it had to be cut, which was unavoidable. Then he began scanning and predicting other G-shares. There was no other way. There was only 1 month left, and it was most convenient to use G-shares to turn the tables. Drunken Global, today's rise and fall 30%, next 5-day trend 15%, next 15-day trend 10%, next 30-day trend 37%. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. These G-shares are awesome. This Drunken Global is going to rise sharply today, then fall next, but at the end of the month it will turn the tables to 37%. Who could have imagined that? That's the way the stock market is. It goes down when you think it's going up, and then it goes up again at the end of the month after you've cut your losses. You're always worried that the market won't come, and you're worried that it'll go crazy. Dofeng Digital, 15% up or down today, 35% trend over the next 5 days, 28% trend over the next 15 days, 39% trend over the next 30 days. Lu Ming has found another good stock to add to his watch list. Even though he could now put a large sum of money on the line, that would be too high profile. Besides, that would be seen as the gambler's style in other people's eyes, and what's the difference between that and Jia Biao's desperate act? So Lu Ming's strategy was that the stocks he bought would rise and fall, but overall, they would still be profitable. What is this called in the industry? Risk hedging. So on the first day, Lu Ming first cut his losses when Jimeho rebounded by 2 points and completely liquidated his position. He still had more than 10 million yuan left from the Win 5. Soon, he bought all of it into 10 stocks. However, the first day's performance, under Lu Ming's control, did not explode, and several stocks even fell quite a bit. As he was about to leave work, Lu Ming received a WeChat message from Xia Yuxing. A little dumb orange, don't leave work yet. A wild bull, why? A little dumb orange, something's up. Come to my office at 6. Lu Ming was speechless for a moment, and could only wait until 6 o'clock and go to the CEO's office. At this time, the company was basically closed. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lu Ming then pushed the door open and walked into the CEO's office. At this time, Xia Yuxing was sitting in front of the computer, working hard. You sit here and wait for a while. Lu Ming nodded and walked over to the sofa next to him and sat down. He had originally thought that Xia Yuxing was busy with something important, but then he suddenly saw Xia Yuxing's left hand resting on the A, W, and D keys of the keyboard. Hey! Lu Ming walked over and looked at the computer. Sure enough, where Xia Yuxing was working, he was actually playing a team battle. Holy shit! Boss, I thought you were working hard, but it turns out you're playing games. What a fuss! Xia Yuxing glared at him. I'm surprised, you're the company president, and I find you goofing off. It's after hours, and the president is also a human being, so how can I not play games? Gee, boss, but I don't think your skills are good enough. You're playing Stoneman, and you're not properly supporting the team, and you're playing top lane? Lu Ming couldn't help but make a snarky comment. This is also what Wan Qing just taught me to play, so what, are you good at it? Haha, I know a little. Xia Yuxing nodded and said, that's good, next time I'll ask Wan Qing to join us, and we'll play together. Let me see what you're like. No problem. Lu Ming readily agreed. Let's stop playing for now. Xia Yuxing then put down the mouse, paused the game, and logged out. Lu Ming thought to himself, this is a jerk too, playing games without any manners. This is for you. Xia Yuxing took out a printed document from the drawer. Lu Ming took it and looked at it. It had some stock codes and some stock analyses on it. These are the stocks I've selected. You can study them, they might be helpful. Cough cough, boss, no need, I've already selected the stocks. Selected the stocks? What do you mean? I've already bought 10 stocks today. What? Xia Yuxing stood up in shock and said, you've already traded, and you've cleared all of Jimeho? That's right. So did you buy a shares or G shares? G shares. You're crazy, how dare you buy G shares? Xia Yuxing was furious. Boss, at the moment, if you want to recoup your losses within a month, G shares are the best choice. Recoup your losses? Lu Ming, do you think you're Superman? Xia Yuxing definitely felt that Lu Ming was talking nonsense and angrily slammed his hand on the table. Boss, you can trust me. I'm very confident in my research on individual stocks. You're being arrogant. That's the worst thing a trader can be. You know that. Xia Yuxing glared at him. Boss, I'll send you a list of my positions tomorrow, and you'll see. Okay, I'll see what stocks you've bought. Boss, is this why you asked me to come to you? Xia Yuxing said impatiently, that's it, okay, you can go off work. Okay. Lu Ming quickly slipped away. Wait. Anything else? Xia Yuxing suddenly took the keys out of his pocket and said, I'm going to meet a client tonight, and I may be back late. Could you feed Pippi for me? Boss, a cat, it's okay if it goes hungry for a while, right? Okay, is it okay if you get 1 month's salary less? Lu Ming felt a little ashamed. This analogy was inappropriate. He had no choice but to take the keys and say, okay, I'll feed it for you, okay? By the way, Pippi has a pretty bad temper, so just put the cat food away and don't provoke her, okay? Otherwise, if you get scratched, I won't care. Got it. Lu Ming thought to himself, it's just a big, fat orange, how could she scratch me? Chapter 17, Don't Peek. After Lu Ming returned home, he waved his hand at Hammer, and the silly dog ran over excitedly. Hammer, you've been lazy today, haven't you? I can see that the table legs are the same as yesterday's. Woof woof. Hammer whined in protest. Let me tell you, our new dining table depends on you. If you slack off again, your dog food will be cut in half, got it? Woof woof. Hammer expressed his protest. When interest becomes work, interest becomes boring, and so does the dog. Okay, let's go. Today Daddy will take you to see an old friend, come on. Lu Ming snapped his fingers, took Xia Yuxing's house key and left the door, and Hammer followed excitedly. After opening door 303, Lu Ming and Hammer walked into the house. Ha! Where's the silly cat? Lu Ming placed the house key on the cabinet in the entrance hall and looked around the room, but he didn't see the fat cat. Fat cat, where are you? But there was still no movement. Ha! Lu Ming suddenly turned his head and saw the big fat orange cat Pai Pai, who was lying on top of the refrigerator, staring at him with cat eyes. Ah, big fat orange, come down quickly, your grandpa is here to feed you cat food, your mommy has abandoned you. This guy's mouth is playing up again. Ow. The orange cat Pai Pai suddenly whined unhappily. Woof! 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 Upon hearing this, Hammer immediately defended his master and attacked. Ha ha ha! Lu Ming happily petted the dog's head, so young and already knows how to defend its master, the dog is teachable. He then looked for the cat food in the room, but he forgot to ask the female devil before and didn't know where she hid it. Finally, he found it in the corner of the living room under the curtains. Come on, big fat cat, time to eat. Lu Ming picked up the cat bowl and waved at the big fat orange. When Pai Pai saw the food she was going to eat, she immediately jumped down. She also knew that this was to feed herself. Lu Ming only saw him open the cat food bag and scoop a few spoons. Hey, your evil queen mother seems to really love you. The cat food you're feeding your cat is in long strips, which must be really expensive. She poured the cat food into the bowl. But Pai Pai looked at Lu Ming like she was looking at an idiot and wouldn't eat any. Hey, eat it, I'm not going to hurt you. Lu Ming scooped up another spoonful, probably thinking that Pai Pai didn't want enough. But the big fat cat just stared at him without moving. Just then, Hammer excitedly ran over, as if to play with the fat cat. SSSHH. Suddenly, the fat cat patted Hammer several times. Ow wow, ow wow, ow wow. Scared, Pippi ran to the door. Lu Ming was a little speechless and said, Hammer, you're a dog. You're being beaten by a cat and you're pissing yourself. Ow wow. Suddenly, the fat cat scratched Lu Ming again. Damn it. Lu Ming jumped up to dodge. Okay, big fat cat, ungrateful, I fed you, you scratched me, damn it, goodbye. Then he left with Hammer. But he didn't go home immediately, but took Hammer downstairs. Because during this time, Lu Ming had already made Hammer get into the habit of going downstairs to poop at this time. After walking the dog, he went home to cook and eat. It wasn't until 11 o'clock at night that his door was knocked on. Lu Ming knew that it must be Xia Yuxing coming back. He opened the door and sure enough, Xia Yuxing was standing in the doorway, but her pretty face was slightly red and she smelled of alcohol. Wow, how much alcohol have you had? Not much. Xia Yuxing smiled like a flower and staggered into the house. Lu Ming hurriedly helped her up, thinking to himself that she hadn't drunk much, but she was about to collapse. When they reached the sofa, Xia Yuxing simply lay down on it. Idiot, go get me a glass of water. Xia Yuxing pointed at him. Damn it. Lu Ming was a little upset. This female demon actually called him an idiot? Damn it, I'm not going to get angry with an alcoholic. He then went and poured a glass of water and handed it over. Xia Yuxing took the glass and gulped it down. Then he put the glass down and started to undo the buttons on his shirt. Hey, boss, what are you doing? Lu Ming was stunned. What can I do by taking off my clothes? Go to sleep. Xia Yuxing said in a daze. It's true that this woman is fast enough to have already exposed the burgundy color underneath. Hey, boss, don't test me like that, I can't stand tests. Lu Ming quickly covered his eyes, then opened his hand and looked through the gap. Just then, he suddenly saw Xia Yuxing going to unzip his jeans. Holy shit! If this goes on, although he can feast his eyes, he won't be able to explain himself tomorrow. That would be bad, and this female devil will still behead him. I said, President, I'll walk you home, you're drunk. Lu Ming hurriedly went to find the female devil's house key. Shit! He suddenly remembered that when he went to feed the fat cat, he left the key on the cabinet in the entrance hall. Then when he came back, he just slammed the door and forgot to take the key. Holy shit! Lu Ming slapped his forehead. What the hell is this? Just then, Xia Yuxing stopped moving. It seemed that the female devil would have to make do with her own home for one night. Lu Ming directly carried Xia Yuxing to the bedroom and threw her onto the bed. However, when he looked down, he happened to see a hint of burgundy. Holy cow! Don't look! Don't look! But my eyes won't listen. What should I do? Should I look for a minute first? Forget it, saving my life is more important. Lu Ming held back his breath and left the bedroom. The next day, 6 a.m. Xia Yuxing opened her eyes. Her long-standing biological clock had made her get used to waking up at the right time. She stretched and sat up. She suddenly realized that this was a strange house. Xia Yuxing tried to recall what happened last night. After she got home, she came to Lu Ming's place to get the key. Then she seemed to have asked Lu Ming to pour her a glass of water. She couldn't remember anything after that. She quickly looked down. Although her clothes and pants were still there, a few buttons on her shirt were undone and the zipper on her jeans was open. Xia Yuxing's eyes jumped. Did Lu Ming do something to her? The thought made her gasp in shock and her anger boil over. She quickly straightened her clothes and walked out of the bedroom. At that moment, Lu Ming was lying on the sofa in the living room, snoring. Lu Ming, get up! Xia Yuxing walked up and pulled the blanket off Lu Ming. She was dumbfounded. Because Lu Ming was wearing the emperor's new clothes. Oops. Xia Yuxing immediately covered her face in shame. Ouch. Arahammer excitedly ran over to watch the fun. What? Boss, what are you doing? Lu Ming was startled and quickly covered up. You exhibitionist, why are you sleeping without clothes on? Nonsense, what clothes would I wear to sleep? Hurry up and put some on. Okay, boss, but don't peek. These words made Xia Yuxing speechless with anger. Fine, who wants to see your junk? Chapter 18, You confessed to me last night. Lu Ming got dressed, yawned, and said, Boss, you woke up early. Lu Ming, you better tell me the truth, what did you do to me? Xia Yuxing asked angrily. What did I do to you? I didn't do anything. Then, why am I sleeping at your place? You came home drunk last night. I originally wanted to send you back to your own home, but your key got locked in the house when I was feeding the dog, so I let you sleep here. Sleeping here, then how were my clothes unbuttoned? Xia Yuxing asked with some difficulty. Lu Ming instantly thought of the scene in the Burgundy last night, and it really was unforgettable. But he would never admit to watching it, or else he would be dead. Lu Ming said calmly, How would I know? You drank yourself senseless and fell asleep on the sofa, so I carried you to the bedroom and put you to bed. Really? Xia Yuxing raised an eyebrow. Lu Ming immediately snapped, What's the matter, boss? You're not exactly ugly, but that doesn't mean you can underestimate people, does it? Think about it. In your state last night, if I really wanted to do something secretly, do you think I would leave evidence for you after I was done? Am I stupid? Xia Yuxing thought about it and realized that she probably undid the buttons herself. She really doesn't like being bound when she sleeps. Okay, I was being petty. I was drunk last night, so I didn't say anything stupid, did I? You did. What? What did I say? Boss, you confessed to me last night. You said you had a crush on me and that you like me. Get out. Xia Yuxing glared at him. She didn't believe a word of it. Boss, who were you meeting with last night? You were so drunk. Do you know the U Group? The U Group that sells air conditioners? That's right. Xia Yuxing said, I went to see Yu Wenpei, the eldest daughter of the Yu family patriarch. They are reportedly looking for a private equity institution to manage their family wealth. I see, boss, you're trying to get a big client for the company. That's right, I've just been parachuted into Joeying Capital, so naturally I need to produce some results, right? So boss, this family wealth management fund is not a small amount of money, is it? None of your business. Just take care of win-win number 5. Xia Yuxing finished speaking and pulled open the door, ready to go home. Boss, I locked your keys inside the house. Do you have a spare key? I still have one in my pocket. I didn't know you had another one. I should have looked through it last night and sent you back so I could sleep on the sofa for a night. Lu Ming twisted his waist. Unexpectedly, Xia Yuxing returned to 303, and within a few minutes, he heard her yell. Lu Ming. Soon she came over angrily. Lu Ming curiously asked, "What's up, boss? Come with me." Xia Yuxing glared at him. So he followed her to 303, where he saw Xia Yuxing pointing at the cat bowl and angrily saying, "Is this the cat food you fed?" "Yes." Lu Ming looked puzzled. At that moment, Big Orange was lying next to the cat bowl, glaring at him. "Are you stupid? Is this fucking cat food? This is cat litter." Xia Yuxing was so angry that he swore. "Cat litter? Shit. I really didn't know." Lu Ming was at a loss for words. He had never owned a cat before, so he really didn't know about this. Besides, he had a 2-year-old Shiba Inu, and it always went downstairs to do its business. "You idiot! Pippi, scratch him!" Xia Yuxing angrily commanded Big Orange. Ow! It seemed that Big Orange couldn't hold back any longer and leapt forward. "Hey, Hammer, protect the king!" Lu Ming flashed away, quickly slipping away. That afternoon, Xia Yuxing returned to the office after finishing her errands and opened the company's office system. Unexpectedly, she received a document for review, sent by Lu Ming. When she opened it, she saw that it was a list of stocks. Xia Yuxing knew that these were the stocks that Lu Ming had bought with the Win 5 strategy. She then opened the trading system and entered all the stock codes into a watch list. Swish! Xia Yuxing immediately saw that 6 of the stocks had risen in value that day. Although the other 4 had fallen, the decline was not significant and would not have a major impact. This kid really knows his stuff. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but praise him, but she wondered how much capital Lu Ming had invested. At that moment, she felt that Lu Ming really had a talent for stock selection. Could it be that he was really one of the rare traders? Even if that was the case, Xia Yuxing felt that with Win 5 left to go, the chances of a comeback were almost impossible. That was why Xia Yuxing was seeking to cooperate with the Yu Group. If they can get the Yu family as a major client, it will be a huge amount of wealth management funds, which for Joeying Capital is equivalent to dozens of Win 5. Then she called in her assistant Li Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, who is the assistant assigned to Lu Ming by the Securities Investment Department?" Xia Yuxing remembered. Li Xiaoya was stunned and said, "President Xia, Manager Lu has not yet been assigned an assistant or a trader." "What?" Xia Yuxing was stunned and asked, "Didn't we ask Qian Yue to assign 2 assistants to Lu Ming at the meeting the other day?" "Yes, Mr. Xia, I just asked this morning. I wanted to ask the HR department to make a note of it, but Qian Yue said he was still trying to convince the employees to work for Lu Ming, so no one wanted to go." Li Xiaoya explained. "No one wanted to go?" Xia Yuxing snorted, "Qian Yue is incompetent." "Xiaoya, go and get Cheng Mingyuan for me." "Okay, Mr. Xia." Xiaoya Li hurriedly went to make the call. Soon, on the other side, Lu Ming was looking at market data. At that moment, Dong Xiaojie walked into the office with his personal belongings. "Ha, my dear manager Lu, have you missed me? Damn, it's not even the end of the day, what are you getting worked up for?" Lu Ming gave him a blank look. "What? Manager Lu, you don't welcome me here, then forget it, I'll just take my things and go." "Wait, what are you?" Hey, I'm here to be your assistant." Lu Ming was surprised, "What's going on?" Dong Xiaojie winked, "Hey, Ming, be honest, what kind of improper relationship do you have with President Xia?" "What nonsense, what kind of improper relationship could we have?" Lu Ming's words clearly showed some guilt, and the scene from last night in the burgundy wine color came back to mind. "Then why did President Xia take the initiative to find Cheng Yaojin and ask my right-hand man to help you? Did President Xia take the initiative to find Cheng Yaojin?" Lu Ming really didn't expect this. It must be that the female devil saw his amazing investment capabilities. Chapter 19, How Dare You Threaten the CEO? 1 month later, in the office of Gu Hongfei at Joeying Capital. "Ha, Mr. Gu, I have some good news for you." Guo Ruo sat on the sofa, drinking tea. "What good news?" Gu Hongfei sat at the table, playing with his tea set. "The results of the Yu family's wealth management fund have come out, and it has been given to Dingfeng Capital. It is said that this fund is worth 500 million yuan." Guo Ruo said this while shaking his head. Gu Hongfei lifted his teacup slightly and said, "Dingfeng Capital? I really didn't expect it, that's a big move. Humph, the board of directors let a woman be the president, isn't that nonsense? She's the same age as my daughter, and she wants to boss me around? And what does she mean, Xia Yusheng? I went to plead for Xiao Feiyang and also became a fund manager, but she still wouldn't give me face. The point is that she even rejected the investment strategy one formulated before. That's not all, a few days ago, she even fired Jia Biao. This is completely slapping me in the face. Everyone in the company knows that Jia Biao is my man. Gu, I can't understand why you can just sit there. This CEO position could have been yours. Gui Rui vented angrily. Gu Hongfei said, "Hey, Gu, this was the decision of the company's board of directors, what else can we say?" Well, I don't care about the board's bullshit personnel appointments. The losses at Win5 are an irreversible fact. Now that the use group's major client has gone, I'd like to see how Xia Yusheng can still be the president. Guo Rui said this with a sense of triumph. Although Gu Hongfei didn't say anything, he was happier than anyone else. Because once the board of directors removed Xia Yusheng as president, he would have a chance. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the office door was knocked on. Come in. Xiao Feiyang then walked in. President Gu, President Guo, I just came from the finance department. That guy surnamed Lu, he? Xiao Feiyang's face turned pale. Guo Rui frowned and asked, what happened to the guy surnamed Lu? President Guo, take a look. Xiao Feiyang handed over the investment report data. Guo Rui took it and saw that it was the investment data for Win-Win number 5 for the past 2 weeks. What? Guo Rui was shocked. Win-Win number 5 has made back all the losses and now has a 30% rate of return? Ha! Gu Hongfei was also taken aback and snatched the investment report from him. Xiao, these figures are wrong, aren't they? A 30% rate of return? That's more than Win-Win numbers 1-4, it's impossible. Guo Rui refused to believe it. Xiao Feiyang nodded. Mr. Guo, at first the finance department was also a bit skeptical, but sure Win number 5 has already been settled, and the capital bill has come out. The finance department has verified it and it is correct. The next moment, Guo Rui and Gu Hongfei exchanged glances. I really didn't expect it, this Lu guy really has some skills. Gu Hongfei gritted his teeth. This is impossible. How did he go from a 50% loss to a 30% profit in just 1 month? Gui Rui couldn't believe it. He, the investment director, couldn't have achieved such a result. At this point, they finally realized that they had underestimated Lu Ming. In no time, Lu Ming's track record spread throughout the company. At this point, Lu Ming had become an idol to all the employees of the company. That afternoon, many employees went to Qian Yue, the manager of the securities investment department, to apply for a transfer to become Lu Ming's assistant. Qian Yue was dumbfounded. Because for all the employees, they would realize that Lu Ming would soon become a capable general that Joeying Capital would focus on training. In the future, Lu Ming would definitely become a star trader. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with this talented person? Ding, system task released, manage an active short-term wealth management fund with a return rate of 50%. Reward for completing the task, 1 lucky draw entry. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he didn't expect to have a new system task. After pondering for a moment, he went to the CEO's office. Xia Yusheng was grateful and surprised to see Lu Ming come to see her. Originally, she had hoped to take over the big client of the Xia family, but she didn't expect to fail at the last critical moment. This made Xia Yusheng very depressed. She was still wondering if she was destined to suffer a setback when she returned to work in China. But she didn't expect to return to the company and learn this good news. Win-Win number 5 not only turned losses into profits, but also achieved a profit of 30%. You have to know that the Win-Win series focuses on stable financial management, and the annual return rate of Win-Win numbers 1-4 is only 15% 20%. Lu Ming has made Win-Win number 5, despite the floating losses, surpass the previous 4. This is a very impressive record. At this moment, Lu Ming has not only won a beautiful battle, but also protected Xia Yusheng's reputation from being damaged. Lu Ming, you did well this time. You are indeed a talented trader. Xia Yusheng couldn't help but praise. Hey, boss, Win5 has reached its redemption period. With this result, the next annual fundraising period will start soon, right? I'd like to apply for an increase in the 20 million funding limit. Lu Ming volunteered. Well, how much do you want to increase it to? Xia Yuxing asked, as this was basically routine. 100 million. Lu Ming said conservatively. Xia Yuxing raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you confident? Naturally. That's fine. Xia Yuxing agreed readily. She was no fool, and Lu Ming's abilities had already been proven. Lu Ming continued, Thank you, boss. There's one more thing. I want to issue a trading fund of my own. A new fund? Yes, a short-term stock management fund. I've even thought of a name, Win Every Month. The initial fundraising will be 100 million. Win every month? 1 month? That's so short. No way. Xia Yuxing shook her head directly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, Boss, why not? The cycle is 1 month, but for the investing clients, they only have one more redemption period each month. I believe that as long as there is a profit, they will leave the funds to rotate indefinitely. Currently, the only financial management with such a short cycle is the banking sector's wealth management, fixed deposits, and bonds. Where is there such a short-term stock fund? I disagree. Xia Yuxing directly objected. In fact, for private equity institutions, a large part of the profit comes from the management fees charged to clients. The longer the customer's funds are invested, the more management fees they naturally earn. Therefore, for financial management companies, most of them don't like frequent redemptions by customers. President Xia, if you don't agree, then I can only resign and jump ship to the company. Lu Ming looked like a cheap bastard. Good for you, Lu Ming. How dare you threaten the president? You're turning the world upside down. Xia Yuxing glared. Boss, yes, I am threatening. For a short-term investment of 1 month, what rate of return can you guarantee? At least 30% a month. Okay, I promise you, if you can't do it, the fund will be cancelled directly. Xia Yuxing agreed with gritted teeth. Lu Ming was overjoyed and then asked, By the way, boss, can you pay the wages on time this afternoon? Chapter 20, The Female Devil Wants to Woo Me Too? Xia Yuxing said impatiently, I'm the CEO, not the finance manager. I don't know. Why don't you have any money left? I got 100,000 yuan in bonuses from last month's trading competition, plus a large sum from the commission on Win 5. A few of Dong Xiaojie's good colleagues are all clamoring for me to treat them to a night out at a hotel. Lu Ming grinned. Win-win number 5, with a principal of 20 million and a rate of return of 30%, the profit is 6 million. After deducting the 10% management fee, the remaining distributable profit is 5.4 million. And Xia Yuxing has just increased the trader's commission to 20%, so Lu Ming can get 1.08 million in commission. Add to that the 100,000 trader competition prize, and Lu Ming has 1.18 million in prize money alone. In total, he would receive more than 800,000 yuan after tax. Xia Yuxing nodded with a smile, You deserve a treat with all that money in bonuses. Boss, why don't you come along tonight? It's Saturday tomorrow anyway. Me too? Forget it, can you guys have fun if I go? Boss, come on, I think you should go. Just think, you've just started working here, you need to get to know the staff so you can get to know each other. Okay, I'll go in the evening. Xia Yuxing thought about it for a while, and there was some truth in what Lu Ming said. That afternoon, Jueying Capital paid wages on time, and Lu Ming's bank card immediately became full. He first transferred 500,000 yuan to his father's bank card. When his parents received the money, they were shocked and hurriedly called to inquire. After learning that their son had been promoted to fund manager and that the money was a bonus, both parents were overjoyed. Now that Lu Ming has also completed the task of turning a loss into a profit with sure Win 5, he has saved up a total of 2 chances to participate in the system lottery. He can't help but start the system lottery. System, start lottery. Okay, host. The next moment, a virtual roulette wheel that only he can see appeared. This time, several new abilities appeared on the roulette wheel, such as Never Drunk and Never Fall. However, these 2 abilities meant little to him. The ability to drink 1,000 cups of wine without getting drunk was nothing more than an increase in his alcohol tolerance, which was already quite high. As for the ability to never fall sick, although he had never had a girlfriend, he believed that he was strong. After all, he had accumulated 23 years of experience. Then the wheel started spinning. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the ability to track over 1,000 miles. Track over 1,000 miles, just by looking at a photo of a person, animal, or object, you can activate the ability to track over 1,000 miles and locate its position. Lu Ming suddenly understood, this is like location positioning. But such an ability seems to be of little use to him, and he is not a policeman. System, proceed to the next draw. Good host. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the ability to super eavesdrop. Super eavesdropping can lock onto a target with his eyes and activate eavesdropping within 10 meters of the target. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Damn, a cop has a favorite ability. He might as well apply to be a police auxiliary and solve cases. Of course that's impossible. Forget it, he'll just activate the win every month investment fund right away and raise money, with a 50% return rate. This shouldn't be too difficult for him. When the time comes, he can complete the task and enter the system for another lucky draw. In addition, the reason Lu Ming initiated the short-term financial management of monthly win is to make money quickly in the shortest time. The more you earn this way, the more your own commission will be. That night, Lu Ming, Xia Yuxing, and a group of colleagues arrived at the Haomen Night Banquet Hotel. This place has everything you need for a company party: singing, dancing, drinking, barbecue, and Western food. The employees were surprised by Xia Yuxing's arrival. Everyone was even more impressed with Lu Ming, who had even invited the boss. At the table, everyone first toasted Xia Yuxing. What Lu Ming didn't expect was that Xia Yuxing really didn't refuse anyone, and it seemed that this female devil could hold her drink. Then everyone started drinking with Lu Ming. Hey, guys, what's with your wheel war, trying to get me drunk? Lu Ming lifted his wine glass and never put it down. Ha, Ming, you're single now, so you don't need to worry about getting drunk, no one will be checking up on you. Dong Xiaojie gloated. Everyone laughed. Zhong Xiaoman said, hey, Ming, you've become famous overnight, you don't know that many of the female employees in our company have evil intentions towards you. Right, Manager Lu, tell us, what kind of girl do you like? Asked her colleague Gu Xiaojia curiously. Yes. Several colleagues chimed in. Lu Ming took the opportunity to put down his glass and said, what kind do you like? I'm quite shallow, I like big breasts and a perky butt. Zhong Xiaoman immediately patted her own thinness and said, oh, then I'm eliminated first. Ha. Everyone laughed uncontrollably. Xia Yuxing couldn't hold back his laughter either. Dong Xiaojie lifted his glass and toasted Lu Ming. Come on, Ming, let's both have a good year. No, I need to go to the bathroom first. Lu Ming took the opportunity to make his escape. Damn it, I'll go with you. Dong Xiaojie followed suit, and the two of them walked out of the private room. Ming, you'd better be honest. Are there any of our female colleagues that you like? Yes. Who? Xia Yuxing. Dong Xiaojie rolled his eyes and said, damn, Ming, you have a big appetite, you want to flirt with the female devil too. The two of them giggled and walked towards the toilet. Hey! Ming, that person looks familiar, isn't that Jia Biao? Dong Xiaojie suddenly patted Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the toilet and sure enough, Jia Biao came out of the bathroom and walked towards the corridor in front of him. It really is, you go to the toilet first, I'll go take a look. He followed curiously. He saw Jia Biao turn the corner and come to the front of box 203. Unexpectedly, in front of box 203, there was also a man standing, Guo Rui, the investment director of their company. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Jia Biao had been fired, but he didn't expect the two of them to be getting together again. Before they entered the box, he immediately targeted Jia Biao and activated super eavesdropping. The next moment, he eavesdropped on the entire conversation between Jia Biao and Guo Rui. Jia Biao, Mr. Guo, I've been fired now. You said you'd find me a job, what happened? Guo Rui, Jia, what's your hurry? Jia Biao, I can't help being anxious, I have a family to support, and besides, I was fired from Nine Winds Capital, but you, Mr. Guo, are the one to blame. Guo Rui, Jia Biao, what's your tone? Jia Biao, Mr. Guo, don't blame me for speaking frankly, but at the time, I continued to increase my position in Nine Beauties Lake while you were betting on sure win 5. Chapter 21, The Two Men Got Drunk. Lu Ming overheard this sentence and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Jia Biao had played a big hand, and indeed Guo Rui had instructed him behind the scenes. Guo Rui said, Jia Biao, no one would have thought that the Xiao woman would be so ruthless as to not even give me face. Now that it's come to this, there's nothing I can do. Jia Biao, nothing you can do? Then you won't go back on the benefits you promised me, will you? Guo Rui, don't worry, I will naturally give you the benefits I promised, but you will have to wait. Jia Biao, how long? Guo Rui, within 3 months. Jia Biao, okay, Guozong, I hope you can keep your promise. Later, Lu Ming heard that Jia Biao was leaving. Lu Ming immediately ended the wiretap and went to the toilet. He thought about this and felt that it was necessary to tell the female devil about it. After returning to the private room, Lu Ming continued drinking with his colleagues. That night, he really got drunk. After the party ended, everyone went home and took taxis or called for designated drivers. Lu Ming originally wanted to take a taxi, but then he thought that he and Xia Yuxing were going the same way, and Xia Yuxing had a chauffeur, so he followed behind Xia Yuxing. "Boss, are you okay?" He followed up and held Xia Yuxing's arm. "I'm fine." "Boss, where's your car?" "It's here." Xia Yuxing pointed to the front of the car. Lu Ming pulled open the door and climbed into the passenger seat first. "Hey, you, get down here. Who told you to get in my car?" Xia Yuxing frowned. "Boss, we're going the same way, and you're telling me to take a taxi?" "Huh? Where's the driver?" Xia Yuxing got into the back seat of the car and explained, "I sent the driver home a long time ago. I hired a designated driver." Since they had hired a designated driver, Xia Yuxing thought for a moment and didn't tell Lu Ming to get out of the car. Before long, the designated driver arrived and took the two of them to the residential area. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing got out of the car and were both staggering as they walked. "Boss, you said you weren't drunk, but you're staggering. You're still complaining about me, but you're no better." "Boss, I'm really fine. What's a little wine? I could drink another bottle." "You're just blowing hot air. What's there to blow? Why don't we go back and drink some more?" Xia Yuxing had also brought some wine, and said with a swaying head, "Sure, I have some good wine at home." So the two of them went to Xia Yuxing's 303. Xia Yuxing opened a bottle of XO and the two of them filled their glasses. "Oh dear, boss, there's no snacks here, are we just going to drink?" Lu Ming couldn't help but complain. "Who said there weren't any?" Xia Yuxing opened the cupboard and took out 2 bags of potato chips. Lu Ming burst out laughing when he saw the potato chips. "What are you laughing at? I've got fruit too." Xia Yuxing opened the fridge again and took out 2 papayas. "Holy cow, boss, you even buy papayas to eat? Are you using them to enhance your breasts?" Lu Ming was drunk and his words were reckless. "Nonsense. My breasts are this big, do I need to enhance them?" Xia Yuxing was not angry at all, but instead became arrogant and proud. "Hey, boss, you're breathing hard when I say you're fat, and your breasts are big, but are they as big as the papaya in my hand? Get out of the way, I'm a D." "D? I don't believe you, unless you let me measure it with my hands." "You wish, you want to take advantage of me while I'm drunk. I'm not drunk yet. Do you drink?" "Drink," Lu Ming said, lifting his glass. So the two of them finished another bottle of XO. The next day, 9:30 a.m. Xu Wanqing and a middle-aged woman arrived at the Royal Lakes Bay community. "Auntie, we're downstairs already, why don't I give Shang Shang a call and have her come down to pick you up?" "No need, let's just go straight up," the middle-aged woman said coldly. She was no one else but Xia Yuxing's mother, Song Jiawen, the chairman of the Yunding Hotel Group. "Okay then." Xu Wanqing nodded with a bitter smile. Soon the two of them arrived on the 3rd floor by elevator. Xu Wanqing hurriedly walked to the door of 303 and knocked, but no one answered. "Huh? Has Shang Shang not yet woken up?" Xu Wanqing guessed, knowing that Xia Yuxing liked to sleep in. Song Jiawen said, "Wanqing, this is your house, don't you have a key? Just open the door." "Huh? Auntie, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's not good about it? I'm Shang Shang's mother, you're Shang Shang's best friend, we're not strangers, are we?" Song Jiawen stared at Xu Wanqing, her eyes conveying a sense of authority. "Okay then." Xu Wanqing could only take out the spare key from her bag and unlock the door. Ouch. Big fat orange skin Pei saw someone come in and quickly hid behind the sofa. This Shang Shang even brought the cat back to the country. Song Jiawen glanced over. "Shang Shang?" Xu Wanqing shouted, but no one answered. The girl must be sleeping in again. Song Jiawen finished speaking and headed straight for the bedroom. Xu Wanqing hurriedly followed in. As a result, the two of them entered the bedroom and were directly dumbfounded. They saw a man and a woman lying on the bed in the bedroom, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing, and a thin blanket was covering the two of them. Ah! Xu Wanqing was also dumbfounded. She thought to herself, this damned girl, Xia Yuxing, has developed so quickly with Lu Ming that the two of them have already ascended to the path of bliss. Song Jiawen's face gradually turned cold as she watched this scene. Xu Wanqing secretly exclaimed, "This is bad," and quickly walked up to Xia Yuxing, patted her on the shoulder, and said, "Yuxing, wake up." "Huh?" Xia Yuxing opened her eyes dazedly and said, "Hey, Wanqing, why are you here?" She said she had just finished speaking when she saw her mother standing nearby, her eyes wide with surprise. "Shangshan, you hurry up and get dressed with Lu Ming and come out, Auntie, let's go out first." Xu Wanqing finished speaking and pulled Song Jiawen out of the bedroom. Xia Yuxing was confused by this inexplicable sentence. She turned her head and looked next to her, and saw Lu Ming, who was still fast asleep, and sat up abruptly. "Damn it!" Xia Yuxing let out a sigh of relief when she lifted the blanket and looked inside. The clothes of her and Lu Ming were intact. It was obvious that nothing had happened, except that the two of them got drunk after finishing the bottle of XO last night. But Wanqing and my mom saw it just now, so this is hard to explain. "You bastard, get up!" Xia Yuxing angrily patted Lu Ming. "Stop it!" Lu Ming said dazedly. "Stop it your ass!" "Still sleeping." Xia Yuxing angrily kicked Lu Ming out of bed with one foot. Lu Ming woke up suddenly after the fall. "Huh? Boss, good morning, why are you in my bed?" "You bastard! Look carefully. This is my bed, not yours." Xia Yuxing glared at him. "Huh?" Lu Ming let out a gasp, remembering that the two of them had drunk last night. Could it be that the two of them had drunkenly? He quickly looked at himself and said, fortunately. Chapter 22, All sons-in-law are afraid of meeting their mothers-in-law. Xia Yuxing was furious when she heard Lu Ming's okay. What does he mean? It sounds like if something happened, this guy would lose out. What do you mean okay? Hurry up and come outside with me, my mother and Xu Wanqing are here. They just saw the two of us sleeping in the same bed. Well, your mother and Xu Wanqing, what? Your mother? Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. With trepidation, the two of them walked out of the room. At this time, Xu Wanqing and the other were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Lu Ming glanced at the female devil of a mother, Song Jiawen, and indeed she was worthy of being a businesswoman, with the same combination of charisma and majesty. "Mom, why are you here?" Xia Yuxing pretended to be calm, rubbing his hair. "What? I can't come?" "Shangshan, why didn't you tell your father and me that you had returned to China?" "If I hadn't met Wanqing today, I wouldn't have known that you had returned to China." Song Jiawen's tone was full of resentment. Xia Yuxing glanced at Xu Wanqing, who shrunk back, looking a little apologetic. "I've only just returned to China and taken up my post. It's only been a month, and I haven't even settled in yet." "What do you mean settled in? You're just being willful and stubborn." "And who is he?" Song Jiawen looked at Lu Ming. "Hello, Auntie, my name is Lu Ming, I am." Lu Ming was about to explain. Unexpectedly, Xia Yuxing spoke first, "Who else could it be?" "Mom, you saw it all, he is my boyfriend, Lu Ming." "Huh?" Lu Ming was a little confused. "Xiao Lu, how old are you? What do you do? Where is your family from? How many people are there in your family? When did you and Shang Shang start dating?" Suddenly, Song Jiawen asked a series of questions. Lu Ming was even more confused and didn't know which one to answer. "Mom, you're interrogating him, Lu Ming, you go back first." Xia Yuxing signaled at Lu Ming with his eyes. Lu Ming quickly said, "Auntie, I still have something to do, so I'll go back first. I'll treat you to dinner some other time." After saying this, he left. In fact, last time when they were drinking, from Xu Wanqing's mouth, Lu Ming also learned some things about Xia Yuxing. Her parents are both workaholics, busy with work all year round. She lacked the company of her parents during her childhood, and she grew up with her grandmother before high school, and she has the deepest feelings for her grandmother. Lu Ming felt a little ashamed. He had just been misunderstood by her mother Song Jiawen. He wondered if the relationship between the female devil and his mother would become even more tense. "Damn it, it's all my fault for drinking too much last night." He thought back carefully, and suddenly his eyelids twitched. It was because he suddenly remembered that last night, he also flirted with the female devil's melon size. At that time, it seemed that the female devil didn't even get mad, but arrogantly said that she was D. "I really didn't realize it, the female devil is a deep and hidden person." Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. In the evening, Lu Ming returned from the market after buying some groceries and ran into Xia Yuxing and Xu Wanqing downstairs. "Hi, Lu Ming, going grocery shopping?" Xu Wanqing shouted from afar. Lu Ming secretly cursed, fearing that he might lose the groceries he had just bought, so he pretended not to hear and walked away with his head down. But Xu Wanqing, a female police officer, ran so fast that she was in front of him in no time. "Humph. Handsome guy Lu. Why are you running? You slept with Sheng Shang last night, didn't you feel guilty?" Xu Wanqing grabbed Lu Ming's arm and asked deliberately. Lu Ming was a little embarrassed and said helplessly, "Wanqing, don't make trouble." "Wanqing, don't talk nonsense." Xia Yuxing's pretty face flushed when she heard this. Xu Wanqing continued teasing, "Oh, so you two are already in the same boat?" Lu Ming ignored her and asked, "Boss, has Auntie left?" "Yes." "Boss, why didn't you let me explain to Auntie in the morning?" Xia Yuxing glared at him and said, "Can you explain this situation? Besides, do you know what kind of person my mom hates the most? She hates people who dare to do something but won't admit it." Xu Wanqing said leisurely, Right, I still don't believe that nothing happened between you two." Lu Ming hurriedly explained, "Sister Wanqing, the boss and I just got drunk and fell asleep together." "Fell asleep together? Ha, what's sleeping together?" Xu Wanqing couldn't stop laughing. Lu Ming helplessly asked, "Is Auntie angry?" Xia Yuxing said, "Why be angry? Besides, it's my freedom to fall in love with whom I like. But from what I know about my mother, she'll definitely try to find you alone behind my back." "What? Find me alone?" Lu Ming's eyelid twitched. Xu Wanqing teased, "Puff, Shang Shang, look at him, he's scared." "What's wrong? Are all sons-in-law afraid of meeting their mothers-in-law? What's son-in-law? You little brat, if you say anything else, I'll slap you." Xia Yuxing glared at her. "So, boss, what should I tell Auntie if she wants to see me?" "Just tell her the truth." "Okay." The three of them arrived on the third floor as they talked. Lu Ming carried the groceries and walked towards home, while Xia Yuxing and Xu Wanqing followed behind, not at all interested in going home themselves. Alas, the 2 caddies of ribs I just bought today are doomed. Soon, Lu Ming had prepared a whole table of dishes. "I'll go home and get a bottle of wine." Xia Yuxing looked at the table full of dishes and his appetite was aroused. He wanted to drink something. "Lu Ming, did you see that, and you're still drinking?" Obviously, last night's incident didn't affect Sheng Sheng at all. Xu Wanqing winked and smiled. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. But every minute, Xia Yuxing rushed back. "Oh no! Something's happened. What's wrong?" Lu Ming and Xu Wanqing were both taken aback. Xia Yuxing said anxiously, "When we went out this afternoon, I forgot to close the window, and Pippi disappeared. It's possible that he ran out." "What? So he's been out all afternoon?" Xu Wanqing's face fell. "What should we do?" Xia Yuxing was so anxious that she was about to cry. While she was abroad, she was always accompanied by the big orange cat Pai Pai, who was closer to her than her parents. Lu Ming immediately said calmly, "Boss, don't worry. Usually, when a cat runs away, it doesn't go too far. Most of the time, it just wanders around the community. Let's the 3 of us go and look for it in the community." Good. Xia Yuxing nodded immediately. So the 3 of them quickly went downstairs and split up to look in 3 different directions. After not walking far, Lu Ming suddenly slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered that he had just drawn the ability to track from thousands of miles in the system, which could be used to find the fat cat. He quickly called Xia Yuxing. "Hey, boss, send me a picture of Pippi right away." "Ah? A picture? Well, I'll post it to the owners group and ask everyone to help find it." Lu Ming found an excuse. Okay. Xia Yuxing hung up the phone and quickly sent a picture of a big, fat orange Pippi. Lu Ming immediately used the tracking function to locate the big, fat orange as soon as he received the picture. Chapter 23, You're going to be a grandmother soon, aren't you? Lu Ming followed the location locked by the remote tracking and quickly arrived at an holly tree, where he heard a mewing cat sound from behind. When he walked around to the back, he arrived at big fat tangerine Pai Pai, but there was also a blue cat next to her. Hey, I didn't expect my remote tracking ability to be so accurate and useful. Phew. The blue cat saw someone coming and hurriedly ran away. Meow. When the big, fat orange cat saw that the person coming was Lu Ming, she hissed at him, looking angry, as if she had been interrupted in something. Holy cow, Pai Pai, you weren't stealing a male cat, were you? Lu Ming was stunned. Ow. Pai Pai let out an impatient yell. Hey, do you know that you sneaking out like this has made your mommy panic? Lu Ming said, walking over and preparing to grab the big fat cat. Unexpectedly, Pippi took the lead and quickly climbed up an old pagoda tree nearby. You rotten cat, get down here. Lu Ming could not catch up. At this time, the big fat orange Pippi climbed to the top of a tree trunk, narrowed his cat's eyes at Lu Ming, and looked arrogant, ignoring Lu Ming's words completely. Lu Ming helplessly called Xia Yuxing. In a moment, Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing came running over. Hey, Lu Ming, where's the cat? Zhu Wanqing ran up and asked impatiently. Xia Yuxing also looked at him anxiously. Lu Ming pointed up at the locust tree and said, It's up there. You go get it, I'll call her, she won't come down. When I found her just now, she was messing around with a blue cat. I guess she didn't like me interrupting her fun. Puff, haha. Zhu Wanqing suddenly burst out laughing and said, Shang Shang, it turns out that Pippi ran out to fall in love. Lu Ming thought to himself, fall in love? That's such a refined description, it's obviously a date. Xia Yuxing stood under the locust tree and saw Pippi at a glance, and her heart felt relieved. Pippi, come down quickly, do you know that you secretly ran out and made me worry? As a result, when Big Fat Orange heard her words, he remained unmoved and refused to come down. Boss, it seems that you are not a good owner either. This big fat cat is so rebellious. Lu Ming gloated a little. Zhu Wanqing also said from the side, Pippi, I am your Wanqing sister-in-law, come down quickly and let me have a sniff. Lu Ming was speechless. When you put it like that, he said, he was even less likely to come down. Pippi, if you don't come down, I'm going to be angry. I'm going to count to 3, and if you're not down by then, I'm going back. 1, 2, 3. After 3, the big orange panda was still perched on the tree trunk. Xia Yuxing was angry and turned to leave. Hey! Lu Ming and Zhu Wanqing were both at a loss. Unexpectedly, Pippi the chubby orange cat suddenly got the courage and hurriedly climbed down from the tree, following Xia Yuxing's back. Zhu Wanqing laughed and said, Lu Ming, you see? Even cats know that women are not to be trifled with. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. The 3 of them returned upstairs, where Xia Yuxing fed Pippi the cat food before taking the wine to 301. Boss, has Pippi been neutered yet? You're not going to be a grandmother anytime soon, are you? Lu Ming joked. Xia Yuxing immediately glared at him and said, First, go get your hammer fixed. Ouch. Era Hammer, who was lying down nearby, was so scared that he ran away. Zhu Wanqing laughed and said, Don't worry, Shang Shang, it'll be fine. It's not like there's such a coincidence. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Stop it, you two, acting like you're happy about it. Are you going to drink or not? Xia Yuxing asked, picking up the bottle of red wine. Zhu Wanqing said, If you want to drink, go ahead. I can't drink lately. I'm on call for a big case, even after work. Then I won't drink either. Xia Yuxing put the bottle down. Lu Ming asked curiously, Sister Wanqing, what big case is it? Could it be a murderer? No, it's not. It's a theft case, a robbery suspect. The amount involved is already over 1 million yuan. He escaped during the arrest 2 months ago, and the authorities are taking it very seriously. Zhu Wanqing gave a rough description. The amount involved is over 1 million yuan? Lu Ming was a little surprised. This thief is quite something. Yes, this thief is a repeat offender and is familiar with anti-surveillance methods. Now that there has been no clue for a month, he may have already left Yanbei. Zhu Wanqing looked helpless. Sister Wanqing, do you have a photo of the thief? Let me see what kind of cunning person this is. Lu Ming pretended to ask casually. Because he thought of his 1,000-mile tracking, finding the cat at once, he must be able to find the hiding place of a criminal. Xia Yuxing said, What are you looking at? Wanqing has confidentiality regulations for investigating cases, so don't let her violate the discipline. Lu Ming was startled. Damn, a thief still needs confidentiality? Shang Shang, it's fine. Besides, our bureau's official account has previously posted a wanted notice calling on the public to provide clues. Zhu Wanqing said, picked up her phone, and opened the official account. She quickly found the announcement and opened it to hand it to Lu Ming. The suspected thief was named Peng San, real name unknown, and at the end of the wanted notice were several photos of the thief. Lu Ming saw the photos and immediately mentally activated the tracking function. The next moment, his mind locked onto the location of the suspect Peng San. Kwazuyuan community? Lu Ming's eyelid twitched. Because this Kwazuyuan is only a 15-minute walk from his Yushuiwan community, he never expected this guy to be hiding here. So he said deliberately, "Huh? This person looks familiar to me." "Huh? Lu Ming, have you seen this person before?" Lu Ming pretended to think for a moment, then said with a sudden realization, "I remember now, I think I saw this person near Kwazuyuan." "Are you sure?" "Lu Ming, are you sure you're not remembering it wrong?" Xia Yuxing didn't think it was that coincidental. Lu Ming said, "Isn't the market next to Kwazuyuan? I often go there to buy food and visit the fresh food supermarket." "Lu Ming, you really saw him?" Zhu Wanqing was a little agitated. Lu Ming deliberately said, "Well, I think I have seen her. I have always had a good memory." Zhu Wanqing suddenly stood up and said, "No, I have to go to Kwazuyuan to investigate now." "Ah? Wanqing, it's so late, you can just go tomorrow." Xia Yuxing was taken aback. "You guys don't know, when investigating a case or pursuing someone, you can't let go of even the slightest clue, and you need to verify it as soon as possible, because if you wait too long, things will change." Zhu Wanqing said, already picked up the phone, ready to go. Lu Ming frowned and said, "Sister Wanqing, I'll go with you in the middle of the night." "And me?" Xia Yuxing echoed. "That's fine. I'll trouble you too." Zhu Wanqing smiled and flirted, having a companion in the middle of the night, and not being lonely. Xia Yuxing said speechlessly, "You little brat, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll fix you." Chapter 24, Tracking Down Criminals from Thousands of Miles Away. The three quickly arrived at the commercial area outside the Tsuizhu Garden community. Zhu Wanqing immediately took the photo and asked around at the fresh food store, supermarket, barbershop, and pedicure shop outside the community to see if there were any clues. However, the owners of the previous shops looked at it and didn't have any impression. Lu Ming knew that the ability to track down criminals from thousands of miles away should not be wrong. At the moment, the location of the suspect Peng San had not moved, and he was in the Tsuizhu Garden community. Finally, at a tobacco shop, the owner looked at the photo and said he had a vague impression that someone had come in to buy cigarettes yesterday. At the same time, the owner said that the person in the photo was a bald man, but the person who came to the store to buy cigarettes was a man with brown hair. The owner just felt that the faces looked similar, so he wasn't sure. Since there was no surveillance in the store, it could not be verified. The three of them walked out of the store, and Xia Yuxing said, "Could it be that the owner remembered it wrong?" Zhu Wanqing said, "I don't think so. Think about it, if it was just one person who made a mistake, it would be possible, but now Lu Ming and the owner of the tobacco shop both have an impression, and my intuition tells me that Peng San is hiding in the nearby community." Lu Ming reminded him, "That's right, the nearest community to this supermarket is Kwazuyuan." Xia Yuxing said, "But we can't go to the community and search house by house, there are hundreds of households in this community." Zhu Wanqing thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Since we have a clue, let me report to the team leader tomorrow and try to deploy police to investigate." Lu Ming couldn't say it outright either, but deploying police to investigate should bear fruit. Just as Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing were about to go back, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Because he had used his ability to track from afar, he suddenly noticed that the location of the suspect Peng San was moving. This should mean that he had left his home. "Why don't we go for a stroll in Tsuizhu Garden community, just in case we get lucky?" Lu Ming volunteered. "Ha, Lu Ming, I've noticed that you're more dedicated than I am as a cop." Zhu Wanqing laughed, covering her mouth. Lu Ming said deliberately, "Hey, I won't hide it from you guys, when I was a kid, my dream was to become a cop. I find solving cases very exciting." Zhu Wanqing said, "That's fine, let's just take a stroll around the community." So the three of them walked into the residential area. Lu Ming deliberately led the two of them in the direction of the suspect's location, based on the location tracked by the system. At this time, in the fire lane of the residential area, at the corner ahead, a long-haired woman wearing glasses, a dress, and carrying a black backpack suddenly walked towards them. Lu Ming's heart suddenly started pounding, because according to the location tracked by the system, this woman was the suspect Peng San. But why was it a woman? The system can't be wrong, so Peng San must be wearing makeup. Soon the three of them passed by Peng San, who was walking in the opposite direction. In the dim light of the residential area, Lu Ming glanced carefully and sure enough, the long-haired woman was cross-dressing. Because she was a woman, neither Zhu Wanqing nor Xia Yuxing paid much attention. When Lu Ming took Zhu Wanqing and Xia Yuxing around a corner, he suddenly pulled them back. Lu Ming, why are you holding my hand? Xia Yuxing frowned. Lu Ming said seriously, Wanqing, boss, the person who just passed us by was Peng San. That person just now? Lu Ming, are you stupid? The person who just passed by was a woman. Xia Yuxing thought about it. Zhu Wanqing agreed, yes. Lu Ming explained, Wanqing, you're a cop, don't you notice that woman is very strange? She's a woman, why is she carrying a man's backpack? Zhu Wanqing pondered, it is a bit strange. The important thing is that you didn't notice his shoes, a pair of 43 athletic shoes. How many women have you seen wearing such a large size? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and asked in return. Oh, Lu Ming, you're right, that is a bit unusual. Hurry, let's quietly follow him and take a look. Zhu Wanqing immediately turned around and followed him quietly. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing followed behind them. The three of them quickly caught up with Peng San, who was dressed as a woman, carrying a bag. He quickly arrived at the door of a black car. He quickly opened his backpack and took out the tool. He was jimmying the car door. Zhu Wanqing is, after all, a policeman and is very familiar with this kind of car door prying. Lu Ming frowned and said, prying the car door and carrying a black bag, he's not trying to escape, is he? Ha! Zhu Wanqing's eyelids twitched at Lu Ming's reminder. This is a very real possibility. Obviously, he can't let him escape. If he does, it will be difficult to find him again. He can't let him escape. Zhu Wanqing immediately quickened her pace and walked forward. Xia Yuxing was shocked. Hey, Wanqing, don't be impulsive. If you don't, it'll be too late. She shook off Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing and walked towards the car in front. It was already dark, and Peng San was already trying to break into the car when he suddenly heard footsteps. He quickly stopped in his tracks. Then he turned his head and saw Zhu Wanqing, whose footsteps were accelerating. Peng San was extremely alert, immediately dropped his tools and ran, carrying his bag. Stop right there. Zhu Wanqing immediately rushed up, moving extremely fast, and grabbed Peng San's shoulder. Instinctively, Peng San picked up the backpack in his hand and swung it towards Zhu Wanqing. Zhu Wanqing quickly dodged, but instead grabbed one of Peng San's arms and performed a direct shoulder throw. Pop! Peng San was thrown to the ground. Lu Ming was stunned. He had never expected Zhu Wanqing to be so skilled, and she was indeed a criminal police officer. But just as Zhu Wanqing was about to pin Peng San down, Peng San suddenly wiped his right hand around his waist, and a shiny dagger was thrust towards Zhu Wanqing's upper body. What? Xia Yuxing, who was not far away, was shocked when he saw this. Zhu Wanqing was also stunned. If this knife stabbed down, it would make a bloody hole. At this critical moment, she suddenly felt a hand grab her arm from behind, and then she was dragged backward. Peng San's dagger directly stabbed into nothing. Zhu Wanqing was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat, and only then did she see that the person who dragged her from the back door was Lu Ming. Xia Yuxing let out a sigh of relief when she saw that her best friend was fine. But the next moment, she was stunned. Because Peng San took advantage of this gap to quickly get up and rush in her direction. Stop! Xia Yuxing instinctively wanted to block. Get out of the way. I'm going to die. Peng San rushed up, and the dagger in his hand slashed towards Xia Yuxing's face. Xia Yuxing wanted to avoid it, but she couldn't move because her legs were not responding, so she closed her eyes in fear. But the dagger did not hurt her. When she opened her eyes again, she saw that Lu Ming had originally embraced Peng San's waist from behind. Peng San immediately broke free with great force, while at the same time stabbing Lu Ming's arm with the dagger in his hand. At this time, Zhu Wanqing also rushed over, and when she saw that Lu Ming had been stabbed, she became furious. Damn it! Zhu Wanqing kicked Peng San between the legs. Chapter 25, You must not give yourself to him. Zhu Wanqing's kick landed directly on the man's most vulnerable spot. Peng San's entire body's strength instantly dissipated, and he let out a cry as he could no longer stand. Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and knocked Peng San down and pinned him to the ground. Zhu Wanqing quickly cooperated by clasping Peng San's arm from behind, and took out handcuffs from his pocket to quickly cuff Peng San. Don't fucking move. Zhu Wanqing was so angry that she gave Peng San 3 consecutive slaps. Lu Ming, you're bleeding. At this moment, Xia Yusheng ran up anxiously and suddenly saw Lu Ming's bleeding arm. Lu Ming looked down and only then reacted, gritting his teeth in pain. Shit! You've hurt me! He was so angry that he also gave Peng San a few punches. Xu Wanqing quickly said, Shang Shang, go to the pharmacy across the street and buy some bandages to stop Lu Ming's bleeding. Okay. Xia Yusheng ran to the pharmacy in a panic. When he returned with the bandages, he saw Xu Wanqing and Lu Ming punching and kicking Peng San. You're still struggling. Xu Wanqing roared. Xia Yusheng then quickly helped Lu Ming bandage his wound. Xu Wanqing said gratefully, Lu Ming, thank you, I owe you this time. Sister Wanqing, let's not just say thank you, next time you buy me some more tonics, my arm hurts. Lu Ming teased with a grin. Xu Wanqing quickly agreed, okay, I will buy them. Xia Yusheng burst out laughing, and her nerves, which had been on edge, relaxed. Xia Yusheng was still shaken by the dangerous scene that had just happened. If it weren't for Lu Ming, Xu Wanqing and herself would have been injured. At this moment, looking at Lu Ming in front of her, she felt a little more admiration and gratitude in her heart. Xu Wanqing then called the team leader. 10 minutes later, 2 police cars arrived, and several policemen got out and took Peng San directly to the car. Xu Wanqing said, Shang Shang, I have to accompany my colleagues back to the station to cooperate in the handling, so why don't you accompany Lu Ming to the hospital to deal with the wound first? Okay, you go ahead, I'll take Lu Ming to the hospital. Xia Yusheng nodded. The two then went to the hospital. After the doctor examined Lu Ming, he was lucky that the wound was not deep, but he still had to rest for a month. He was given medicine, wrapped in gauze, and bandaged, and hung around his neck. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the injury was to his left hand, as he was right-handed. When they got home, it was already 11 p.m. Lu Ming, during your recovery, if you need help with anything, just let me know. You only have one hand right now, so it's inconvenient. Xia Yusheng said generously. Lu Ming couldn't help but joke, hey, boss, you see that I'm injured, so how about you give me a month's vacation? That's not possible. Hey, boss, you're being too cruel, I'm injured and you're not giving me a vacation? You've injured your left arm, but your right arm is fine, so it won't slow you down clicking the mouse. Lu Ming said impatiently, hey, Xia Yusheng, I'm your rescuer. Is this how you treat your benefactor? If you want to take a break, take a few days off, but not a whole month. Xia Yusheng felt a little guilty. If Lu Ming hadn't caught Peng San in time, her face might have been scratched. Boss, if it wasn't for me, your face would have been scratched and you would have a scar. You wouldn't be able to get married then. Gee, you can see how much I've done for you, you should marry me. Lu Ming joked cheekily. Go away. Xia Yusheng glared at him. Ah, boss, you were so stupid, didn't you know to hide when the criminals were holding the daggers? I wanted to hide too, but my legs wouldn't listen. Xia Yusheng pouted. Lu Ming grinned and said, gee, boss, you're a female devil, you don't even have the guts, did you pee your pants in fear? Get out. Xia Yusheng stood up and said, I'm sleepy, I'm going back to bed. Don't go, boss, it's inconvenient for me to undress by myself, you have to help me. Go to hell. Xia Yusheng was a little angry. This Lu Ming really became more and more bold. Now he even dared to molest himself. Damn it. On Monday, Lu Ming still went to work as normal. When he arrived at the company, the way he was bandaged up made his colleagues curious and sympathetic. Lu Ming didn't explain much, just that he had hurt himself while helping a friend. In fact, he knew that Xia Yusheng didn't let him rest for a reason. One was the Win-Win 5, for which the next year's fundraising had already started, so things were relatively busy. In addition, he needed to issue his new wealth management fund, Monthly Win, and there were many preliminary materials to submit and some approval procedures. Win-Win 5, because of Lu Ming's efforts, the returns reached a new high. When the next year's fundraising opened, it immediately attracted a large number of wealth management customers, and in just one day, the task of raising 100 million was completed. This speed not only shocked the entire company, but also attracted the envy and jealousy of his peers. At the same time, the story of Lu Ming turning things around also spread in the private equity community. In just 1 month, his amazing track record made his reputation soar. As a result, many of his private equity peers began to use headhunters and plot to poach him. It was a research meeting that day. Xia Yusheng brought up the matter of Lu Ming's new wealth management fund, winning every month, for discussion. Xian Yue, a lackey, jumped to his feet and spoke out against it. I object. In financial investment trading, in addition to personal judgment and analysis, there is always an element of luck. The ability of a trader must be verified during a bear or bull cycle. Lu Ming has just started as a trader, and he already has a sure win in his hands, the number 5, and he has just been given a higher trading limit. How can he continue to add weight? You have to know that a trader's energy is limited, and with multiple plates in the air, Lu Ming obviously doesn't have the experience yet. Not to mention that he only has one right hand left. Qian You's teasing words drew a laugh from everyone. Lu Ming, upon hearing this, cursed Qian You's ancestors, saying, "Damn it, I can do a lot with just one right hand, and I won't even be delayed in watching porn." Guo Rui, the investment director, also expressed his opinion. Lao Qian is right, Xiaozong, even if Lu Ming is incredibly talented, it still needs time to be verified. What if he's just a lucky idiot? I don't think there's any need for you to discuss this kind of thing. After these words were spoken, the managers of other wealth management departments also agreed with him. Lu Ming sat in the back, looking a little shocked. Damn it, this old fox really knows how to talk. Not only did he blatantly belittle himself, he also openly questioned President Xia Yuxing's ability to execute. Vice President Gu Hongfei, as usual, gave a kind smile and didn't comment. In the face of the pressure of everyone's opposition, Xia Yuxing spoke calmly. After careful consideration, I have decided to give Lu Ming a chance. Chapter 26, A Nap in the CEO's Office. Lu Ming was quite moved when he heard Xia Yuxing's words. Xia Yuxing had defied the opinions of others, and the Yeyeying project was now on the agenda. There were all kinds of discussions in the company. Some people said that President Xia was supporting his own people. Others said that President Xia was decisive and swift, while still others said that he was domineering and autocratic, and would not listen to advice. After lunch that day, Lu Ming remembered something and went upstairs to find Xia Yuxing. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Xia Yuxing was sitting on the sofa reading a book. During the lunch break, basically no one would disturb her. Xia Yuxing looked up curiously and saw Lu Ming smilingly walking in. Why are you here? Hey, boss, I've come to talk to you about something. It's lunch break. Do you want to take a break, boss? Take a nap during lunch break? Not really, I want to read. Lu Ming sat down on the sofa as if he already knew the boss well, and laughed. Boss, I have something important to tell you. Just get to the point. Xia Yuxing gave him a cold stare. It's like this, boss. Last Friday night, when we were having a get-together, I ran into Jiabiao, the one you fired, at the hotel, and the people who went to the private room with him were Director Guo Rui and Guo. At the beginning of the weekend, there was the misunderstanding after getting drunk, and then there was the arrest of the thief, and Lu Ming almost forgot about it. Xia Yuxing was a little taken aback, and then asked, well, then what? I then secretly listened at the door of the private room. Guess what I heard? What? I heard Jiabiao say that the reason he was betting on a single stock, Jiumei Hao, was at the behest of Guo Rui. Lu Ming leaned over to Xia Yuxing's ear and whispered. Xia Yuxing's pretty face flushed, and her heart pounded. Damn, just now Lu Ming's mouth suddenly came close, and she thought the guy was going to kiss her. Did you really hear Jiabiao say that? In fact, before this, Xia Yuxing had also suspected it. After all, Jiabiao's shuffle and violent increase in positions were a bit idiotic. Of course it's true. Boss, I suspect that between Director Guo and Jiabiao, there must be some kind of secret. So, you have to be careful of Guo Rui, that old fox. Lu Ming reminded him. Okay, I got it. But Lu Ming, remember, don't go blabbing about this to anyone. Even if Guo Rui has a problem, there's no evidence yet. Xia Yuxing was still grateful for Lu Ming's kind reminder. Well, of course I know that. Lu Ming said, stood up, and suddenly walked to the front of the lounge. The president's office is not only large, but also equipped with a separate lounge bedroom. Wow, you really are the president, you have a great deal of perks, a bed, a private bathroom, and by the way, boss, you just said you don't sleep at noon? Lu Ming grinned. Xia Yuxing frowned and said, what are you doing? Since you don't sleep, I'll sleep here. Lu Ming said and walked into the restroom. You jerk, no way, get out of here. What if the employees see you sleeping here? Xia Yuxing hurriedly walked up to him and tried to stop him with her hand. But Lu Ming grabbed Xia Yuxing's wrist and said with a smile, boss, look, I have a bandage on my arm. The doctor said I need to rest more. Don't forget how I hurt my arm. Xia Yuxing was suddenly speechless and unable to refuse. When she looked up again, the guy Lu Ming was already lying on the bed in the lounge. Fine, cheeky, go to sleep. Xia Yuxing reluctantly agreed. However, it was still less than 1 p.m. in the afternoon when Lu Ming was woken up by Xia Yuxing and kicked out of the CEO's office. Just as he had left the CEO's office, he happened to run into the CEO's assistant Li Xiaoya. Hey, Manager Lu, why are you coming out of the CEO's office? Well, I took a nap. Lu Ming nodded and left. Li Xiaoya was confused. What do you mean you took a nap? With whom? How? In the afternoon, Lu Ming asked Dong Xiaojie to prepare the approval materials and documents for the monthly win. This time, Lu Ming decided to first purchase 300,000 yuan of his own wealth management fund. At the same time, he also opened up internal fundraising channels within the company and announced it in the company's internal group. Dong Xiaojie also decided to buy 50,000, and Zhong Xiaoman bought 20,000. Cheng Mingyuan, an old boss, also gave his face and bought 100,000. But apart from that, many colleagues in the company did not participate. One reason was that the grassroots employees were not part of the wealthy class and did not have much money at hand, and short-term wealth management, which was a stock-based wealth management fund, was extremely risky. As for the middle and senior management, everyone knew that Guo Rui, the investment director, had openly opposed Lu Ming at the investment research meeting. These people are the most perceptive, and even if they want to participate, after some consideration, they may back off. Lu Ming sighed. Guo Rui is a fox, with so much authority. No wonder, the investment director is the third most important person in the company, and Guo Rui is a big shot in the investment industry. A character like this, the company directors will give him some face. The fundraising goal for monthly win is 100 million, and naturally Lu Ming hopes to complete the fundraising task. But this goal is still very difficult for him. As for how much funding can be raised, it seems that it depends on the marketing department's promotional efforts. The sales and distribution channels for private equity funds mainly include private equity sales, broker sales, third-party platform sales, bank sales, trusts, limited partnerships, and other methods. And these methods are all controlled and managed by the company's marketing department. At this moment, the landline on Lu Ming's desk rang. He picked it up and answered it, not expecting it to be Guo Rui calling, and he had even asked him to meet him for a cup of coffee at the cafe downstairs. Lu Ming rubbed his chin, wondering if the fox was inviting him for coffee. This must be the weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. Ah, pooh, I'm not a chicken. It should be the weasel wishing the dragon a happy new year. Lu Ming told Dong Xiaojie and then went downstairs. When he arrived at the cafe, he saw Guo Rui. Oh, Lu, you're here. Come, order whatever you like. Guo Rui smiled. No thanks, Director Guo, I'm quite busy at work. What can I do for you? Lu Ming sat down across from him. Guo Rui said with a smile, Lu, I've come to congratulate you. You've turned around the Win 5 fund beautifully, and now you're launching a new wealth management fund. Well, thank you, Director Guo, for your praise. I will definitely not let the company down. Lu Ming was even more confused. There was no need for Guo Rui to flatter him. Guo Rui changed the subject and said, Lu, at the investment research meeting this morning, I didn't mean those words directed at you. I was actually protecting you. Protecting me? That's right. You've seen the results of your trading of the Sure Win number 5. The most important thing at this stage is to consolidate your current results. But at this stage, Xia Yuxing suddenly gave you more work to do, focusing only on revenue and profit. He's completely taking advantage of you. Chapter 27. Are you declaring your love for me? Lu Ming was taken aback. Oh, so Guo Rui is playing the divide and conquer game. Exploit me? How? Lu, think about it. If your trading strategy produces results, that's fine, but if it doesn't, or if you lose money, Xia Yuxing will push you into a bottomless pit, and your future will be ruined. Guo Rui, you're saying this? In fact, I took the initiative to propose issuing a new fund to President Xia. Lu Ming said. You took the initiative? Guo Rui was a little confused. That's right. I didn't realize that you, Lu, were so ambitious. It seems that I underestimated you before. But since you want to do a good job with the new fund, how about this? I'll create some favorable conditions for you. Guo Rui changed the subject again. What favorable conditions? During the time when the new fund is being issued here, I'll find someone else to take over your Win 5 and you can focus on managing the new Win every month fund. Find someone else to take over? Lu Ming was stunned. Nima, this Guo Rui is shameless, this is robbing performance. Lu, don't get me wrong, this Win number 5 is still yours. After your new fund stabilizes, I will transfer Win number 5 back, which is more secure. Guo Rui looked like he was doing it for your own good. Lu Ming is not stupid, and how could he believe such high-sounding words? Lu Ming knows that as long as he hands over Win number 5, he will be at the mercy of others if he wants it back. Director Guo, don't worry, what's 2 funds? I always have too much energy to put to use. Don't mention 2, I can handle a few more funds. Director Guo, do you have any extra plates in your hand that you can hand over to me as well? The guy shamelessly replied. What? Lu, what do you mean? What I just said was for your own good. Guo Rui was obviously a little angry. Lu Ming said seriously, Director Guo, what I mean is that I am confident that I can do a good job without Director Guo's special care and worry. Okay, Lu Ming, since you don't know how to be grateful, you'd better watch out for yourself in the future. Guo Rui's face tightened and he walked out of the cafe with a cold snort. It has to be said that Guo Rui, the old fox, came quickly with his revenge for personal gain. After the release of Lu Ming's monthly Win, the marketing department did not promote and sell it hard in various channels. This was obviously because Guo Rui was interfering. So the fundraising for monthly Win can be imagined. A week has passed, and the fundraising is less than 10 million. Of course, there is another reason for this. That is, although he has made many customers aware of him through his Win 5 product. Win 5 is a conservative financial product, and his customer base is mainly conservative and stable. However, his new fund, Monthly Win, is a stock-based product that is short-term and carries a high degree of risk. Lu Ming rubbed his chin, pondering a good solution. Ding dong. Just then, his WeChat suddenly rang. Lu Ming picked up his phone and saw that Zhu Wanqing had created a group chat and added him and Xia Yuxing. Zhu Wanqing, hey, my 2 friends who own properties in Royal Lakes, get some wine and snacks ready tonight, I'll come over for a drink. Xia Yuxing, oh, you finally remembered us, bitch. Zhu Wanqing, I've been busy with the trial all week, I'm not being ungrateful. Lu Ming, Wanqing, where are the supplements you promised me? Zhu Wanqing, I've bought them, I'll bring them over tonight. Don't forget to prepare the wine and food. Lu Ming, Wanqing, you're speaking sense. I only have 1 good hand left, and you want me to cook? Zhu Wanqing, oh dear, I forgot about that. Who's going to cook then? Xia Yuxing, it's not me, anyway. I can set the kitchen on fire. Zhu Wanqing, let's have hot pot that night. Lu Ming, okay, then I'll trouble Wanqing to bring the ingredients. Xia Yuxing, seconded. Zhu Wanqing, you 2 are so mean. Xia Yuxing at Zhu Wanqing, knock it off. Lu Ming, there's one more thing. I haven't showered in over a week, and I can't use one hand. Can one of you help me out tonight? Xia Yuxing, that would definitely be Wanqing, the criminal you helped catch. Zhu Wanqing, it should be you, Yuxing. Lu Ming hurt his arm trying to save you. So these 2 women started to pass the buck in the group. Lu Ming, are you 2 ashamed of pushing each other like this? No, you 2 can do it together. Xia Yuxing, do you want to die? Zhu Wanqing, my mother said that I can't look at a man's body before I get married. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself that this is what women are like. He was just joking. So after work, Lu Ming took the initiative to wait for Xia Yuxing to finish work in the garage. Because after being injured, Xia Yuxing had given the full-time driver a long vacation, and she took the initiative to drive Lu Ming to and from work every day, which Lu Ming still enjoyed very much. While on the road, Xia Yuxing took the initiative to ask, Lu Ming, how much has your Win every month raised? Well, it's less than 10 million. It's okay, you just started trading, and there are still a lot of people who don't know you. Xia Yuxing said reassuringly. Lu Ming nodded and didn't mention Guo Rui, but he had come up with a solution. Boss, I want to add a guaranteed interest rate to the monthly Win, is that possible? What? You want to add a guaranteed interest rate? How much do you want to add? 3%. Xia Yuxing shook his head and said, Lu Ming, do you know what this means? Lu Ming naturally knew what it meant. With an interest rate of 3%, it was equivalent to the interest rate on a time deposit, and it was guaranteed. This was equivalent to having a private placement to back it up, and wealth management customers would definitely like it. This meant that the risk of wealth management was transferred from the customer to the company. If the monthly win lost money, it meant that the company would actually lose money. Lu Ming, even if I support and agree to your proposal, the company's board of directors will oppose it, do you understand? Xia Yuxing said with a heavy heart. Lu Ming shrugged helplessly, well, I understand. Xia Yuxing suddenly said, but don't be discouraged. I will also invest 10 million, and you raise another 10 million, for a total of 20 million. Let's get the project started. Ha! Lu Ming was astonished, but then he thought that the female devil had been on Wall Street for several years, and it was no surprise that she had 10 million in savings. Not to mention that her parents are business tycoons. He couldn't help teasing, boss, aren't you afraid that I'll lose all your money? If I do, you can work for me as a maid and cook for me for the rest of your life, how's that? Xia Yuxing said. Oh, boss, are you declaring your love for me? Lu Ming couldn't help teasing. Xia Yuxing's face flushed, and she said, don't be narcissistic. What I meant was simply that your cooking is delicious. Lu Ming readily agreed, okay, no problem. If I lose money, I'll cook for you for the rest of your life. Xia Yuxing's mouth corners rose, and she thought to herself that it wouldn't be bad if Lu Ming cooked for her for the rest of her life. Ah, no, how could she think like that? That would be like hoping to lose money. Unless there was another way. Chapter 28, Going to Live with a Female Devil. Oh yeah, you can also try your best to land a big client tonight. At night, a big client? Wanqing? Yes. She's a police officer, can she have a lot of savings? Xia Yuxing couldn't help but laugh. Do you know why I let Wanqing buy the dog food? Why? To get close to the rich. Wanqing? She's rich? Yes, Wanqing's mother makes clothes, and Wanqing gets millions of dollars in pocket money every month. Ha! Lu Ming never imagined that Zhu Wanqing was actually a little rich girl. When they arrived at the residential area, Zhu Wanqing was there, and she had really brought a few boxes of nutritious food and bought a lot of ingredients. Ha, Lu Ming, my dear Lu Ming, come here, give me a hug. Zhu Wanqing threw herself at him. This took Lu Ming by surprise, and he said, Wanqing, don't scare me like that, I haven't done anything wrong. Yes, in public, you should be more careful. Xia Yuxing reminded her. Oh, Yuxing, are you jealous? I'm not jealous. Ha, Yuxing, I'm just expressing my gratitude to Lu Ming. You know what? I got a promotion. Zhu Wanqing was overjoyed. You got a promotion? Yes, I arrested Peng San and was commended for my efforts. I'm now the leader of the Criminal Investigation Unit 3. Zhu Wanqing is overjoyed. Lu Ming gives a thumbs up, congratulations. Xia Yuxing smiles, no wonder you're so happy today. The three of them chatted as they went upstairs to 301. Since Lu Ming couldn't move his left arm, Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing took the initiative to help out in the kitchen. Of course, since it was a hot pot, they just had to wash the ingredients. Come, let me first toast to Lu Ming. Thank you for helping me out the other day. If it wasn't for you, I would have taken a knife wound too. Zhu Wanqing raised her glass. Hey, Wanqing, you're welcome. If you really want to thank me, you can do it a different way. Lu Ming winked. Zhu Wanqing was taken aback. In what way? What way? Hey, I heard that you are a little rich lady. Ha? Zhu Wanqing immediately looked at Xia Yuxing and said, good, Sheng Shang, you are the one who revealed my secret, aren't you? I didn't say anything. Xia Yuxing burst out laughing. Go ahead, Lu Ming, do you need to borrow money? It's not about borrowing money, I want to help you manage your finances. Lu Ming then told her about the fund he had set up. After listening, Zhu Wanqing said cheerfully, that's easy, it's just about managing finances, I'll invest 10 million. Thank you, Wanqing, here, I'll drink to you. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Don't be polite, tomorrow I'll introduce you to some wealthy clients. Ouch, Wanqing, I'll drink 3 toasts to you. Lu Ming, you have to do your best to manage my finances, that's my pocket money. I hope Wanqing will remember something. Lu Ming was furious. Damn, pocket money of 10 million? The three of them were drinking here when suddenly the door rang. Xia Yuxing said, Lu Ming, someone is knocking at the door. Who is it at this time of night? Lu Ming curiously opened the door and was dumbfounded. It was the landlord, Auntie Lu, followed by a young couple. Auntie Lu. Lu, you have guests. It's so lively. The thing is, I'm selling this house, so I brought some clients to look at it today. Oh, I see. Come in, then. Lu Ming was speechless. Damn, the landlord brought people to look at the house without even giving him a heads up. Once inside, the landlord, Auntie Lu, was a little surprised to see two beautiful women. Just then, Era suddenly lunged at Auntie Lu with his hammer. Ouch. Ouch. Auntie Lu was startled. Hammer. Xia Yuxing quickly hugged Era. Auntie Lu's face instantly fell, and she snapped, Xia Lu, how can you keep a pet in the house? Pets are not allowed in my house. Sorry, Auntie Lu, but he was just joking with you, he doesn't bite. Lu Ming apologized quickly. Auntie Lu suddenly saw the bitten table leg and exclaimed, oh my god, the table leg is bitten like this is the table I bought when I got married. Lu Ming quickly said, Auntie Lu, I'm sorry, don't worry, I'll pay you back for how much this table cost. Xia Yuxing and Xu Wanqing glanced at each other, both feeling helpless. Auntie Lu said angrily, Xiao Lu, some things can't be solved with money. You don't have to pay for the table, anyway, I'm selling the house, so you need to move out tomorrow. Ha? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He knew the landlord's temper, and arguing with her was useless. In no time at all, Auntie Lu left with the young couple looking at the house. The three of them sat at the table, and they didn't feel like drinking anymore. Boss, it looks like you'll have to give me the day off tomorrow, I need to hurry and find a place. Lu Ming shrugged helplessly. Xia Yuxing frowned and said, but your left hand is injured, how can you move all this stuff? Oh, what's the point of looking for a place, Shang Shang, I need a 2-bedroom, why don't you just let Lu Ming move in, and now Pippi and Lu Ming are already friends. Xu Wanqing suddenly interjected. In recent days, not only had Lu Ming and the big orange cat Pippi become familiar with each other, Pippi and Era Hammer had also become playmates. Ha? Xia Yuxing was dumbfounded. How could she live under the same roof as Lu Ming? But she didn't want to refuse either. After all, she had just angered the landlord, and it was Era's fault. Era was the one she had asked Lu Ming to take care of. Not to mention that Lu Ming's left arm was injured saving her. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Wow, this is a good relationship. I won't have to pay rent in the future. This, if I move in, is that okay? If you want to move, just move in. Xia Yuxing agreed with a stiff upper lip. Xu Wanqing immediately applauded and said, great, isn't this solved? Come on, let's continue drinking. So the three of them continued drinking until 11 o'clock. Xu Wanqing naturally didn't go home either, and spent the night with Xia Yuxing. As soon as the two of them returned to 303, Xu Wanqing couldn't wait to say, Shang Shang, aren't you going to thank me? So soon you and Lu Ming are going to live together. You little brat, what do you mean by cohabiting? It's called sharing a flat. Do you know that it's very inconvenient for a man and a woman to live together? I know, you just like to sleep together. Ouch, you big mouth, can you keep your voice down? So Shang Shang, tell me, do you have a good impression of Lu Ming? Xu Wanqing asked seriously, holding her hand. Chapter 29, 5 Articles of the Cohabitation Contract. Xia Yuxing was taken aback and said, I don't know. Ha, so you have a good impression of him? Not really. Xia Yuxing had never been in a relationship herself, so how could she be sure what she felt was a good impression and what was like? Shang Shang, I think Lu Ming is quite good. Look, he's handsome, and when he faced the criminals, he showed courage. You should seize this opportunity with such an outstanding man. Oh, let's just let things happen naturally. That's right, you two will be living under the same roof in the future, so you can slowly get to know each other. Get to know each other? Yes, you two have to try each other out. Wanqing, you dirty girl. The two girls started fighting again. The next day was Saturday, so Lu Ming packed up his things. In the afternoon, Xia Yuxing helped Lu Ming move all his things over. But for Lu Ming, all his belongings added up to very little. Oh, finally it's all moved in. Lu Ming was exhausted and sweaty, so he picked up a glass of water on the table and gulped it down. Hey! Lu Ming, that's my glass. Xia Yuxing's pretty face flushed. Lu Ming grinned and said, oops, you didn't say anything earlier. Xia Yuxing glared at him, then angrily sat down on the sofa. Lu Ming, although I agree to let you move in, we need to agree on some rules. What 3 rules? First, at the company, we cannot disclose that we are living together. Well, that's no problem. Second, at home, you need to pay attention to what you wear and not show your body. Lu Ming nodded and asked, no problem, so you can show your body? Pa. You're the one showing your body. Ha, any more? Xia Yuxing continued, third, you cannot enter the other person's bedroom without their permission. Okay. Fourth, you cannot touch the other person's things, such as daily necessities, toothbrushes, towels, clothes, etc. Okay. Fifth, when your arm is better, you will be responsible for all the housework at home, such as cooking, cleaning, and washing the dishes. Hey, boss, I can cook, but why do I have to do all the housework? At least we should split it evenly, right? Lu Ming was unhappy at this, as if he were about to become a nanny. Xia Yuxing frowned and said, don't forget, I pay you 6,000 yuan a month for food. What's wrong with you doing some housework? Don't think I'm stupid, can you spend 6,000 yuan on food every month? Hey, boss, you're wrong. Food costs are only part of it, my energy and physical strength are also part of it. Besides, I have to wash the dishes after you've eaten. So how do you want to split it? How about this, I'll do the shopping and cooking, and you do all the rest. No way. No way? No way. Forget it, we'll just eat separately, no need to share meals. Lu Ming pretended to be indifferent. You. Xia Yuxing was irritated, but she couldn't live without the food that Lu Ming cooked. Lu Ming's cooking was really delicious, and every time she ate it, she felt full of happiness. For a period of time, the thing she looked forward to most every day was having dinner with Lu Ming's cooking in the evening. She had to admit that Lu Ming had hit her weak spot with those words. Fine, I'll do the housework. Xia Yuxing angrily agreed. Lu Ming didn't expect the female devil to actually agree, which was a real surprise, and she had him so easily. In the evening, Lu Ming couldn't cook, so the two of them could only order takeaway. After dinner, the two of them sat in the living room, and a soap opera was playing on TV. Lu Ming was playing with the dog, and Xia Yuxing was playing with the cat. Boss, I sweated a lot moving things around during the day, and I haven't bathed in more than half a month, so I stink now. Can you give me a bath? This guy is starting to get a little too much. Why should I give you a bath? Hey, boss, how did I get this injury on my arm? But I'm a girl, how can I help you? Xia Yuxing felt a little guilty. Lu Ming said with a stern face, boss, look at your blushing face, I just asked you to give me a bath, I didn't say I had to be naked for you to scrub me. So how do you want it rubbed? Xia Yuxing blushed, thinking to herself, what a big mouth this guy has, always talking about bare bottoms. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, this could work. Just let me wear shorts and you can help me wash my back. Well, that's fine. Xia Yuxing agreed with a pout. When she thought about Lu Ming's injured arm, which he had injured saving Zhu Wancheng and herself, her heart softened. Okay, I'll go change. Go find a towel, fill a basin with water, and get ready. Lu Ming hurriedly went to the bedroom to change clothes, afraid that she might change her mind. Xia Yuxing's head was confused. Why did she agree? In a moment, she filled a basin with hot water, then took a towel and sat on the sofa waiting. Lu Ming quickly came out wearing a pair of sports shorts. Yikes! Xia Yuxing was a little afraid to look. Since she was young, she had never seen a man so clearly. Boss, do you think my abs are pretty? Lu Ming flirted deliberately. Xia Yuxing glared, I don't know. Turn around. Lu Ming moved the small bench and sat down in front of the sofa, saying, okay, you're still embarrassed, boss, just treat me as a guest and yourself as a technician. Screw you, you're the technician. Xia Yuxing angrily picked up a towel and gave Lu Ming's back a sudden blow. Sigh. Lu Ming said depressedly, just kidding. At that moment, the fat cat Pippi and the second hammer excitedly ran over and lay down on the side, acting as onlookers. Go away, what are you two looking at? Xia Yuxing glared. Pippi and Hammer both sensibly went off to play on the side. Next, Xia Yuxing's body scrub began. At first she might have been a little shy, but soon she got into the swing of it. There's no one else in the house, so what's there to be afraid of? As for Lu Ming, I don't think he would dare to go blabbing about this. Hey, it's not bad, Lu Ming's skin is quite fair. And the guy even has nice abs, I just don't know how they feel to the touch. The thought of this made Xia Yuxing's face flush with shame. At this moment, Lu Ming glanced at Xia Yuxing. This devil woman, who is so attractive that she could kill, is quite gentle at this moment. Her face, fair and rosy, is really heart-stopping, and he can't help but want to kiss her. It is said that the beginning of love is to be aroused by seeing a pretty face. Perhaps this is the case, and the thought of asking this woman to be his wife suddenly sprang up in Lu Ming's heart. Just looking at her is enjoyable, and if they lie down together and hug each other, wouldn't they be on fire? Just then, Xia Yusheng looked up with a towel in his hand, and their gazes met. What are you looking at? Boss, you're so beautiful. Shut up. Xia Yusheng's pretty face turned red, and her heart beat faster for no reason. Chapter 30, I'll gouge your eyes out if you look again. Lu Ming looked at Xia Yusheng's blushing face, which was as ripe as a peach, drooling with desire, and he really wanted to take a bite. What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I'll gouge out your eyes. Xia Yusheng glared at him. Boss, you're pretty good at this, why don't you get a basin of water to wash my feet and give me a foot massage? This guy is getting more and more brazen. Xia Yusheng threw the towel in her hands directly into Lu Ming's arms and said, You have such a thick skin, do you have any shame? Do you really take me as a technician? Ha, if the boss of a bathhouse has a technician with such a good appearance, then all men in the world will fall in love with foot washing. You can't even spit out ivory from your mouth. I'm ignoring you. Xia Yusheng glared at him, flipped her hair, and went back to her room. Lu Ming grinned, and he realized that it was quite interesting to tease the female devil a little every day. The key point was that he discovered that the female devil could be shy and embarrassed. Gee, this face, when she's shy, is really very charming. Not only that, even rolling her eyes is mesmerizing. After a while, Xia Yusheng came out wearing a conservative pair of strawberry-patterned pajamas. She was also carrying a small basket for bathing. The basket was filled with various shower gels, facial cleansers, and other skin care products. Lu Ming couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He only needed 1 bar of soap to bathe himself. This woman always carried a basket when she bathed. Boss, do you need so many things to bathe? You're not afraid of washing your skin off. None of your business. Xia Yusheng gave him a cold stare. Lu Ming gave a helpless smile. Soap operas are not interesting, so he went back to his room. Now that his left arm was injured, he couldn't play masturbate either. Forget it, I've had a long day moving, I'll go to bed early. An hour later, Xia Yusheng finished her shower, and came out of the bathroom in her pajamas, drying her hair. She went to her room, blew out her hair, and got ready for bed. But she noticed that her sleeping partner, Pippi, was not in the room. Usually at this time of night, the orange tabby cat Pippi would be in the bedroom, lying on the bed waiting for her to go to sleep. When Xia Yusheng first went abroad, she had trouble sleeping. But ever since she got the orange cat Pippi, she has always been able to sleep well, listening to the purring of the cat. So for all these years, she has slept with the cat in her arms. But today, the orange cat Pippi was not in the bedroom. Xia Yusheng went to the living room again, looked all over, and found that Pippi was not in the living room either. She frowned slightly and looked at Lu Ming's bedroom. Could it be that Pai Pai was carried by Lu Ming to his bedroom? With all the windows closed at night, this was the only possibility. So Xia Yusheng went to the door of the second bedroom and was about to knock. Unexpectedly, as soon as her hand touched the door, it opened. This guy didn't even lock the door. The room was dark, and the faint sound of Lu Ming sleeping could be heard. Instinctively, Xia Yusheng reached out and pressed the light switch next to the bedroom. Then the light in the room turned on. Lu Ming was lying on the bed, in the shape of the Chinese character for 2, covered by a thin blanket. Next to his pillow, Ara Hammer was lying on the left, and Big Orange Cat Pippi was lying on the right, the dog and cat acting as Lu Ming's left and right protectors. The key point was that Lu Ming had his arms around the dog and cat, as if he were embracing them. Xia Yusheng's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She could understand Ara Hammer sleeping in the same bed as Lu Ming, but the key was that her own Pippi had also run onto this guy's bed. Damn it, Pippi, you traitor. You are your own precious baby, your own sleeping partner, and now you have even moved on and run to someone else's bed, and it's a man's bed at that. Xia Yusheng suddenly felt like a cat that had betrayed her. She was furious and didn't care anymore. She walked up to Pippi, grabbed him and was about to take him away. But she didn't expect Pippi's nails to lift the blanket. Swish! Lu Ming's barrier was gone. Xia Yusheng blushed with shame. She almost forgot that Lu Ming liked to sleep naked. This action suddenly made Era sit up in alarm. Lu Ming also woke up in alarm. Seeing this scene, he quickly pulled the blanket over to cover his big bird. Boss, what are you doing? I'm here to hold the cat. Hold the cat? You scared the shit out of me. I thought you were trying to seduce me. What the fuck? Tell me, how did Pippi end up in your bed, and how did you trick her? Xia Yuxing glared angrily. Yes, Pippi would never betray her own kind. It must be this guy Lu Ming who lured Pippi here. What do you mean lured? She came here of her own accord, didn't she? Of her own accord? No way. Absolutely not. Xia Yuxing didn't believe it for a second. Lu Ming said helplessly, You don't believe me? Then let's put Pippi down and see if she follows you. What's the point of trying? Pippi definitely followed me. That's not certain, boss. You try. I'll try. Xia Yuxing put Pippi, who was in her arms, on the ground, then ran to the door of Lu Ming's room, waved her hand, and said, Pippi, let's go, back to my room. Unexpectedly, the big orange cat Pippi looked at her and then at Lu Ming. In the end, the big fat cat moved to Lu Ming's bed, then lay down with its limbs limp, exposing its belly. Puff. Lu Ming almost burst out laughing. Hey! Xia Yuxing was furious. Pippi, you little traitor. I'll teach you a lesson. She angrily ran over to pick up the cat and dashed back to her room. Ow! Era Hammer jumped onto the bed and meowed, as if to express his dissatisfaction. Okay, Hammer, stop meowing. It's late at night. You can see it, this woman is very jealous. Alas, poor big orange cat, he may have to be scolded. Lu Ming guessed. At the moment, in Xia Yuxing's room. Just as Lu Ming guessed, Xia Yuxing was choking the big orange cat around the neck and growling. Pippi, you're a girl, you know? How can you be so unrestrained? You ran into a guy's bed, aren't you ashamed? Besides, we've been friends for years, and you're already bored with me? Who fed you all those cat treats and canned food? Don't you have any self-respect? However, it seemed that the orange cat was a bit tired of Xia Yuxing's nagging. She swung her paws vigorously, trying to break free from Xia Yuxing's grasp. Xia Yuxing quickly hugged Pippi to keep her from escaping. However, during the struggle, Pippi's paw suddenly pressed against her upper body. Xia Yuxing winced in pain. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and when she looked down, she realized that when she went to Lu Ming's room just now, she had worn a nightgown outside, and she was not wearing anything underneath. Although this strawberry nightgown was quite conservative, her upper body was too obvious. Oh no, I've lost a lot. I don't know if this Lu Ming guy saw it or not. Chapter 31, Lock the door when you sleep. 5:30 a.m. the next morning. Lu Ming was woken up by a growl. Because the big orange cat sometimes gets up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, Xia Yuxing always leaves the door ajar when she sleeps. In the middle of the night last night, the big orange cat even snuck into Lu Ming's bed again. Pippi! You traitor! Xia Yuxing was furious. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, Hey, boss, it's just a cat, let her sleep wherever she wants. That won't do, from now on, you sleep with the door locked. Xia Yuxing glared at him. Okay, I'll lock the door when I sleep in the future. Lu Ming felt a bit helpless. Since he was awake, he might as well not go back to sleep. He usually got up at 6 o'clock because he had to walk the dog downstairs. Before he got the dog, he never got up early. Since Xia Yuxing had given him Era, he had developed the habit of getting up early. Boss, you get up pretty early, do you have to go downstairs to walk the cat too? Fuck the cat, I got up just to go to the bathroom. I'm going back to bed, don't bother me. Xia Yuxing carried the cat back to his room. Lu Ming took Era Hammer downstairs for a walk, then went out of the community to buy breakfast. When he returned home, he found Xia Yuxing brushing his teeth in the bathroom. Hey, boss, you said you were going back to bed, why aren't you sleeping? It's not your fault. Why blame me? Pippi kept making a racket in my room, so how could I sleep? Big Orange kept making a racket, so what does that have to do with me? You were the one who bewitched him. Lu Ming was not angry either, and laughed, It's good that you didn't sleep. I bought breakfast, soy milk, millet porridge, pancake fruit, and meat buns. Xia Yuxing was very satisfied that Lu Ming had taken the initiative to buy breakfast for him. What are you having, boss? Pancake fruit, soy milk, please. Okay. Lu Ming picked up the meat sandwich and started eating. At this time, the big orange cat Pippi ran over and rubbed against Lu Ming's body. Xia Yuxing ate the pancake fruit and said helplessly, What kind of spell did you cast on my cat? Ha, that's not true. Maybe Pippi is a female cat because she likes the way I look. As the saying goes, opposites attract, right, Pippi? Lu Ming ate while petting the big orange cat. Xia Yuxing said impatiently, fine, in that case, you will be the one to scoop Pippi's poop from now on. Go scoop the poop from the litter box later. Lu Ming wanted to cry but had no tears. In the following days, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing gradually got used to living together. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's Win Every Month fundraising campaign lasted 1 month, and although it did not reach the fundraising target of 100 million, it also raised 30 million. This is also a considerable amount, and it is not a small sum in Joeying capital. Of course, Lu Ming knew that this result was mainly due to the support of the two little rich women Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing, otherwise the fundraising result would have been miserable and become the laughingstock of many people in the company. That morning, Lu Ming was trading stocks when he received an unfamiliar phone call. Hello, who is this? It's Lu Ming, right? I'm Shang Shang's mother. Lu Ming was taken aback. Xia Yuxing's mother Song Jiawen, is this really a private and personal meeting? Hello, Auntie Song. Do you have a moment? I'd like to buy you a cup of coffee. I'm at the Kevin Cafe, opposite your company. Okay, Auntie, just a moment, I'll be right down. Lu Ming knew that there was no way to avoid this kind of thing. In that case, he might as well explain things to Xia Yuxing's mother face to face, so as not to affect Xia Yuxing's relationship with his parents. He arrived at the cafe. Lu Ming immediately saw Song Jiawen sitting by the window. Aunt Song. Have a seat. Song Jiawen saw him coming and pointed to the seat across from her. Lu Ming sat down. Lu, I don't know what you like to drink, but I just ordered a mojito for you. Thanks, Auntie. Lu Ming thought to himself, this is top-grade coffee, he used to drink instant Nescafe. Just as Lu Ming was preparing to explain his situation with Xia Yuxing, Song Jiawen spoke up. Xiaolu, I don't care how long you've been in a relationship with Shang Shang, I hope you can break up with her as soon as possible. Ha? Lu Ming frowned, and upon hearing this, he felt inexplicably upset. Xiaolu, the difference between your status and Shang Shang's is too great. You're both young and don't understand that marriage requires matching social status. Shang Shang is from Harvard Business School, and you are an ordinary undergraduate. The difference between you two is not just education, but also perception. If you really like Shang Shang, then you should leave her. Otherwise, if you stay by Shang Shang's side, you will only become a burden to her. Lu Ming originally wanted to explain, but Song Jiawen's words had the opposite effect. Auntie Song, I'm sorry, Shang Shang and I truly love each other, and I will not leave her. Ha? Song Jiawen frowned when she heard Lu Ming say this, showing her displeasure. Lu, after all I've told you, don't you understand yet? You and Shang Shang are not on the same level. Your parents just own a restaurant in a small alley in Jincheng, and you're just an office worker. Do you really want me to say bluntly that you're not good enough for Shang Shang? Lu Ming asked in return, Auntie Song, what do you think is required to be good enough for Shang Shang? Song Jiawen was taken aback, and then she made a condition, saying, at the very least, you have to be a billionaire. She believed that this condition alone was something that this kid in front of her could never achieve in his lifetime. This condition took Lu Ming by surprise. He had expected her to make some kind of condition. It turns out that all you need is to be a billionaire. If this had happened in the past, this condition would have been like the moon landing on Mars, Chang'e marrying Sha Wujing, or the Arabian Nights for Lu Ming. A billionaire is already at the top of the pyramid in China. But now, with the life winner system, Lu Ming has a net worth of billions, which is not a difficult thing to achieve. Lu Ming immediately asked, a net worth of billions? Auntie Song, so, as long as I become a billionaire, I can be with Shang Shang? That's right. Okay, within a year, if I can't become a billionaire, I will automatically leave Shang Shang. This. Song Jiawen never imagined that Lu Ming would take the initiative to say this, and she didn't know what to say. Okay, Lu, I hope you can keep your word. Song Jiawen then left the cafe. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly and took a sip of his coffee. Ding, system mission released, achieve a net worth of 1 billion. Reward for completing the mission, 1 lucky fragment. Oh, the system has a new mission. Lu Ming was just a little curious, what is a lucky fragment? Chapter 32, Using the Super Eavesdropping Tracking. System, what is a lucky fragment? Lucky fragments are used to integrate the redemption system Lucky Draw, where 3 can be exchanged for 1. The lucky draw can get even more rare prizes, not just abilities, but also information, rare items, and black technology. Lu Mingfei's eyes lit up. Indeed, it is worthy of being called the life winner system. In the company's investment research meeting in the afternoon, Lu Ming gave a report on the fundraising situation of Monthly Win and announced that Monthly Win would officially start building a position next month. At the meeting, the person with the most unpleasant expression was undoubtedly Guo Rui. He had already given his regards to the marketing department, so the marketing department did not promote Lu Ming's Monthly Win at all, and naturally the fundraising results were poor. According to Guo Rui's plan, when the monthly profits from Lu Ming's investment were too low, that was the time for him to propose that the monthly profits be cancelled. But now, his little scheme had failed. At that moment, Fu Jingluan, the manager of the Foreign Exchange Investment Department, was giving a foreign exchange investment report. Suddenly, Guo Rui's phone rang. "Hey, you're my baby. The feeling of missing you is creeping up on me. Baby, let's have a toast. This is your favorite. Ace of Spades." Everyone in the office was taken aback. Guo Rui quickly picked up his phone and silenced the incoming call. Xia Yuxing frowned, then let Fu Jingluan continue his report. Lu Ming, sitting in the back, raised the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself that Guo Rui was getting on in years, but the old fox had a pretty trendy ringtone. However, not long after Guo Rui's phone was turned off, it obviously rang again, only the incoming call was set to vibrate. Guo Rui quickly turned it off again. But not long after, the vibration rang again. He frowned slightly, looked impatient, and walked out of the meeting room with his phone. Lu Ming was curious in his heart, who called the good guy? So he immediately locked onto Guo Rui and immediately turned on the superbug for him. Next, he heard Guo Rui's footsteps, and then surprisingly, the sound of an elevator. Lu Ming became even more curious. The old fox was taking an elevator downstairs to answer a phone call. After a while, he heard the sound of a door closing. Lu Ming guessed that Guo Rui must have returned to his office. Next, he eavesdropped on Guo Rui's voice. "Hey, Jiao, I'm in a meeting, what's wrong with you? You keep calling." Jiao, humph, Guo Rui, what's wrong with you? You've been avoiding me for a month." "Guo Rui, I haven't been avoiding you, I've just been really busy this month." "Jiao, what are you so busy with? You ate me up and then you just forgot about me?" "Guo Rui, Jiao, how could I? What, do you miss me?" "Jiao, I do, I can't sleep at night because I miss you, you heartless man, don't you miss me?" "Guo Rui, you little slut, it turns out you want me to love you." "Jiao, yes, come love me tonight, otherwise I can't sleep." "I'll tell you, I bought popping candy today." "Guo Rui, okay, tonight you go to number 9 Guan Yuan, clean yourself up and wait for me." "Jiao, okay, baby Rui." The two then hung up. Lu Ming eavesdropped on the conversation and was stunned. Holy shit. This Guo Rui sure knows how to play, and this bitch is probably his mistress. And she's calling him Rui baby. Disgusting. Soon after, Lu Ming overheard Guo Rui make a phone call on his own initiative. "Hello, honey, I'm not coming home tonight. There's a new fun plan at work, so I have to work overnight." "What? You're the director, and you're still working so hard." "Yes, honey, it's because I'm such a capable director." "Hubby, didn't we agree that you would accompany me to my parents' house tonight?" "Oh, honey, I'll definitely go with you in a couple of days." "Okay, by the way, hubby, my younger brother wants to buy a car recently." "You just bought a house, and now you want to buy a car?" "Oh, honey, it's inconvenient for him to go to work without a car." "Okay, in a few days, you can ask Zongkai to pay attention to receiving it." "Okay, honey. By the way, next time, let's discuss things like this at home, not over the phone." Guo Rui then hung up. A few minutes later, he returned to the meeting room. Lu Ming stared at Guo Rui, pondering the conversation he had just overheard. Guo Rui's wife's brother needed money to buy a car, and Guo Rui asked his wife to pay attention to the reception of the funds from Zongkai. What did this Zongkai mean? He was obviously an intermediary, but who was he? What was he receiving? Money? If it's money, why not just say so, instead of using the word receive? In that case, it's possible that it's not money, but the equivalent of receiving money. Lu Mingxin thought to himself, there are so many mysteries in this phone call. His intuition told him that this old fox Guo Rui must have done something bad behind the scenes. If that's the case, he might as well follow Guo Rui after work. After all, he has super eavesdropping abilities. So just before the end of the workday, Lu Ming sent Xia Yuxing a WeChat message. A wild bull, I have something to do after work today, so you go home by yourself first. A dull orange, no way, what's up? A wild bull, why not? None of your business, it's my private matter. A dull orange, but you said you'd make poached pork slices for me tonight. A wild bull, I'll make them tomorrow. A dull orange, no way, I've been looking forward to it all day. Lu Ming was at a loss for words. He hadn't cooked since his arm was injured, and now that it was almost better, the female devil was putting him back to work. A wild and savage bull, okay, just wait for me after you've washed up. A little dumb orange? Lu Ming was a little embarrassed. He had been infected by Guo Rui's old slut. He hurriedly explained, wash the vegetables and meat and wait for me. A little dumb orange, got it. After work, Guo Rui left the company, and Lu Ming also took a taxi and followed him. Sure enough, the destination was the Guanyuan No. 9 residential area. This is a high-end residential area in Yanbei. Soon he saw Guo Rui pull up in front of Building 13. Unexpectedly, as soon as Guo Rui got out of the car, a woman dressed up in a flowery dress rushed over to him. Lu Ming saw this from a distance, and directly raised the camera on his phone, zoomed in, and took a few photos. This was not a very young woman, but more of a beautiful young woman. It turned out that Guo Rui liked this kind of woman. Soon, they overheard their conversation. Guo Rui, hey, Jiao Jiao, why did you come downstairs? You weren't waiting for me upstairs. Jiao Jiao, it's only the second floor, I came down, it's not that I miss you, I can't wait to be with you. Guo Rui's big hand fell on the woman's buttocks, and he laughed, ha, you're so horny. So the two of them embraced and went upstairs, where they had the hoo-ha. Chapter 33, The Female Devil is Jealous. Lu Ming soon overheard Guo Rui's licentious conversation with his lover, Jiao Jiao, and it was indescribable. But Guo Rui was not young after all, and he was fierce in bed. Jiao Jiao, why have you stopped? Guo Rui, it's over. Jiao Jiao, huh? It's over so soon? I was just getting into it. Guo Rui, I'm sorry, Jiao Jiao, but you're just too attractive, I get a little nervous. Jiao Jiao, stop it, it's not the first time, what's there to be nervous about? Guo Rui, huh, baby, don't worry, I bought this today. Jiao Jiao, tadalafil tablets, 28 tablets, wow, baby Rui, I love you, hurry up and take 3. Guo Rui, no rush, let's eat first. Jiao Jiao, okay, I've already cooked. Lu Ming overheard this and despised the old man Guo Rui. He was ashamed of having a mistress with a 2 to 5 score. Next, Guo Rui and Jiao Jiao had dinner together, and the following conversation took place at the table. Guo Rui, Jiao Jiao, look at you, so dissatisfied. Is it because Jia didn't feed you at home? Jiao Jiao, gross, why do you mention him? He's been pretty depressed lately. Guo Rui, depressed? Jiao Jiao, yeah, it's all your fault. You made Jia Jia a cuckold, and now you fired him from his job. Guo Rui, huh, it's really not my fault. Jiao Jiao, you're so bad, sleeping with someone's wife and still laughing so happily. Guo Rui, Jiao Jiao, let's have some fun later. You can call Jiao while I. Jiao Jiao, damn it. Lu Ming gasped when he overheard this. He had originally thought that Guo Rui had just had an affair, but he had never imagined that Guo Rui was such a scoundrel, and that Jiao Jiao was the wife of fund manager Jiao Biao. This son of a bitch, Guo Rui really knows how to play. Lu Ming suddenly felt a little excited. Damn, Guo Rui is really screwed this time. Next, Guo Rui and Jiao Jiao continued their conversation. Jiao Jiao, now that Lao Jia has lost his job and his income has decreased, my quality of life has plummeted. What about all those bags and shoes I had my eye on? You have to reimburse me, Rui Bao Bao. Guo Rui, no problem, I'll get you some cash some other time. Jiao Jiao, that's a lot of trouble. I also have a stock account. Why don't you just secretly give me the stock code of a big rise? Guo Rui, Jiao Jiao, that won't work. It's too dangerous and easy to get caught. Jiao Jiao, damn it, I heard Lao Jia say that you have revealed it to others, so why can't I? Guo Rui, don't listen to his nonsense, it's not true. Lu Ming eavesdropped here and his eyes lit up. Could it be that Guo Rui had previously secretly revealed the stock code for a big rise to someone else, playing the game of secretly getting rich in a rat's nest? This speculation became clearer and clearer. Guo Rui had previously mentioned an intermediary, Zhong Kai, on the phone to his wife. It must be that Guo Rui revealed the stock code for a big rise to this person and then took the opportunity to make money. You have to know that Guo Rui is the investment director. If he formulates a certain investment strategy, a large amount of money will be used to buy a certain stock from the company's fund pool. In that case, a certain stock will definitely rise sharply. Guo Rui must have made his fortune this way by using a rat's nest. Lu Ming also thought back to the time when Xia Yuxing had just joined the company and had once rejected Guo Rui's investment strategy. Hadn't this inadvertently interrupted Guo Rui's plan to make money? No wonder Guo Rui often argued with Xia Yuxing in the company. Perhaps this was the reason. Lu Ming believed that his speculation was 80% correct, but there was no evidence for it. In the investment industry, this kind of rat trading behavior is actually commonplace. Because rat trading behavior is highly secretive, it is difficult to discover and collect evidence, so certain cunning fund managers are so unscrupulous. Lu Ming pondered with his chin in his hand, wondering how he could bring down this old fox Guo Rui. He suddenly thought of someone, Zhu Wanqing. She is a criminal police officer, and her colleagues should be responsible for economic investigation. She can definitely help with this matter. Thinking of this, Lu Ming happily picked up his phone and called Zhu Wanqing. At this time, Xia Yuxing, who had returned home, cleaned the vegetables and meat, but Lu Ming had not returned yet. She was getting a little hungry while waiting. Xia Yuxing took out her phone and wanted to hurry him up, but then thought, is it not nice of me to bother him with my personal matters? At that moment, she suddenly felt like eating cake. So Xia Yuxing went downstairs and took a taxi directly to a very good dessert shop in the commercial street. She bought her favorite chocolate cake and 2 meat floss cakes. Because not long ago, Lu Ming mentioned that he liked meat floss cakes. After buying them, she happily carried the paper bag out of the dessert shop and then prepared to take a taxi home. But just then, she suddenly saw 2 familiar figures in the coffee shop next door. She saw Lu Ming and Zhu Wanqing sitting at the window seats of the coffee shop, which were clearly visible through the transparent glass. The 2 of them were laughing from ear to ear, no doubt talking about something. Xia Yuxing's smile instantly disappeared from her pretty face. Could Lu Ming's personal matter be just a coffee date with Wanqing? For some reason, she felt a little sour. She then took a taxi back to Royal Lakes Bay. Although she was hungry, the cake she bought suddenly lost its appeal. Before that, Zhu Wanqing asked her if she had any feelings for Lu Ming, but she wasn't sure herself. So Xia Yuxing gave it some deep thought. Ever since she tasted the food cooked by Lu Ming, which tasted just like the food her grandmother used to cook, she had felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards him. Later, Lu Ming became famous after winning the trader competition, and he also managed to turn the situation around and make a profit with the sure win number 5. She felt an additional sense of gratitude towards him. Then, later that night, when they were arresting the criminals, she was almost disfigured by the criminals, and it was Lu Ming who saved her at the critical moment. She and Lu Ming had known each other for more than 3 months, and the 2 of them often ate together, and even got drunk and slept in the same bed. All of this made her feel an inexplicable affection for Lu Ming. She thought, if Lu Ming also has a good feeling towards her, then why not give this guy a chance and try to fall in love? At this age, she naturally also fantasizes and looks forward to love. After all, which woman doesn't think about spring? But now, she was a little upset when she saw Lu Ming and Wanqing go on a private date together, and her thoughts were all jumbled up. Could it be that Lu Ming liked her best friend Wanqing? Xia Yuxing felt that it was very possible. If that was really the case, she would definitely not compete with Wanqing. At that moment, the door suddenly opened and Lu Ming returned. Hey, boss, I'm back. Humph. Xia Yuxing glared at him unkindly, then returned to the bedroom. Chapter 34. You're the one who just got your period. Lu Ming was taken aback. Is the female devil angry again? He immediately thought that he must have returned too late. It was almost 8 o'clock, and he had promised to return and make poached pork slices. Ha! Just then, Lu Ming saw the dessert on the table again, as well as the meat floss cake. His eyelids twitched, and he immediately understood. The female devil had bought meat floss cake for herself, and she had made him wait so long, so she was angry. The boss. I'm sorry, I came home a little late, I'll go cook now. Lu Ming hurried to the kitchen. Since Xia Yuxing had prepared all the ingredients in advance, Lu Ming just needed to turn on the stove and cook. In no time, the sliced pork was done, and the rice was also done cooking. Lu Ming hurriedly knocked on Xia Yuxing's bedroom door. Boss, the food is ready, come out and eat. I've lost my appetite, you eat it yourself. No, boss, I really came back late because of something. What was it? Something very important. Xia Yuxing became even more angry and said angrily, "Humph, you bastard, just bullshitting, and something important. Have you forgotten that there is someone at home who hasn't eaten yet?" Lu Ming was stunned. What was wrong with this female demon? Why did she sound like a little spoiled wife who was angry with her husband? I just came home a little late. Besides, I did it to help you get rid of the big scum in the company. But Lu Ming decided not to say anything for now, and wait until the matter was settled before surprising the female demon. He knew how to flirt with women. Boss, I'm sorry. Come out and eat quickly. The poached pork is delicious. No. Shang Shang, come out quickly, you must be hungry. Don't call me Shang Shang. Then Shang baby. You come out quickly and eat. Lu Ming regretted calling her that, and knew that it would make the devil girl even angrier. Sure enough, after he shouted, Xia Yuxing angrily pulled open the bedroom door. What are you shouting for? Who's Shang baby? Boss, I didn't mean to provoke you. Humph, where's the food? I'll set the table right away. Lu Ming grinned and headed straight for the kitchen. Although Xia Yuxing was angry, she was also really hungry, and as soon as she sat down at the table, she started to gobble. In no time at all, she burped from eating too much. Boss, what's your hurry? Here, have some water. Lu Ming poured her a glass of water. Xia Yuxing frowned, looking at him coldly, thinking to herself, this jerk still calls me Shang baby, and behind my back he goes on dates with Wan Qing, could he be a pig's foot? Boss, are you on your period? Lu Ming always felt that the female devil was a little bit out of sorts tonight. You're the one on your period. Lu Ming thought about it. Yes, you're the 20th, it's not your period yet. Xia Yuxing's face flushed. Sure enough, it was a pig's foot. She remembered the date of her period quite clearly. Just then, Lu Ming glanced at the time and saw that it was almost 9 o'clock. Oops, it's 9 o'clock, I forgot something important. What's that? Xia Yuxing looked puzzled. Lu Ming winked and laughed, saying, my arm has been injured for a month, and I've been itching to do something about it. Now I can finally let go and masturbate. Ha! Xia Yuxing was stunned. This shameless guy with a thick skin could say anything vulgar. Although most guys would do this to build up their biceps late at night, this guy actually said it in front of her. Does he have any sense of shame? Shameless, it's only 9 o'clock. So what if it's 9 o'clock, I've been holding back for so long? Xia Yuxing muttered, it doesn't start until 11 o'clock. Lu Ming heard him, shook his head, and said, 11 o'clock? That's too late. I've made a date with Dong Xiaojie to hang out at 9 o'clock. What, you made a date to hang out? Of course. We hang out together a lot. Xia Yuxing was completely dumbfounded. He realized that guys can get so high from this kind of thing. Lu Ming issued an invitation. What? Boss, do you want to hang out together? Get out. Shameless. Xia Yuxing glared at her. Lu Ming was unconvinced. Hey, boss, it's just a bit of jerking off, how is that shameless? You were secretly playing it in the office before. Jerking off? Are you talking about League of Legends? Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Yes. Xia Yuxing's pretty face turned red, it was so embarrassing, she had got the wrong idea. Ha? Boss, what did you think I was talking about? Nothing. Xia Yuxing quickly shook her head. Lu Ming looked at her guilty expression and, upon second thought, suddenly widened her eyes. The female devil doesn't seem as pure as she appears on the outside, she's also an old driver. What are you looking at? It's just League of Legends, I play it too. Xia Yuxing returned to her cold and aloof appearance. Okay. Lu Ming nodded, and then the two of them went to their respective rooms, turned on their computers, and logged into the game. Coincidentally, Xia Yuxing often played in the same game area as Lu Ming, Bilgewater. The difference was that Lu Ming's rank was gold, while Xia Yuxing's was bronze. The guy grinned, wow, boss, you're still a bronze rookie. Xia Yuxing said unconvinced, who are you looking down on? My real level is king. Okay, king. Lu Ming said with a laugh, and then pulled Xia Yuxing into the room. Her nickname was Gentle Orange. Lu Ming's game nickname was One Hammer to Smash You. Xia Yuxing said impatiently, the game nicknames are all so vulgar. Just then, Lu Ming pulled Dong Xiaojie, nicknamed Dragon Knight, into the game room. Dong Xiaojie, why the hell are you just logging in? I've already played a game. Lu Ming, I just finished eating. Dong Xiaojie, you just finished eating? You didn't get online again, did you? After you finish playing, send me that domestic masterpiece you mentioned last time. Lu Ming, watch what you say, there are ladies in the room. Dong Xiaojie, wow, there really is a girl here. Who is it? Lu Ming, Ms. Xia. Dong Xiaojie, Ms. Xia? Which Ms. Xia? Lu Ming, Ms. Xia from our company. Dong Xiaojie, the female devil? Lu Ming, yes. Dong Xiaojie, pooh, huh, you're just blowing smoke up my ass. The female devil has a million things to do every day, and she'll play games with you in secret? No, and when she has time, she doesn't even play games with you. Lu Ming, you still don't believe me. Dong Xiaojie, alas, Ming, I advise you not to be delusional. The female devil is too fierce for you to handle. Lu Ming was speechless for a while, and was about to reply when he didn't expect Xia Yuxing to speak in the game room. Tender little orange, who is the female devil? Dong Xiaojie, ha, sister, the female devil is the president of our company. She is very pretty and also the goddess Ming secretly admires. Tender Xiaojing, is that true? Dong Xiaojie, of course it's true. Tender Xiaojing, then what was that domestic gem you were talking about just now? Lu Ming's eyelid twitched, and he quickly clicked to start the game immediately, lest he continue chatting. Chapter 35, Promoted to a Multi-Millionaire. The next day, Lu Ming came to the company, and Dong Xiaojie started to complain. Ming, who was the girl you brought last night? Her level was terrible. I already told you, it was our boss Xia. Ming, you're really arrogant, now you're even using the female devil as a shield. Lu Ming felt a wave of helplessness and said, okay, it's 9:30, today our monthly win is starting to build a position, so get busy with the preparations. Okay. Dong Xiaojie also got busy. Today was the first day of building a position, and Dong Xiaojie volunteered to take on the role of trader, allowing Lu Ming to focus on researching individual stocks. At this time, not only the two of them entered a state of concentration, in fact, the entire company's investment department was paying attention to their monthly wins. Because most people were verifying and determining whether Lu Ming was an investment genius. Lu Ming opened the trading platform and then turned on stock forecasting. Honta Biology, today's rise and fall 8%, next 5 days trend 20%, next 15 days trend 35%, next 30 days trend 75%, next 90 days trend 115%. Holy shit! Is the capital wind about to change? Lu Ming was stunned. This biotech stock was going to skyrocket in the future. Could it be that Baijiu stocks were no longer popular? He immediately started to predict the stock prices of Damo Liquor and Dalian Liquor. Sure enough, the 3-month rally in Baijiu stocks was over. After the opening bell today, the prices of these two representative Baijiu stocks would start to fall. Lu Ming continued to predict, and discovered that the capital had not been transferred into technology, or medical care, or new energy, but had been spread across several fields. These fields were biotechnology, real estate, and agriculture. What cunning capital! That's just how the stock market is, you can never grasp its laws. Xiaojie, buy 10 million of Honta Biology. Okay. Dong Xiaojie nodded, then his eyelid twitched, and he confirmed again, Ming, 10 million, are you sure? I'm sure. Lu Ming responded. Dong Xiaojie secretly marveled at Lu Ming's courage, which was really too strong. The total was a 30 million plate, and now he dared to buy 1/3 of a stock at once. Longhai Real Estate, buy 1 million. Nongxia Seed Industry, buy 1 million. Next, Xinghua Biology, buy 10 million. Subsequently, Lu Ming bought many stocks in the 3 sectors of biology, real estate, and agriculture. Finally, at 3:30 p.m., the first day's results of Yu Yuing were released. The return rate was a staggering 12%. This result shocked everyone in the company. Although the daily rise and fall of a shares is limited to 10%, the rise and fall of GEM stocks is limited to 20%. On average, Lu Ming's results exceeded 10%. As a result, employees of the company began to feel infinite remorse and regret not investing in the Yu Yuing fund. Many people even began to secretly blame Guorue. If it wasn't for Guorue, many people would have invested in the fund. The happiest people were Dong Xiaojie and Chang Mingyuan, who had invested in the fund. In just one day, the two of them had made a lot of money. Of course, the happiest person was also Xia Yuxing. She was so proud when she saw Lu Ming's impressive investment results. She sent a WeChat message praising Lu Ming. Lu Ming simply replied, "That's nothing." Xia Yuxing was speechless and thought to herself, "This guy doesn't know how to be humble." But in the following days, Lu Ming really was like a general charging into battle, reporting victory after victory. The average daily rate of return was around 8%. In half a month, the rate of return was as high as 120%. Of course, many managers in the investment department claimed that this was just Lu Ming's stroke of luck. Because the market had now entered a period of adjustment, the liquor stocks had plummeted, and market capital began to be diverted. However, Lu Ming began to slow down his trading in the second half of the month. He controlled the daily rise and fall to about 3%, and thus won every month until the end of the month, with all trades settled, and his record was a stunning 190%. This result truly shocked everyone. What is the concept of a 190% return? Many technology stocks may only achieve this kind of record in a year's time. But Lu Ming's monthly wins were achieved in just 1 month. In the financial investment industry, your monthly performance completely crushes other people's yearly performance. Based on a 190% return rate, the principal is 30 million. Then the total profit is 57 million. After deducting the 10% management fee for the company, the remaining distributable income is 51.3 million. And of this remaining distributable income, Lu Ming, as the trader, can get a 20% commission, which is 10.26 million. In addition, Lu Ming personally invested an additional 300,000, so his final principal plus income was almost 11 million. As a result, his net worth increased by 2 levels again, and he became a multi-millionaire. Lu Ming suddenly felt as if he were in a dream, having suddenly become a multi-millionaire. At the same time, he had once again completed a system task and obtained one lucky draw opportunity. Does the host immediately draw the lottery? Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the calligraphy and painting appraisal technique. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. Calligraphy and painting appraisal technique? Does that mean I have to work at auctions? At that moment, Xia Yuxing was sitting at her desk, holding the financial report for Win every month. She was both surprised and delighted. She never expected Lu Ming to live up to his name and make a splash. A naturally talented investment trader like him was a once-in-a-lifetime find. She realized just how outstanding Lu Ming really was. As the saying goes, a golden fish is not meant to stay in a pond, and when it meets the wind and rain, it will turn into a dragon. Clang! Just then, the door to the CEO's office opened, and Lu Ming strutted in. Xia Yuxing frowned. "This guy doesn't even knock." "What are you doing, boss? Are you goofing off again?" The guy walked over to the desk and sat down unceremoniously on the other side. Xia Yuxing snapped, "Goofing off my ass." As soon as she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, because Lu Ming had suddenly lifted the coffee on the table and started drinking it. "Hey, Lu Ming, you bastard, this is my coffee. What's wrong with me having a sip of your coffee? You're so stingy. This is the coffee I drank." "Oh, that's okay, I don't mind your boss," Lu Ming said shamelessly. Xia Yuxing rolled his eyes and said, "It's obvious that I'm the one who dislikes you. Do you have any self-awareness at all? Dislike me? Fine, I'll give it back to you." Lu Ming put the coffee back. Xia Yuxing glared at him, "You've already drunk it, so why bring it back?" "Of course there is. After work, I'll go buy some groceries, cook some food, invite Wanqing over, and we'll have a drink tonight. Also, Wanqing and I have something to tell you." Lu Ming looked mysterious. Xia Yuxing was taken aback and asked, "You and Wanqing have something to tell me?" "That's right." "What is it?" "Boss, what's your hurry?" "You'll find out tonight." Chapter 36, The Female Devil's First Flutter of the Heart. Ever since Lu Ming left her office, Xia Yuxing had been feeling uneasy. She kept replaying in her mind what Lu Ming had said. He and Wanqing had something to tell her. What could it be? Could it be that the two of them had secretly started dating and were announcing their relationship to her? Xia Yuxing's breathing became rapid at the thought. It must be true, otherwise what could the two of them possibly have to tell her? Xia Yuxing sighed helplessly. Her first stirrings of love were coming to an end so quickly. After work, she worked some overtime before returning home. By the time she arrived home, Zhu Wanqing had already arrived and was chatting with Lu Ming in the kitchen. Xia Yuxing felt even more depressed and unhappy. "Ah, Shang Shang, you're back. Xu Wanqing said with a smile as she came out of the kitchen. Well, what are you cooking? Xia Yuxing forced a smile. Lu Ming has made a lot of it, including shredded pork and chili oil, kung pao chicken, spicy fish, braised prawns, stir-fried broccoli with mushrooms, and broccoli with garlic. Xu Wanqing was overjoyed. Xia Yuxing thought to herself, it seems that these two are really going to announce their relationship, cooking so many delicious dishes. Then I'll go back to my room and change. She went back to her room. She stayed there for half an hour before coming back out. By now, the table was full of delicious food, but for some reason Xia Yuxing didn't feel like eating. At that moment, the orange cat Pippi seemed to sense that she was not very happy, so he came up to her. Meow. 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 What are you meowing about? Xia Yuxing was unhappy and gave Pippi a big mouthful of melon seeds. Ow. The big orange cat ran away unhappily. Then Era Hammer came up to play with the big orange cat again, and Pippi gave him a direct claw. Come on, Shang, dinner is ready. At this time, Xu Wanqing waved at her. Well, here I come. Xia Yuxing sat at the table with a blank expression. Xu Wanqing asked in surprise, Huh? Shang, what's wrong with you? There's so much delicious food, but you don't seem to be in the mood. No, I just have a little stomach problem today. Xia Yuxing made up an excuse. Stomach problem? Oh, then you won't be able to enjoy all this delicious food. You should eat less later. Xu Wanqing looked sad. Just then, Lu Ming finished his work, fetched the bowls and chopsticks, and sat down at the table. Come on, open the wine. Lu Ming picked up a bottle of vintage Romanée Conti. Xia Yuxing was a little depressed. Ever since this guy moved in, he had drunk all of Xia Yuxing's prized red wine. Lu Ming, don't rush to drink, you've forgotten what we were going to talk about today. Xu Wanqing reminded him. Lu Ming then laughed and said, Boss, there's something important I want to tell you today. No need to say it, I already know. What? Boss, you already know? Lu Ming was stunned. Xia Yuxing pointed at the table full of food and said, with all this delicious food and the looks on your faces, I knew. What? Shang, you can't be serious. Lu Ming and I did this behind your back. You know? Xu Wanqing was stunned. Yes, I know. What? Shang, you won't blame us for not telling you in advance, will you? Xu Wanqing took her arm. Xia Yuxing forced a smile, how could I blame you? I will bless the two of you. HM. Blessings? What are you talking about, Shang? Xu Wanqing looked surprised. You and Lu Ming. You two aren't. Xia Yuxing stammered. Xu Wanqing first frowned, then understood, and immediately laughed until she fell over. Shang, you don't think that the thing that Lu Ming and I told you about is that we're in love, do you? Lu Ming was also confused. Isn't this the thing? Xia Yuxing's eyebrows furrowed. Lu Ming was completely speechless. Boss, where were you thinking? You didn't know, the thing that Wanqing and I told you about was Guo Rui's thing. Guo Rui? Xia Yuxing was even more confused. Xu Wanqing preemptively explained, Shang, it's like this, Lu Ming found that there was something wrong with Guo Rui from your company, so he asked my colleagues in the Economic Investigation Department to investigate. After a brief description, Xia Yuxing suddenly understood. It turned out that Lu Ming and Xu Wanqing had been doing this behind their backs. She had been thinking wrongly before. Xia Yuxing was suddenly filled with shame. She quickly changed the subject. So, is Guo Rui really a problem? Well, yes. Let me tell you more about this. Xu Wanqing told the story. After Lu Ming provided the clues to Xu Wanqing quietly asked her colleagues in the Criminal Investigation Department to start investigating. After a superficial investigation, it turned out that there were no problems with the bank cards and financial accounts in the names of Guo Rui and his wife. However, after Lu Ming provided the important name, Zhong Kai. After further investigation, colleagues in the Economic Investigation Department made a major discovery. Zhong Kai is the owner of a laundry, but he drives a luxury car and lives in a luxury home. His laundry simply doesn't make that much money. It turns out that most of this guy's income comes from stock speculation. But what is the connection between this Zhong Kai and Guo Rui? It turns out that Zhong Kai has a girlfriend named Luo Tong, and this Luo Tong and Guo Rui's wife are childhood friends. Following this line of investigation, they finally discovered the chain of interests between them. Guo Rui has a daughter who studied abroad, and the source of funding for her studies abroad was an overseas trading company, and the shareholder behind this company is exactly Zhong Kai. It has to be said that Guo Rui is an old fox, and the rat warehouse he has built is very secretive. Xia Yuxing was shocked, so Guo Rui provided the stock code to Zhong Kai. Xu Wanqing nodded. Yes, at present our colleagues in the Economic Investigation Department have officially filed a case and are securing evidence. Guo Rui will be formally summoned tomorrow morning. Pop. Xia Yuxing angrily slammed the table and said, Guo Rui, as the investment director, has done such a shameless thing. Alas, it can only be said that greed has blinded him. Xu Wanqing shook her head helplessly. Lu Ming smiled and said, Boss, now you understand why Guo Rui deliberately targeted you after you rejected his investment strategy, right? Xia Yuxing understood. This was blocking Guo Rui's way to get rich. Oh dear, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Why did you hide it from me? She felt relieved in her heart. It turned out that she had misunderstood. Xu Wanqing explained, Shengshen, I wanted to tell you in advance, but Lu Ming said that the matter was still uncertain, so I didn't tell you first. Xia Yuxing glared at Lu Ming angrily when she thought about him deliberately hiding the truth from her. Lu Ming was confused and very puzzled. Why was she glaring at him? Chapter 37, Then Let Me Kiss You. The next day, Guo Rui had just arrived at the company for a short while when he was taken away by the people from the Economic Investigation Department. For a while, rumors about Guo Rui quickly spread throughout the company. Since they were from the Economic Investigation Department, everyone could guess that Guo Rui must have had financial problems. At the same time, the Economic Investigation Department also briefed Xia Yuxing on the situation. Naturally, Xia Yuxing asked the company to keep Guo Rui's matter confidential. After all, Guo Rui was the investment director level and was very famous in the industry. Having such a problem would have a huge negative impact on Joeying Capital. What Xia Yuxing didn't expect was that Joeying Capital's business had not been impacted. In fact, there had been a steady stream of investment clients recently, and it was very lively. That was because Lu Ming's monthly win had recently started its second round of fundraising. Yu Yuing is an active wealth management fund that achieved outstanding results in the first month, with a return of 190%. This record spread quickly throughout the private equity industry. Many wealthy people have a keen sense of the investment world. So, on the day the fundraising began, the doors to the Joeying Capital Yanbei office were literally broken down by wealth management clients. This was something Xia Yuxing had not expected. According to her and Lu Ming's initial plan, the second fundraising round was tentatively set at 100 million. However, the task was completed on the first day of fundraising. The news that 100 million yuan was raised in one day immediately went viral. The next day, more investment and financial management clients came because of the buzz, and Xia Yuxing immediately decided to increase the fundraising target to 1 billion yuan. Last month, Lu Ming's commission was almost 6 million yuan after tax, and he decided to invest all of it in this round of fundraising. Now that Guo Rui has fallen from power, no one cares about his authority or face. So other colleagues in the company also invested a lot. Lu Ming is now completely like a money tree in everyone's eyes, a big boss to be worshipped. So in less than half a month, the 1 billion was raised. At the moment, Lu Ming is sitting on the sofa in the president's office with his legs crossed. Xia, make me a cup of coffee. Hey, Lu Ming, you've gone too far. I'm the president, how dare you order me around? Xia Yuxing raised an eyebrow. What's the matter, Xia? I'm helping you clean up your mess, and then we'll win 1 billion yuan in funding every month. How much benefit is that? You think you're doing me a favor by making me coffee? Lu Ming retorted, full of arrogance. He really did have that kind of capital right now. Looking around the country, there were very few private equity tycoons who could handle 1 billion yuan in funds. Fine, I'll make it for you. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxing could only obediently help Lu Ming grind the coffee. She didn't want to do it either, but since Lu Ming had done so much, she would just bear with it. When the coffee was ready and she was about to take it, Lu Ming took the opportunity to grab Xia Yuxing's delicate little hand. What are you grabbing my hand for? Oh, Xia, your hands are so soft. Xia Yuxing glared at him in embarrassment. If you don't let go, I'll chop off your hand. Lu Ming's eyelid twitched. He understood the temper of the female devil and quickly let go. Xia Yuxing wasn't angry, however. He sat down across from him and suddenly asked, by the way, Lu Ming, the National Day holiday is coming up soon. Do you have any plans? I don't have any plans. Lu Ming thought for a moment.
Xia Yuxing pursed his lips and said, since you don't have any plans, get ready and come home with me.
Ha? Come home with you?
Lu Ming nearly dropped his coffee cup in shock. Yes, last time when we slept in the same bed, my mom saw us, and she told my dad about it, so they want me to bring you home for the National Day holiday.
Xia Yuxing explained. Ha? Boss, that was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Can you explain it? We slept together.
Xia Yuxing continued, besides, I thought, I might as well take this opportunity to tell them that I'm in love, so that my father won't introduce me to any more sons of company bosses or sons of government officials.
Oh, boss, so you're using me as a shield?
Yes, that's part of the reason.
So I have to go back with you?
Yes.
But after all, we are not really a couple, and if we go home together, won't your father see through it?
Xia Yuxing shrugged and said, then let's just act like a couple, shall we?
Act like a couple?
Lu Ming rolled his eyes and said, hey, boss, I have no problem helping you, but what's in it for me?
What's in it for you?
Yes, boss, you can't expect me to work for nothing, can you?
What do you want in return? Name it.
Lu Ming shamelessly said, then let me give you a kiss.
Oh, you're defying me. Do you believe I'll give you a big mouth melon?
Xia Yuxing glared.
Boss, I'm just joking. Besides, didn't you tell me to mention it? Do you have any sense?
Okay, I'll change the subject. How about this? Guo Rui has gone in, and the position of investment director in the company has become vacant.
Why don't you promote me and give me a pay rise, so that I can become the investment director?
Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and laughed.
Oh, you're not satisfied with just that, you want to become the investment director all of a sudden? Dream on.
The investment director needs to be familiar with stocks, bonds, foreign exchange, futures, and all-round investment.
Lu Ming asked again, how about being the manager of the Securities Investment Department? Securities Investment.
Xia Yuxing thought for a moment. The person above him in this position is Qian Yue. Qian Yue is part of Guo Rui's faction, and is smooth and tactful, but he is capable of being in this position.
It's not impossible. Why don't you start as a deputy general manager? Deputy General Manager? It's not interesting. Lu Ming expressed his disappointment.
Xia Yuxing laughed, you're not satisfied with being vice president, you want to be promoted 2 levels?
Of course, I think Qian Yue has been unhappy for a long time. Lu Ming snorted.
How about this, in the 4th quarter, if your monthly win can stabilize performance, I'll transfer Qian Yue to the fixed income department and let you be the manager of the securities department, what do you say? Xia Yuxing threw out an olive branch.
Ha? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he laughed. No problem, it's no big deal. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but laugh, this guy, as arrogant as ever. By the way, boss, since I'm going home with you, should I go buy some decent clothes? Lu Ming had a mischievous look on his face. Well, if you want to buy some, go ahead. Okay, tomorrow is Saturday, boss, bring your money, and we'll go to the mall. Ha? You buy clothes and I'll pay for them. Xia Yuxing looked dumbfounded.
Lu Ming shamelessly said, boss, I'm pretending to be your boyfriend to help you fool my parents, I'm not taking advantage of you, I'm using your money to do something for you.
Xia Yuxing was stunned, this guy has no shame. Chapter 38, How dare you enter my bedroom?
It was only 6:30 in the morning, and Xia Yuxing was still fast asleep when he heard the bedroom door being knocked on.
Knock, knock, knock. Boss, get up, don't sleep in. It's a nice day, let's go for a run.
Xia Yuxing grumbled, I'm not going, you go by yourself.
Not going?
Let me tell you, girls shouldn't be so lazy, or you won't be able to get married later.
None of your business.
Xia Yuxing angrily covered her head with the quilt.
Crack.
Unexpectedly, Lu Ming pushed open the door, which was unlocked, and entered Xia Yuxing's bedroom.
He then walked in.
Boss, your door was unlocked, so I came in. There was no response.
I really came in.
Lu Ming really walked in. Xia Yuxing poked his head out from under the covers, his beautiful eyes suddenly widening in alarm, exclaiming, Bastard, how did you get in?
You forgot to lock the door. How dare you break into my bedroom? Get out of here quickly. I didn't break in. I just asked you if I was coming in to wake you up for a run.
I'm not getting up, and I'm not running.
Get out of here quickly. Oh, you're not getting up? Then I'll lift the covers.
Lu Ming pretended to walk over and grab the quilt.
Hey, no, I'll get up, okay?
Xia Yuxing was so scared that she quickly held down the quilt. Lu Ming's mouth curled up in a smile, and he said, "Okay, hurry up, you have 10 minutes.
Then he walked out of the bedroom. Xia Yuxing let out a sigh of relief.
Damn, she almost peed her pants just now. She wasn't wearing anything underneath, and if Lu Ming had lifted the quilt, she would have been seen completely naked. She couldn't help but think about the last time she lifted Lu Ming's quilt.
Could it be that this guy did it on purpose?
This commotion made her drowsiness disappear, and she had to get up. Since she was going to go running, she changed into a sports outfit. After she finished washing up, she saw that Lu Ming had actually put the dog and cat leashes on.
Xia Yuxing asked, "Why? You're going out for a run and you're bringing the dog and cat with you?"
Of course, can't you see that they're very excited?
Lu Ming patted Era Hammer. You walk the dog, but I can't walk my Pippi?
Pippi is no longer stressed when she goes out now, so of course she has to sneak out.
Lu Ming patted the cat's head lightly.
At this touch, Pippi rolled over again to show her belly.
Ha, you're just a big fat cat, quite a flirt.
Lu Ming said, stroking Pippi's belly. Big Fat Orange immediately narrowed her eyes, looking like she was enjoying it.
Oh, Pippi, get up, you're a girl, how can you do that, aren't you ashamed? Xia Yuxing simply picked up Big Fat Orange.
Big Fat Orange's pupils suddenly contracted, glaring at her, and she meowed in protest, as if to say, "No way."
Ha ha. Lu Ming almost burst out laughing.
Xia Yuxing rolled her eyes, really unable to figure it out.
Could it be that Lu Ming really has a natural affinity for cats?
Back then, when Lu Ming first came to the house, Pippi was quite resistant.
So the two of them, one holding Era and the other holding Pangong, went for a walk in the park next to the community. Wow, what a perfect couple. The man is so handsome and the woman is so beautiful. So this is what it means to be a perfect match. TSK, high quality couple. As soon as the two walked into the park, they attracted the praise of many morning exercisers.
Xia Yuxing's pretty face flushed a little when she heard the comments. Lu Ming said, "Boss, don't just stand there, let's go for a run."
You go ahead and run, I'll just walk, I don't need to lose weight. You don't? I can see that your waist has gotten bigger.
Lu Ming was joking.
Nonsense, there's not an ounce of extra fat on my waist.
Xia Yuxing shook her head directly. But she felt a little guilty, because in recent months, since Lu Ming had been cooking, her appetite had obviously increased.
Could it be that her waist had really grown fat? There was no extra flesh at all? Really? I don't believe it, unless I can feel it. Lu Ming winked. Dream on. Xia Yuxing glared at him. Alas, boss, this is where you're wrong. Why is that? Let me ask you, in a few days, are we going to meet your parents as a couple? Yes. Then let me ask you, do you know what a couple looks like? No. So, don't you think we should practice a bit first? Otherwise, when the time comes, if we don't have any sense of rapport, your parents will see right through us. Practice? How? I'll teach you. Xia Yuxing teased, you're the one who's been single for 23 years. Lu Ming couldn't help laughing, and suddenly pointed at a couple in front of them and said, isn't that a ready-made example? Ha! Xia Yuxing looked in the direction they were pointing. Sure enough, there was a couple walking around the corner. At the moment, the man was putting an arm around his girlfriend's waist, and the woman was leaning against him, looking particularly intimate. Come on, boss, let's learn from them. Lu Ming had a wicked smile on his face and came over to put his arm around Xia Yuxing's waist. Xia Yuxing quickly took a step back, embarrassed, and said, "No, I can't let you put your arm around me. I'm ticklish, and besides, I can't get used to being so intimate all of a sudden." Lu Ming said helplessly, well, can you at least hold hands? Hold hands. Well. Xia Yuxing still hesitated a little. Lu Ming didn't care about that and walked straight up to her, taking her left hand in his. Wow, it's so soft and smooth. She has delicate, white fingers. Xia Yuxing was suddenly a little dazed, feeling a warm hand holding hers. Her heart was pounding like a deer in electric shock. Lu Ming boldly took her hand and walked forward. Xia Yuxing was led along without saying a word. Boss, your hand is a little cold, are you lacking in qi and blood? Lu Ming broke the awkwardness. Ha, I don't think so. I'll cook you more food that replenishes qi and blood. You know about this. It's nothing. Lu Ming said with a smile. Boss, look at the couple in front holding hands and swaying back and forth. Shall we sway too? Sway if you want.
Xia Yusheng glanced at the couple in front of them, and they were indeed shaking their arms.
With permission granted, Lu Ming boldly shook Xia Yusheng's arm as well.
Xia Yusheng suddenly felt a sense of joy in her heart. It was true that this feeling was just like being in a relationship. She glanced at Lu Ming's face, wondering if he was trying to take advantage of her or if he really wanted to hold her hand. Just then, the young couple in front of them walked to the small river in the park, and the two suddenly embraced each other, forgetting themselves, and they started kissing. Lu Ming and Xia Yusheng were right behind them, and they couldn't help but stop in their tracks when they saw this scene.
Xia Yusheng was suddenly so embarrassed that she blushed all the way up to her neck.
Lu Ming shamelessly spoke up and said, Boss, why don't the two of us continue to learn from them?
Chapter 39, Are you thinking dirty thoughts? Xia Yusheng gave him a dirty look and said, Lu Ming, don't push it.
Boss, are you thinking dirty thoughts? Lu Ming said cunningly, what I mean is that we should try hugging, not kissing.
Hugging? Do we have to try that? Of course we do, otherwise when we get home, we'll blow our cover. If we get caught, we get caught.
Xia Yusheng was not going to fall for it. He thought that holding hands was already the most intimate thing they could do. Lu Ming used his silver tongue to try to trick Xia Yusheng, but he just wouldn't fall for it.
Lu Ming, I'm asking you to pretend to be my boyfriend, not to take advantage of me.
Xia Yusheng glared at him. Lu Ming thought to himself, the female devil is a female devil, and she is still cold and ruthless at heart. The two of them strolled around the park, bought breakfast, and returned to Royal Lakes.
After breakfast,
the two of them came to the parking lot to prepare to buy some clothes for Lu Ming. Xia Yusheng threw the car keys to Lu Ming and said, You drive.
Lu Ming took the car keys and got into the driver's seat of the Cullinan. He was a little excited.
Although he had driven before, this was a Cullinan. To a man, a Cullinan is a symbol of power and wealth. He started the car. Lu Ming felt like he wasn't driving a car, but a plane.
Gee, this luxury car really feels different. Boss, you should get me one too.
Xia Yusheng said, You wish. There's only one in the whole company, and it's for me, the president.
Lu Ming winked and said, I'm now the company's star manager, and it's not enough to be assigned a car?
Just assign me one, and I won't need a chauffeur, I'll drive it myself.
You're not stupid, but company rules can't be broken.
Only directors and vice presidents are eligible. You're the president, so you can change the rules.
I'm not omnipotent as president, I have the board of directors above me.
Alas, I'm not even given a car, so when those headhunters come after me again, I'll make that my condition first. Lu Ming said shamelessly.
Xia Yusheng couldn't help laughing or crying. Okay, that's a blatant threat. It's just a car, you made so much commission last month, it must be a few million, so buy yourself a car.
Boss, that's different. The company provides a car, which is a symbol of status and position. Besides, if I buy a car myself, I have to pay for the gas, so it's better to take advantage of the company.
Xia Yusheng was speechless and said, Why are you so stingy?
It's not stingy, I've invested all my money in the fund, I have to save money.
You save money? How much money do you save? 100 million. 100 million? You're joking, what do you need all that money for? Hey, it's confidential. Confidential? You're not in debt to a casino somewhere, are you? Boss, you really think highly of me, do I look like the kind of person who frequents casinos? Xia Yusheng raised her eyebrows and teased, If it's not gambling debts, are you saving up to marry a wife?
Lu Ming gave a thumbs up and said, You're amazing, you got it right.
Upon hearing this, Xia Yusheng spat out, Who are you going to marry?
You need 100 million yuan for a wife.
Oh, boss, you don't know, she's not just any beauty, she's gorgeous. Lu Ming winked.
Gorgeous?
A woman like that is definitely fickle and money-grubbing. What would you want to marry a woman like that for?
Right, the boss is right, I need to think about it. Lu Ming laughed as he rubbed his chin.
Don't laugh, I'm serious. You guys can't just look at a woman's face when choosing a wife. But we guys like pretty faces. You're just horny.
Boss, look what you said, this is called the true nature of men.
Lu Ming grinned. Xia Yusheng thought, I wonder if this guy is telling the truth, is there really such a woman? Then she thought, this guy Lu Ming must be joking, why am I so nervous? Could it be that I'm really in love with Lu Ming? No. Impossible. I'm just a little bit attracted to him, and I have a little bit of a good impression of him. Yes, being attracted doesn't mean being in love. It can only be considered a little like it. And I don't know what kind of girl this guy Lu Ming likes, and whether he has a good impression of me. By the way, boss, where are we going to buy clothes? I don't know the malls here either, so just pick one. You're the boss. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he stepped on the accelerator, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the SKP shopping center. Xia Yuxing had been abroad for a few years, but she still knew about SKP in Yanbei. One of the top shopping malls in Yanbei, it was a gathering place for luxury brands. There are no mass-market brands at SKP. Here, clothes, shoes, bags, watches, skincare products, etc., are all first and second-tier luxury brands. Xia Yuxing laughed and said, well done, Lu Ming, you're not stupid. You're trying to rip me off by spending money here. Boss, look what you're saying. If you're shopping at this level, you have to start with luxury brands. If I take you to those small shopping malls, how will it match your status? Lu Ming said cheekily. Don't flatter me. Boss, think about it, if I go to your house, I can't wear something shabby, can I? Xia Yuxing thought about it and didn't say anything else. The two then walked into the mall. With someone else paying the bill, Lu Ming was ready to go all out. Unexpectedly, when they walked into the mall, Xia Yuxing first walked into a Chanel boutique. She looked at the perfumes and lipsticks. She spent an hour looking. Lu Ming was shocked to discover that women can spend so much time trying on lipsticks and perfumes. Finally, after an hour and a half, Xia Yuxing walked out of the Chanel boutique with 2 sets of perfume and 2 sets of lipstick. The boss is really generous, buying 2 sets at once. One set is for Wan Qing, her birthday is coming up. I see. Lu Ming laughed and said, boss, isn't it time you picked out some clothes for me? Xia Yuxing laughed and said, you're so impatient. Let's go to Prada and buy you a suit. Okay. Lu Ming grinned. The two of them walked into the Prada boutique. 2 salespersons warmly came over to serve them. Xia Yuxing quickly picked out a suit and a pair of trousers for Lu Ming, and Lu Ming went into the fitting room. Xia Yuxing looked at the women's clothing again and saw a beautiful dress with a patchwork collar. So he took the dress and went to try it on as well. After a while, Lu Ming came out of the fitting room, having changed into the suit. Just then, a young couple walked into the store, holding hands. Hey, Lu Ming? The girl with a ponytail looked at Lu Ming and showed surprise. Xu Qianqian? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Xu Qianqian, his classmate from college and the prettiest girl in the class. She was also the first girl that Lu Ming ever pursued, and in the end, Xu Qianqian mockingly rejected him in front of the whole class. Chapter 40 Xia Yuxing tenderly protects his husband. Qianqian, who is this guy? Xu Qianqian's boyfriend curiously sized up Lu Ming. Honey, I told you, he is the guy who confessed to me in college and was rejected by me in the classroom on the spot, Lu Ming. Xu Qianqian said, snuggling into the man's arms. Oh, so this kid is the bumpkin you were talking about. Xu Qianqian's boyfriend revealed a face of mockery. Lu Ming frowned, his heart filled with infinite regret and pain. He really didn't know why he had liked a vain woman like Xu Qianqian in the first place. Xu Qianqian also covered her mouth and laughed, looking at Lu Ming and asking, Lu Ming, you're not an assistant at an investment company, so why are you here? Well, I came here to buy clothes. Buy clothes? How much do you earn as an assistant in a month? The cheapest of these clothes costs tens of thousands of yuan. Can you afford it? Xu Qianqian was still as arrogant as she was when she was at school, and liked to belittle others to show off her superiority. Lu Ming said coldly, whether I can afford it or not has nothing to do with you. Xu Qianqian snorted, oh, you're not happy when I say something to you. I'm just saying this for your own good. With your salary, don't come here to embarrass yourself. Can you afford it? Qianqian, don't say that. Maybe the person is buying a luxury item to impress a girl on a blind date. Xu Qianqian's boyfriend laughed in agreement. That's just like a slap in the face, and besides, with a few thousand yuan a month as an assistant, he's not even qualified to fall in love, so what girl would like him? Xu Qianqian gave a cold stare, full of mockery. Lu Ming was a little speechless. These two bitches gave birth to a sick man and woman, right? He was about to lose his temper when he didn't expect Xia Yuxing to walk over. Hey! Honey, this suit looks really good on you. Xia Yuxing came over, her face full of tenderness, and intimately took Lu Ming's arm.
Lu Ming was truly stunned. The sound of husband made his whole body tingle, and he almost fainted.
Ha!
At this time, Xu Chanxian and her boyfriend were dumbfounded when they saw Xia Yuxing walking over.
Xia Yuxing had an angelic face and a devilish figure, and was already like a fairy in a painting.
Together with the dress she had just changed into, every move she made exuded her queenly temperament and elegance. Especially Xu Chanxian, who had just been sarcastic about someone not being able to find a girlfriend, never expected to get slapped in the face so quickly. Not only had Lu Ming found a girlfriend, but she was even prettier than herself. For the first time, Xu Chanxian felt that she had no self-confidence in front of a woman, and her former sense of superiority was instantly shattered.
Hey, honey, who are these two? Xia Yuxing looked at Xu Chanxian and the other man.
She had just changed into the dress in the fitting room and walked out, thinking to show it to Lu Ming. Unexpectedly, she heard Xu Chanxian's sarcastic words. At that time, Xia Yuxing was so angry that he came over to support Lu Ming. University classmates, I didn't expect to run into you here. Lu Ming was so proud of being held by her arm that he was beaming with delight.
University classmates, what a coincidence, hello.
Xia Yuxing waved at them like a proper person, and then added, hubby, this suit suits you perfectly.
Waiter, wrap it up for us. Yes, ma'am.
The shop assistant replied cheerfully. Hubby, take another look.
Isn't my dress pretty too?
Xia Yuxing said, while pulling Lu Ming's hand and twirling in front of him.
It's pretty. Lu Ming quickly agreed. Xia Yuxing said happily, waiter, I'll take this dress too, honey, pick me out a few more. Okay. Lu Ming nodded.
At this time, Xu Chanxian's face turned pale, and she quickly dragged her boyfriend away in a huff. Xia Yuxing then picked out a shirt, and the two of them walked out of the Prada store.
Lu Ming said gratefully, boss, thanks just now. What are you thanking me for? Xia Yuxing gave him a dirty look and said, I really didn't expect it. You didn't have good taste in school. Is this the woman you want to marry after saving up 100 million? Cough cough, how could that be?
The woman I want to marry after saving up 100 million is 10,000 times prettier and gentler than her.
Go away, you smart ass. Boss, now that I have this suit, should I go buy a pair of leather shoes?
Lu Ming suggested with a smile.
Look at you. Fine, I'll buy my own leather shoes.
The two of them laughed and continued shopping.
On National Day,
Lu Ming called his parents in the morning. Mom, I'll go back in a few days for National Day.
Why aren't you coming back? Working overtime? It's not overtime, it's just something. What is it? You little rascal, you're not in love, are you? Su Yufan asked curiously. No, I'm just meeting up with some classmates. Lu Ming made up an excuse. A class reunion? Mom thought you were in love. If I fall in love, I'll definitely tell you guys. Well, you're also working hard on your own, and I hope you can bring a daughter-in-law home to us soon. Okay, no problem. After a few more idle chats, Lu Ming hung up with his mother. Before long, Lu Ming's phone rang again, and it was his roommate from university, LV Feihong. Ming, it's vacation, if you have time, let's get together.
Oh, I haven't had time these past few days, I've been busy.
Hey, what's up? You're not going to meet your mother-in-law, are you? What mother-in-law? Nonsense.
Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed.
Damn, this LV Feihong's mouth is like a charm. Lu Feihong laughed and said, Ming, have you got a girlfriend yet? No. No? Come on, don't pretend.
Everyone in our class group knows you've got a girlfriend.
Everyone knows? What do you mean? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Haven't you been reading WeChat? No. Then take a look. Xu Chanxian said in the group that you've got a rich girlfriend and are being kept.
Lu Ming was speechless for a moment. After hanging up the phone, he opened the WeChat group and sure enough, last night in the WeChat group, Xu Chanxian said she had found a rich woman to be her sugar mama. She also said that she had met her at SKP and bought Lu Ming a lot of luxury goods. So the students in the group were asking what kind of rich woman she was and how old she was. Someone joked that she must be a 300-pound rich woman. Someone else joked that she must be the kind of rich woman who makes a living by being a corpse. Still others envied Lu Ming and asked him to introduce them to a rich woman so they could save a few years of hard work. After all the chatter, it seemed that the rumor that Lu Ming had found a rich woman to support him was set in stone. And the instigator of the rumor, Chu Chanxian, didn't bother to offer an explanation. Lu Ming read it and felt like a million things were crashing over him.
Chapter 41, The Female Devil Becomes the Sister Next Door.
In the afternoon, Lu Ming put on the new suit he had bought. He walked out of the bedroom and saw Xia Yuxing also wearing the same color-blocked dress from yesterday. At the company, Xia Yuxing always wore professional attire, but now this dress was more casual and fashionable, a complete change of style. Such a beautiful woman was living under the same roof as him.
Lu Ming always feels like he's dreaming.
To be fair, Xia Yuxing is incredibly beautiful, and her figure beats that of any female celebrity.
If he really had such a girlfriend, it would be great. Unfortunately, the two of them are just pretending.
Facing such a stunningly beautiful woman, Lu Ming naturally feels his heart racing. But he knows that to win the heart of such a woman, it is not enough to just have a good mouth. Just as Xia Yuxing's mother said, to be worthy of Xia Yuxing, one must have enough capital. Until now, Lu Ming has been afraid to even look at her. But now that he has the system, Lu Ming has the courage in his heart and the motivation to pursue her.
What are you staring at me for?
Xia Yuxing felt a little hot in the face from Lu Ming's burning gaze. Ha, boss, you're more down to earth in this outfit, and you've gone from the female devil to the sister next door.
What? Female devil?
Ahem, what I mean is that you usually dress in a cool manner at the office, but now this style exudes a sense of gentleness.
Gentleness?
Xia Yuxing was delighted, and it was the first time a man had praised her for being gentle. Lu Ming thought of something and said, "Right, boss, we're going to meet your parents soon, so let's go over the details of our relationship first. We should talk about how we met and how we fell in love, so that we don't get sidetracked later."
Parents-in-law?
Xia Yuxing wanted to laugh. This guy is quite good at role-playing.
Okay, go ahead.
Lu Ming said, "Let's start with how we met."
I don't think we have to lie about that, do we?
Well, no need to lie, but don't mention the delivery.
Xia Yuxing gave her opinion. Why can't I mention it? You didn't buy the delivery yourself. I can't mention it either.
It was my parents.
If they find out, how can I face people?
Xia Yuxing glared at him. Lu Ming snickered inwardly. It seems that Xia Yuxing is a cold and ruthless female CEO at the company, but in fact she is pretty much like an ordinary woman.
Fine, if you don't want to mention it, then don't. By the way, boss, where did the courier go after that? Did you throw it away?
This guy curiously asked.
None of your business, you're off topic.
Xia Yuxing was a little speechless. Lu Ming laughed sheepishly. Okay, let's say that we first met when your bathroom pipe burst and I helped fix it, but then the next day I went to the office and found out that you were my boss.
That's fine.
Then you came to my house for dinner, and were attracted to my cooking. Then we got to know each other better, and you were attracted to my man's charm.
Then we slept together.
Xia Yuxing said impatiently, "That's enough, we don't need to go into the details, my parents won't ask for that much."
Then there's nothing more to say, let's talk about the rest on the way.
Okay. Then Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing set off in the car.
Yanzhan Villa District.
This is the latest villa district launched 2 years ago, developed by the Wanqing Group.
There are only 18 villas in the entire villa district.
However, each villa has its own independent facilities such as a swimming pool, garden, and mini sports field.
The Wanqing Villa District can be described as a manor villa district. The value of each villa here is over 500 million. The key is that the Wanqing Villa District is not for sale. The people who can buy villas in the villa area are all top people in society.
The launch of the villa area also means that the Winsun Group has been catapulted to the top of the real estate industry.
Xia Wanqing has also become a big shot in the Chinese business world and a leader in the real estate industry.
At the moment, Xia Wanqing is sitting in Villa 18, sipping tea from his teacup. Opposite him, Song Zhaowen is holding an international hotel business magazine.
I said, "Lao Xia, your daughter is bringing her boyfriend home, but you're still calmly drinking tea?" Song Zhaowen asked without looking up. Xia Wanqing laughed and said, "So what if they're coming?
It's a good opportunity for me to see what kind of judgment Shang has."
What?
Song Zhaowen was angry and said, "Lao Xia, you're something. Your daughter has been cheated by a poor kid, but you're not even a little bit worried."
Cheated? Why would you say that? I already told you about Lu Ming's family situation, and Shang Shang returned to China for such a short time, and the two of them slept together. Isn't that being cheated? I said, Jiawen, you are underestimating my daughter Xiao Wansheng, aren't you? It's not that I underestimate. Do you know what the word is called now, called pua? Don't tell me about those internet slang words, you know, I don't swipe Douyin. Pua is mental brainwashing, mental manipulation. Xiao Wansheng put down the teacup in his hand and laughed. Are you saying that my daughter has been brainwashed by that Lu kid? These days, guys are all so smooth with the girls, and I'm afraid my daughter has been deceived. Jiawen, I don't think it's our daughter who's been deceived, it's you. I've been deceived? What do you mean, Xia? Song Jiawen looked puzzled. Xiao Wanqing said, I don't think Shang Shang's boyfriend thing is true. It's not true? Song Jiawen was speechless and said, Lao Xia, it's not true. I saw our daughter sleeping with that Lu kid. Xiao Wanqing explained, just because they slept together doesn't mean they're boyfriend and girlfriend. Huh? Song Jiawen gasped, then angrily said, Lao Xia, what do you mean? Are you saying that our daughter and that Lu kid were just hanging out and had a one-night stand? Then what do you mean? What I mean is, what you see may not be what's really going on. Let me ask you, when you saw them sleeping together, did you see them lying there naked? No, they were under the covers. What about under the covers? Were they wearing clothes? What? Song Jiawen froze. When she went there that day, the two of them were under the covers, but then Zhu Wanqing pulled them outside the room. Could it be that nothing like that happened between her daughter and the Lu kid? Lao Xia, are you saying that Shang Shang is not in love at all, and deliberately found Lu Ming to pretend to be her boyfriend and deceive us? Song Jiawen thought about it and realized that it was indeed possible. After all, Zhu Wanqing took her to the residence that day, and Wanqing and Shang Shang were good girlfriends. Maybe the two of them really discussed it in advance and put on an act for her. Chapter 42, So this is my brother-in-law, right? Xiao Wanqing continued, Our daughter has only just returned from abroad, and she has only just met that Lu kid. How could they fall in love so quickly and have even had sex? Lao Xia, your analysis makes sense. So it is very likely that Shang Shang has found someone to pretend to be her boyfriend and fool us. Oops, Lao Xia, after you said that, it turns out that my daughter is not in love. Whether she is in love or not, the fact that she let the Lu kid pretend to be her boyfriend proves one thing. What is it? Our daughter may have some feelings for that Lu kid. Song Jiawen nodded in agreement. Xiao Wanqing said, but after your investigation, this Lu kid really isn't good enough to be my son-in-law. Song Jiawen asked, so what are you going to do? Jiawen, I've asked Jiaming to come over today to talk about things. Jiaming? You want to match our daughter with Jiaming? Now that Du Jingshan is not in good health, Jiaming is at the helm of the K Group. K Group is a well-known domestic travel company. Recently, the Wanqing Group has been negotiating a business partnership with K Group. Old Xia, what do you mean? You want to sacrifice your daughter for a business alliance? Song Jiawen heard this and put down the magazine in her hands, looking displeased. Jiawen, you're wrong. Do I, Xiao Wansheng, and my Wansheng Group need to enter into a business alliance with someone? I just think that Du Jiaming is a nice guy. In terms of family background, the Du family is good, but at this critical juncture, what will Shang Shang think when you introduce her to him? I believe that in time, Shang Shang will understand. Besides, they're young people, and if they get to know each other first and become familiar with each other, they might just be attracted to each other. Xia, your daughter is bringing her boyfriend home today, and you've asked Du Jiaming to come over to discuss things. Are you really not afraid of upsetting our daughter? This is the only way to make the Lu kid back off. I hope it goes as we hope. As he spoke, a young man walked down the stairs. Dad, Mom, when is my sister going to be home? The young man was wearing a flowery shirt and baggy trousers. He was Xia Hongyuan, Xia Yuxing's younger brother. Song Jiawen said, he should be home soon. Xia Hongyuan laughed, I'd like to see what kind of brother-in-law my sister has found for me. Rascal, go upstairs and change your clothes. What kind of example are you setting wearing a flowery shirt and baggy trousers? Xiao Wanqing glared at his son. Got it. Xia Hongyuan reluctantly went upstairs, muttering under his breath that he couldn't wear it at home. At this time, Lu Ming had already arrived at the Wanqing Villa district in his car. These villas and manors made Lu Ming feel inexplicably excited. It turned out that the villas where the rich lived were similar to castles. It turned out that the rich lived in places with gardens, swimming pools, and sports courts.
In this metropolis of steel and concrete, not everyone lives in crowded high rises. It turns out that in a metropolis, one can also enjoy the top-level amenities. Even though Lu Ming now has the system of a winner in life, he feels that he is still far from the truly top people in the top echelons of society. In the blink of an eye, the Cullinan arrived in front of Villa 18. In front of the villa, there are 3 parking spaces on each side. Lu Ming originally wanted to park in front of the door, but Xia Yuxing directly said that he could just drive into the courtyard. When they arrived at the gate, Xia Yuxing lowered the window directly. Ding! The manor gate opened directly. Lu Ming looked at it and realized that a face recognition system had been installed on the side of the manor gate. The car drove into the courtyard, which was very large. There were 5 parking spaces inside, and behind the parking spaces was a garage. Lu Ming got out of the car and took down the gifts he had purchased in advance. Xia Wanqing was a big shot in the business world, so the gifts naturally weren't valuable. While shopping that day, Xia Yuxing had bought his father a tie and his mother a silk scarf in advance. Sister! At this time, Xia Hongyuan ran out of the house and changed into a sportswear. Oh, why did you come back? Xia Yuxing was a little surprised. Before Lu Ming came, he had learned about Xia Yuxing's family from Xia Yuxing. Xia Yuxing's younger brother, like her, was sent by Xia Wanqing to study abroad after graduating from high school. The difference was that Xia Yuxing had been admitted to Harvard on the strength of her outstanding academic results. Her younger brother, Xia Hongyuan, was a poor student who had been able to attend a university in Los Angeles thanks to Xia Wanqing's connections and some donations. Xia Hongyuan winked and laughed. It's the National Day holiday, so I flew back. Don't be ridiculous, they're still celebrating National Day in Los Angeles? Xia Yuxing was at a loss for words at her brother's reason. Sister, you should speak more politely. This is my brother-in-law, right? Introduce us. Xia Hongyuan sized up Lu Ming. Lu Ming did the same, and the 2 siblings had similar eyebrows. However, Xia Hongyuan's face exuded the air of a wealthy young man, carefree and uninhibited. When Xia Yuxing heard the words brother-in-law, she felt a little uncomfortable. But she didn't contradict him. Lu Ming, this is my brother Hongyuan. Hello Hongyuan, I've heard from your sister that you have a handsome younger brother, and today I see that you really are handsome. Lu Ming praised with a smile. Thank you, brother-in-law, come on, brother-in-law, let's go inside quickly. Xia Hongyuan was enthusiastic. The several people walked into the villa, and Xia Hongyuan shouted, Mom and Dad, my sister and brother-in-law are here. Song Jiawen corrected when she heard the words brother-in-law. Hongyuan, don't call him that. Xia Wanqing sized up Lu Ming and thought to himself, this kid has a good image and temperament, and has the bearing of when I was young. At this time, Xia Yuxing hurriedly introduced, Dad, this is Lu Ming, my boyfriend. Hello, uncle. Lu Ming offered his hand. Xia Wanqing did not shake his hand, but just gave a soft HM and said, sit. Lu Ming was taken aback. Just one action, even if he was pretending, inexplicably made his heart ache a little. However, Xia Yuxing saw the situation and directly pulled Lu Ming to the living room sofa and sat him down. Dear, are you thirsty? I'll make you some tea. Xia Yuxing enthusiastically took Lu Ming's arm and said she was going to make tea. Lu Ming was a little nervous at first, but seeing Xia Wanqing's arrogant attitude, and thinking that he was just pretending to be her boyfriend anyway, he let go of his nerves. It's true that I am a little nervous. Just wait, I'll go make the tea. Xia Yuxing hurriedly went to the pantry. Xia Wanshun, who had been calm just now, suddenly looked embarrassed and a little uncomfortable when he saw the 2 of them getting intimate. Song Jiawen listened to Xia Wanqing's words and just treated it as a performance by the 2 of them. Sheng Shang, just let your aunt go make the tea. Xia Yuxing said, no, your aunt doesn't know which tea Lu Ming likes to drink. Song Jiawen couldn't help but laugh, thinking to herself, you're still throwing dog treats. My dear daughter, you're acting like it's real. Chapter 43, The Arrogance of the Father-in-Law. At this time, Xia Hongyuan sat down next to Lu Ming and laughed, saying, Brother-in-law, how did you and my sister realize that you were in love? Tell me quickly. Ahem. Lu Ming was a little embarrassed, as your father is still here. Xia Wanqing gave his son a glare and said, Little Lu, I heard that your family is from Tianjin? Yes, that's right, uncle. What do your parents do? My parents are at home and run a restaurant. A restaurant, huh, that's not bad. How many stars does it have? Huh? Lu Ming was stunned. It was obvious that Xiao Wanqing had asked that question on purpose. From the conversation he had had with Xia Yusheng's mother Song Jiawen the last time, they had already investigated his family background. His parents just happened to own a small restaurant in Jincheng. Now Xiao Wanqing was asking about the number of stars, which was a complete attempt to hurt his pride. Lu Ming was not at all embarrassed and said generously, "Uncle, my parents just own a small restaurant, not an international hotel." "Oh, brother-in-law, you're from Jincheng. I heard your dumplings and steamed buns are quite good."
Xia Hongyuan's eyes lit up.
Lu Ming said, "Well, to be honest, the twisted dough twists and the dog not to be bothered buns are sold to outsiders."
Ha ha. Xia Hongyuan said, "That's how it is with local specialties everywhere. By the way, I also heard that there is a snack street in the northwest corner of Tianjin City." "Yes, that's right, my parents' restaurant is in the northwest corner, and there are all kinds of breakfasts every day in the northwest corner." Lu Ming nodded. "Really? What a coincidence."
"Next time you go to Tianjin, I'll take you to Zhangji Sanqing Pancake House, Dingji rolled crepes, and then take you to Zhang Guizhai to eat some GABA dishes."
"Oh, brother-in-law, just hearing you say that makes my mouth water." Xia Hongyuan is a foodie and gets excited when he hears about good food. Xia Wanqing was a bit speechless and interrupted their conversation, asking, "I heard that you work as an assistant at Joying Capital?"
Lu Ming is already a fund manager.
Xia Yusheng came over with a cup of hot tea and put it in front of Lu Ming.
Xiao Wanqing was taken aback and then said, "Yusheng, you didn't tell your parents when you returned to China and you came back to work.
Why didn't you go to your own company, but to Joying Capital?"
"I heard that this investment company is about to close down."
"Dad, Joying Capital did have some problems before, but now the company is operating well and is unlikely to close down." Xia Yusheng retorted directly.
Xiao Wanqing said, "I know you want to achieve something, but in our own company, the platform will be bigger and more conducive to you showing your talents."
"Dad, I don't want to go to your company, and you should know the reason."
"Everyone knows that I am your daughter, and I am nothing but a sycophant.
Even if I achieve results, no one will say that I am talented and capable." Xia Yusheng looked serious.
Lu Ming was a little surprised.
So that was why Xia Yusheng was acting like this.
Song Jiawen chimed in, Shang, if you don't want to work for your father's company, you can come work for mine. Mom will keep your identity a secret, as long as no one knows you're my daughter."
"That's right, you can work for your mother's company too." Xia Wanqing agreed.
Xia Yusheng said, "Mom, I'm not really interested in the hotel business." Xia Wanqing changed the subject, saying, "Okay, my daughter, you're still young, and it's good to have more experiences. But compared to a career, I think personal relationships should be treated more carefully, right, Xiaolu?"
"That's right." Lu Ming didn't argue. Xia Wanqing continued, "Xiaolu, did you graduate from Peking University or Tsinghua University?" "Uncle, I went to Nankai University." "Nankai University? That's also not bad." Xia Wanqing nodded with a smile and added, "But there is still a big gap compared to Shang Sheng's Harvard." "Dad, why are you bringing this up?" Xia Yusheng was a little upset. Xia Wanqing lifted his teacup and said, "Lu and I are just chatting."
Lu Ming thought to himself, "You old fox, this is not chatting, this is picking on me. First, you talked about the family gap, and now you're talking about the gap in education."
Just then, the sound of a car outside the manor.
Song Jiawen glanced over and said, "Hey, Xia, we have a guest."
Shang, come with me to greet the guest." Xia Wanqing stood up. Xia Yusheng frowned, "Guest? Which guest?"
"It's your Uncle Du's son, Jiaming."
"You haven't seen each other for years, right? Jiaming heard that you were coming home today and he made a special trip to see you."
Xiao Wanqing's words made it clear that he was the one who invited Du Jiaming to the family.
The meaning behind his words was obvious.
After listening to this, Lu Ming, even though he was pretending to be her boyfriend, was also embarrassed.
Xia Yusheng frowned, a little angry.
Before this, her father often introduced her to young talents. But today, she clearly brought her boyfriend home, and her father even invited Du Jiaming to the family. At this time, Xiao Wanqing and Song Jiawen walked out of the villa.
Xia Yusheng took Lu Ming's hand and whispered, "I've caused you some trouble today, haven't I?"
"It wasn't that much trouble, but your father is quite cunning."
Lu Ming winked. Xia Yusheng couldn't help but give him a piercing look. Lu Ming laughed and said, "What? There are guests at home, aren't you going to go out and see them?" "You're a guest too, I'm just keeping the guests company. Here, let me pour you some tea." Xia Yuxing picked up the teapot. At that moment, Xia Hongyuan ran over and said, "Brother-in-law, don't mind my father, he's like that." Lu Ming thought to himself that this brother-in-law was much better than the father-in-law. At that moment, a Maybach stopped outside the manor gate. The driver got out and went to the back to open the door, and a young man wearing silver-rimmed glasses and a suit got out of the car.
"Uncle Xia, Auntie Song." Du Jiaming saw them come out to greet them and hurriedly walked up to say hello. Song Jiawen laughed and said, "My, Jiaming, after not seeing you for a few years, you really are a fine young man."
"Auntie Song, you are getting younger and younger too."
Du Jiaming's words struck a chord with Song Jiawen's heart and she beamed with joy.
Xia Wancheng laughed and said, "Jiaming, is your father's health okay?"
"Well, recently he has recovered quite well, he can eat and sleep."
"That's good. Come on, let's go inside." Xia Wancheng invited them to go inside.
As they walked into the villa, Xia Wancheng hurriedly said, "Shang Shang, Jiaming came especially to see you."
"You child, why didn't you come out to greet him?"
Du Jiaming glanced around and quickly saw Xia Yuxing sitting on the sofa. His eyes lit up and his heart raced. After not seeing each other for a few years, Xia Yuxing was even more beautiful and more feminine than when she was a child. Du Jiaming is now at the helm of the K group and naturally wants to achieve something, and partnering with the Wancheng group is a good choice. If he can also marry Xia Wancheng's daughter Xia Yuxing and take her home, this would be killing two birds with one stone.
Ha!
He suddenly saw the man sitting next to Xia Yuxing.
Chapter 44. I know a little about calligraphy and painting.
Xia Yuxing took Lu Ming's arm, and the two of them stood up together.
"Hello, Jiaming."
She greeted him politely.
Du Jiaming smiled and said, "Shang Shang, it's been a long time. You're getting more and more beautiful."
"Thank you."
"Who is this?" Du Jiaming looked at Lu Ming.
Xia Yuxing leaned against Lu Ming and introduced, "This is Lu Ming, my boyfriend."
"Oh, it's Mr. Lu.
Hello, I'm Du Jiaming."
Du Jiaming walked over and shook hands.
Although he was a little angry and jealous, he still had to act like a gentleman.
"Hello."
Lu Ming shook hands. Although Du Jiaming was smiling, he could feel a hint of hostility.
"Jiaming, come, sit down."
Xia Wancheng invited Du Jiaming to sit down, and then told the maid, "Bring out my treasured golden melon tribute tea and make some tea."
"Yes, Mr. Xia." The maid hurriedly went to make the tea. Xia Yuxing became even more angry when he heard this.
The tea she had just made for Lu Ming was the Dahongpo Oolong tea from the original tree, and it turned out that her father was also hiding the golden melon tribute tea. The several people sat down and started chatting.
Du Jiaming took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Lu Ming. "I wonder what business Mr. Lu is in?" "I'm in investment."
"Investment?
I wonder which investment company it is."
"Jiuying Capital."
Du Jiaming was taken aback. "Jiuying Capital? Isn't that the company Shang Shang worked for when she returned to China?"
Lu Ming said calmly, "That's right, I work under Shang Shang."
"You work for her?"
"I thought Brother Lu was the eldest son of some big family." Du Jiaming's tone was half joking, but his eyes clearly revealed a hint of disdain. Xia Yuxing was afraid that Lu Ming would lose face, so he took his arm directly and laughed, saying, "Lu Ming isn't the eldest son of any family, but he is the Prince Charming in my heart." Du Jiaming's mouth twitched a little. Seeing Xia Yuxing and Lu Ming's intimate movements, he felt inexplicably jealous and his heart was on fire.
Just then, Du Jiaming's driver brought in the gifts he had brought.
Du Jiaming quickly stood up to receive them and said, "Uncle Xia, I went abroad a few days ago and happened to come across a piece of calligraphy and painting at an auction.
I think you will like it."
"Oh?
Calligraphy and painting?" Xia Wanqing's eyes lit up when he heard the words calligraphy and painting. Many people in the industry know that Xia Wanqing has a hobby, which is collecting calligraphy and paintings.
It is said that Xia Wanqing has calligraphy and paintings by many celebrities in his possession, worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Du Jiaming opened the box and took out a pair of calligraphy and paintings, then gently opened it. Xia Wanqing glanced at it, his eyelids jumping, and exclaimed in surprise, "Could this be Fu Dashi's dragon and tiger?"
"Uncle Xia, you really have a good eye, you recognized it at first glance."
Du Jiaming gave him a thumbs up. Xia Wanqing then carefully placed the painting on the desk next to him.
"Oh, I actually saw this painting at Fu Dashi's solo exhibition before, and it left a deep impression on me."
Xia Wanqing sighed.
Fu Dashi was a well-known domestic painter, and in his early years his works were not worth much. But Xia Wanqing liked Fu Dashi's painting style, so he collected a few. Later, Fudashi's reputation soared, and his paintings were sought after by many wealthy people, so Fudashi's paintings skyrocketed. The few Fudashi works in Xiao Wanqing's collection also appreciated several times.
However, in many public occasions, Xiao Wanqing lamented that the Fudashi works in his collection were still too few. He wanted to collect several paintings, but he didn't have the opportunity. After all, in the circle of calligraphy, painting and antique collecting, you can't buy it just with money. As the saying goes, gifts should be given according to the recipient's preferences. This painting by Du Jiaming has reached the heart of Xiao Wanqing. Uncle Xia, I can see that you like this gift very much, which makes me feel at ease. Du Jiaming gave this painting to promote cooperation with the Wanqing group. Not only do I like it, I can't put it down. Xiao Wanqing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask, Jiaming, how did you get your hands on it? Du Jiaming said, I discovered this auction item by accident at an auction house in France. I thought Uncle Xia liked Fudashi's paintings, so I fought hard to get it. Oh, an auction, that must have cost a lot of money, millions, right? Xiao Wanqing had an idea of the value of Fudashi's paintings. If Uncle Xia likes it, a few million is nothing. Unlike some people, if they want to show their filial piety, they don't have the capital. Du Jiaming said arrogantly. While saying this, he also looked at Lu Ming. The meaning of showing off was obvious. Lu Ming thought to himself, damn it, stepping on your own act of being 13? But this guy really is willing to spend millions on Xiao Wanqing. Ding, the system has detected a celebrity painting. System mission released, first trial of painting and calligraphy appraisal technique. Reward for completing the mission, 1 lucky draw. Suddenly, the voice of the system rang in Lu Ming's head. Appraisal mission? Lu Ming then remembered that last time the system drew a lucky draw, and he got the painting and calligraphy appraisal technique. At the time, he felt that this skill didn't seem to be of much use, so he didn't care. Unexpectedly, the system has issued a task for me to try it out. In that case, let's authenticate it. Authentication started. Okay, host, authenticating. Ding, painting authentication complete. Authentication result, this dragon soaring and tiger leaping is a fake. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He never expected that this Fudashi painting was a fake. Then he received the system's appraisal report. Seeing Du Jiaming's smugness at the moment, Lu Ming's mouth curled up, and he spoke immediately, this painting looks good, but it's a fake. Ha! In one sentence, everyone was stunned. Xia Yuxing also looked shocked. Du Jiaming rushed to say, Brother Lu, what do you mean by that? Could I give Uncle Xia a fake painting? I spent 8 million yuan on it from a French auction house. Lu Ming smiled, 8 million yuan? Oops, then Brother Du is destined to be the fool. Brother Lu, are you afraid that you are jealous of me giving Uncle Xia such a painting? Do you know that this painting was authenticated by an appraisal report from an appraisal expert associated with the auction house? Du Jiaming's face showed displeasure. Lu Ming said, what does an appraisal report represent? Can't it be forged? Hey, Lu, don't just keep opening and closing your mouth here and discrediting my painting as fake. What's the matter, do you know anything about painting, a mere laborer? Du Jiaming's face was full of mockery. Lu Ming laughed and said, I'm not proficient in calligraphy and painting, just a little bit. Du Jiaming sneered and said, you're just a little bit proficient? In your class, you've never even been to an auction, have you? Xiao Wanqing also thought that Lu Ming was just being arrogant because he was young, so he asked, Lu Ming, since you say that this painting is a fake, then tell me, where can you tell that it's a fake? Chapter 45, Brother-in-law, you're amazing. At this moment, Xia Yuxing also looked at Lu Ming curiously. She didn't know why Lu Ming said that the painting was a fake, but he sounded very confident. Lu Ming said, Uncle Xia, you are an avid collector, and Fudashi's works are your favorite. You must know that Mr. Fudashi passed away in 1967. Of course, I know that naturally. Xiao Wanqing nodded. However, the rice paper used in the current painting, Dragon and Tiger in Vigorous Stride, was produced in 1969 and is a special type of Chongqing rice paper with a clean finish. Lu Ming walked up and touched the rice paper, his mouth curling up in a smile. What's this, Mr. Fudashi? You resurrected yourself 2 years after your death to paint this? You're talking nonsense. Du Jiaming didn't believe him at all, and pointed at him and scolded, you kid, how can you tell at a glance what year this rice paper is from? Do you think you're an expert appraiser? Stop bullshitting here.
Lu Ming said confidently, if you don't believe me, you can definitely ask a domestic appraisal company to do an appraisal.
Xiao Wancheng also felt the rice paper, of course just with his hands, which ordinary people couldn't tell. Lu Ming, are you just relying on the age of the rice paper to infer that this is a fake? Of course not. Lu Ming continued, Uncle Xia, you should be able to tell what kind of ink was used for dragon and tiger, right? Of course, pine smoke ink.
Lu Ming said, pine smoke ink is made from the ashes collected from burning pine trees, mixed with glue and spices. When used in landscape paintings, it gives a sense of vastness.
Xia Yuxing listened to Lu Ming's description with some surprise. She never imagined that Lu Ming would know about this.
She saw Lu Ming lean forward and sniff, and then say, but there is obviously something wrong with the smell of this ink.
Lu, what could possibly be wrong with the ink? How can you even smell it? Du Jiaming was a little angry.
Lu Ming said, it's unlikely that I can smell it, but every kind of ink produces a different painting. This painting obviously has a stronger sense of desolation.
Fu Daishi's paintings would not have this kind of charm, it doesn't match his style. The reason for this charm is the glue in the ink. As far as I know, this should be a kind of imported pine smoke ink, and the glue in it is foreign SK glue. This type of pine smoke ink is also commonly found on the market. However, this type of glue was only introduced in the second half of 1967. As far as I know, in the second half of 1967, Mr. Fudashi was already bedridden and sick, and did not paint anything at all. After listening to Lu Ming's words, Xiao Wancheng also really doubted the authenticity of the painting. After all, Lu Ming's words were well-founded. Du Jiaming became furious and angrily said, Uncle Xia, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. I bought it from a formal auction company abroad, and it comes with a certificate. Xiao Wancheng asked, really? Of course. It's inside this gift box. Du Jiaming took out the certificate from the gift box. He opened it and said, Uncle Xia, look, it has the seal of the auction company and the signature of the appraisal expert. In addition, it also has the autograph of Mr. Fudashi's grandson. Xiao Wancheng took the certificate and looked at it. He frowned and exclaimed in shock, this. I never thought that this dragon soaring and tiger leaping was a fake. Ha? Du Jiaming suddenly felt confused. Xia Yuxing asked curiously, Dad, how did you figure it out? Song Jiawen also asked, yes, Xia, did you find something? The signature of Fu Dashi's grandson is fake. Xiao Wancheng pointed at the signature on the certificate. He had collected several Fu Daisher paintings and naturally knew about the signature of Fu Daisher's grandson. Because when some institutions purchased paintings, they would ask Fu Daisher's descendants to certify the authenticity of the painting. Sometimes the certificate would also bear the signature of Fu Yongquan, Fu Daisher's grandson. Du Jiaming was puzzled. He picked up the certificate and said, no way. Uncle Xia, I had someone compare Fu Yongquan's signature with the one on the certificate before, and this signature doesn't look fake. Xiao Wancheng said, it's not the signature. I had a private chat with Fu Yongquan before, and he mentioned this painting, Dragon Soaring and Tiger Leaping, at the time. He personally said that this painting is special and has never been signed on any supporting documents. Ha? Du Jiaming was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's mouth curled up in a smile and he said, oh, I never would have thought that you, would present an imitation to Uncle Xia as a gift. Du Jiaming wanted to cry but had no tears. Xia Hongyuan, who had been watching the drama unfold, immediately gave Lu Ming a thumbs up and said, brother-in-law, you're amazing. You're practically an appraisal master with supernatural powers. Du Jiaming hurriedly explained, Uncle Xia, I'm sorry, I really didn't know that this painting was a fake. I really spent 8 million yuan on this painting. Xiao Wancheng let out a disappointed sigh and said, Jiaming, there's no need to explain, I knew that. I'm just a little disappointed. I didn't expect it to be a fake. Uncle Xia, I'm very sorry about this. Xia Yuxing immediately said, Du Jiaming, you take this painting back. My father cannot collect a fake by Mr. Fu here. This is not only disrespectful to Mr. Fudashi, but also goes against the concept of collecting. Xiao Wancheng nodded in agreement. Du Jiaming had no choice but to roll up the scroll and put it back in the gift box. Apart from this incident, Du Jiaming also had no face to continue staying at the Xia family, so he could only leave with the painting first. After Du Jiaming left, Xiao Wancheng had a newfound respect for Lu Ming. Xiao Wancheng said, Lu Ming, I didn't realize you knew so much about calligraphy and painting.
Lu Ming said modestly, Uncle Xia, to be honest, I just like studying it since I was a child, and I studied it with a few teachers in college, but I didn't study it systematically.
Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ming then talked about some knowledge of calligraphy and painting collections.
Lu Ming already possessed the skills to appraise calligraphy and painting, and naturally he was also very clear about the mysteries and knowledge contained within.
This chat opened Xiao Wanqing's eyes.
Shang, quickly go and make Lu Ming a cup of golden melon tribute tea, so the two of us can have a good chat.
Xia Yuxing was stunned. Well, Dad, you've changed too quickly.
I don't know where you hide your golden pumpkin tribute tea.
Xia Yuxing said impatiently. Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but laugh, knowing that his daughter was probably still angry at him for his rudeness to Lu Ming just now.
Zhaowen, you know where the tea is, so you go and make a cup.
Song Zhaowen was a little speechless. Making a cup of tea could clearly be done by a servant.
Now he is making himself make the tea, which is what Xiao Wanqing wants to ease the attitude. Song Zhaowen gave Xiao Wanqing a cold stare, thinking to herself, you old man, just because the kid surnamed Lu knows a little about calligraphy and painting, you're not going to change your mind, are you?
That won't do, calligraphy and painting can't feed you.
But despite her thoughts, Song Zhaowen still took Xia Yuxing upstairs to make tea.
Chapter 46, We'll sleep in the same room.
When they arrived upstairs, Song Zhaowen said, Shengshan, although your father and Lu Ming had a good chat about calligraphy and painting, it doesn't mean that your father approves of you two being together. Mom, I will make my own decisions about my own love life, so please don't interfere.
Xia Yuxing said seriously. Song Zhaowen thought to herself, could it be that her daughter is really in love with Lu Ming?
But Xiao Laoshi's analysis was correct before, and even if they were in love, it's unlikely that they would get to bed that quickly. Yes, it's true that you and Lu Ming are in love, but in the end, Lu Ming is still not suitable for marriage.
Why is he not suitable?
As you know, your families and your perceptions are not on the same level.
Mom, I think we get along quite well. Song Zhaowen shook her head helplessly and said, just getting along is because you don't understand marriage.
I'll tell you, Lu Ming is too young and immature.
Guess what he told me when I asked him last time? You asked him?
Yes, I asked him in private not long ago and told him to leave you.
Xia Yuxing asked curiously, so what did Lu Ming say?
He said that you two are truly in love and will never leave each other.
Huh?
Xia Yuxing was a little surprised. Lu Ming had never mentioned this to her before.
Song Zhaowen continued, I provoked him a little and gave him a condition.
What condition?
I said, if you want to marry Yuxing, you need to have at least $1 billion.
Huh?
Xia Yuxing was stunned. Song Zhaowen said, guess what the kid said?
He agreed and said he would make $1 billion within a year, and if he couldn't do it, he would automatically leave you.
He really said that?
Xia Yuxing's beautiful eyes lit up.
Song Zhaowen nodded in response, yes.
Xia Yuxing suddenly remembered that not long ago, she and Lu Ming went shopping at the mall to buy clothes. On the way, Lu Ming said that he wanted to save money to marry a wife. At that time, she also asked how much money he needed to save. Lu Ming said that he needed to save 100 million. Xia Yuxing laughed at the time, mocking the idea that it would take 100 million to marry any kind of daughter, and that it must be a woman who is fickle, vain, and money-grubbing. But what she never expected was that the woman Lu Ming was talking about was actually herself. When she thought about this, Xia Yuxing's pretty face flushed slightly, and she thought to herself that Lu Ming was really bad, deliberately teasing her.
Lu Ming even made such a promise to her mother, does that mean he really likes her?
At the thought of this, Xia Yuxing's mouth curled up, filled with a different kind of happiness.
Song Zhaowen caught it and couldn't help but say, what do you think? I said that Lu Ming is immature, right? To become a billionaire within a year is not arrogance, it's bragging. Mom, so if Lu Ming really makes $1 billion, will you agree to let me marry him? Xia Yuxing asked in return. Song Zhaowen was taken aback and laughed, I agree.
If he can make $1 billion in a year, he must be a once-in-a-century genius.
But everyone knows that's impossible.
I just want to find a way to force him to leave you.
Mom, what did you say to Lu Ming the other day? Tell me everything.
Okay, I was at the cafe downstairs from your company that day. Song Zhaowen told Xia Yuxing everything she had said to Lu Ming.
What? Xia Yuxing was a little angry after hearing this. Mom, how could you investigate someone's family background? This is so disrespectful, isn't it? Shengshan, you're going a bit too far. You've got a boyfriend, and I need to know who he is and what his family background is, don't I? If you want to know, you can ask me.
You had someone investigate him.
How am I supposed to face Lu Ming? Song Jiawen said, it's not even your fault. Why is it my fault?
Xia Yuxing looked puzzled. Think about it, you've only been back in the country for a short time, and you've already had a relationship with Lu Ming. I need to know if this man is a cheater, and I'm afraid you'll get hurt.
Xia Yuxing was stunned. Okay, so you're blaming yourself?
Song Jiawen saw her daughter's reaction and realized that she really cared about Lu Ming.
Could it be that the two of them were really in love?
Even if it was a fake sex before, as long as the love is real, sooner or later they will have sex.
Tell your mother the truth, are you really in love with Lu Ming, or is it a fake relationship? Song Jiawen couldn't help but ask. A fake relationship? Mom, why do you think we are in a fake relationship?
Xia Yuxing instinctively felt a little guilty.
Could it be that she and Lu Ming have been found out? That's impossible. Song Jiawen said, I don't see the affectionate and clingy little couple vibe between you and Lu Ming.
Your aunt's cousin has a girlfriend, and your aunt said the two are clingy, kissing and snuggling all the time. Lu Ming and I are usually clingy too, but how could we be clingy in front of you when someone is visiting our home for the first time?
Xia Yuxing hurriedly explained.
It seems that fake couples are really fake couples, and the affection is still not enough. Shang, let me remind you, men are the best at sweet talk, so don't let love cloud your judgment. You have to learn to tell if a man truly loves you or is just trying to trick you.
Oh, Mom, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Love lowers one's IQ, especially for women. Once you fall for someone, it's easy to get tricked. Your mother and I were tricked by your father.
Back then, your father said that there were mice in the rented house and he wanted to borrow my cat to catch them. So I went there with the cat, but there were no mice. When I got there, your father took me to watch pirated DVDs.
Xia Yuxing was stunned.
Well, Dad was okay, and this pirated DVD was pure.
Song Jiawen reminded him, right, Shangshan, you're in love now and you understand about men and women, but you must always use protection, okay? Oh Mom, I know that. Xia Yuxing's face flushed. Not only do you have to know, you also have to do it. Okay, I know. After the two went downstairs, Lu Ming and Xiao Wansheng were laughing heartily as they chatted.
Xia Yuxing thought to herself that Lu Ming was quite something, he had made his father so happy so quickly. The two of them chatted for the rest of the afternoon. For dinner, Xiao Wansheng asked the nanny to prepare a sumptuous meal.
After dinner, Xiao Wansheng wanted to chat with Lu Ming about ancient calligraphy and paintings. Song Jiawen reminded him, that's enough, Xia.
It's getting dark, and Xia and Shangsheng still need to go home.
Okay, we'll stop for today, Xiao Wansheng said, a little disappointed. Xiao Wansheng was a little disappointed. Unexpectedly, Xia Yuxing said, Dad, Mom, Lu Ming and I aren't going home today, we're going to stay at home. Xiao Wansheng was happy to hear that his daughter was going to stay at home and said, okay, let's ask Auntie to prepare a guest room for Lu Ming. Xia Yuxing said, no need to prepare anything, Lu Ming can just sleep in the same room as me.
Ha!
Xiao Wansheng and Song Jiawen looked surprised. Chapter 47, Can I sleep with you?
When Xia Yuxing said this, not only his parents, but also Lu Ming, were stunned.
In response, what could Xiao Wansheng and Song Jiawen say?
So in the evening, when Lu Ming and Xiao Wansheng were chatting, the old guy looked at himself with a faint sense of displeasure.
At 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone went back to their rooms to rest.
The villa is 3-storied, and only Xia Yuxing's bedroom is on the 3rd floor, which gave Lu Ming a sigh of relief.
After returning to the room, Xia Yuxing locked the bedroom door.
Lu Ming's eyelid twitched, and he looked at her with a strange expression.
Xia Yuxing looked back and said, why are you hiding so far away from me?
Lu Ming said with a trembling voice, Boss, we agreed to pretend to be your boyfriend, but you didn't say that I also have to sell my body, did you?
Xia Yuxing was speechless. Okay, what did this guy mean? Was he afraid that I would take advantage of him by eating him up? Go away, you jerk, what are you thinking? I would sleep with you under the table. Didn't we agree to go back after dinner? Why are we staying at home? My parents suspect that we are not really in love. What? Lu Ming's eyelids twitched, and he said, how could they suspect?
She saw us sleep together.
I'm surprised too.
Xia Yuxing said, when I made tea for you today, my mom said that you and I don't seem like a couple.
Why not? She said that you and I don't seem to be attached enough. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh.
Xia Yuxing said, also, when I got home today, my dad's attitude towards you was too calm, although he did say some strange things.
It really is. Lu Ming agreed. I thought your father would skin me alive when I arrived at your house today. After all, your mother saw us sleeping together last time.
All this shows that my parents probably guessed that we were deliberately acting.
Is that why you deliberately wanted to stay at home and for us to share a room? Well, that's the only way they would believe it.
As you saw today, if I were single, they would still give me the name of another man tomorrow. Du Jiaming, Lu Jiaming, Song Jiaming.
Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. I said, boss, if Uncle Xia and Auntie Xia suspect anything, even if the two of us sleep in the same room, they won't believe it.
Why not?
Think about it, the two of us can sleep on the bed and the sofa. Lu Ming pointed to the bed and sofa in the room.
I have to say, this manor house is really different. There is still room for a sofa in a bedroom. The space is just huge.
So what else can we do?
Xia Yuxing shrugged helplessly.
Lu Ming grinned and said, I do have a good idea.
What is it?
Let's make some noise so your parents can hear us.
What kind of noise?
The kind of noise.
What kind?
Xia Yuxing was still not sure what he meant.
Lu Ming could only hold up his hands and make a clapping sound. He didn't expect Xia Yuxing to still not understand. Lu Ming was a little speechless. This female devil's emotional and intellectual quotients were both worrying.
Boss, have you seen the TV series Lurk?
Yes, I have.
Then let me ask you, when Shui Ping first went to the city and lived with Yu Zhiqing, what did Yu Zhiqing do?
Lu Ming also made a motion of shaking the bed.
Rascal!
Xia Yuxing suddenly understood, and her pretty face flushed.
Lu Ming was speechless and said, Boss, you said that, you want them to know that the two of us are really in love. This is the most direct way.
Xia Yuxing gave him a glare and said, the method is a good method, but just think about it, our family lives in a villa, and my parents are still on the second floor, can they hear it?
Is their bedroom under our bedroom?
Yes.
Then that's it, a rocking bed.
Xia Yuxing blushed and said, go ahead and try it, can you rock it?
Lu Ming then walked up to the bed, grabbed the headboard, and tried to rock it.
Holy shit, it's not moving at all.
Shit, boss, what material is your bed made of?
Rosewood.
Okay, rich guy, so the rocking bed doesn't work, then there's only one other option.
Which one?
Lu Ming grinned evilly and said, then you need to make some noise.
Xia Yuxing suddenly understood.
Although she had never experienced it, it didn't mean she didn't know anything about the intimate lives of men and women.
I don't want to.
She shook her head with a blush, embarrassed.
She couldn't do it.
Oh, boss, if you don't want to make a sound, then there's no good solution.
Why do I have to make the sound?
Can't you make it?
Cough cough, how can a man make a sound during something like this?
No?
Why not?
Xia Yuxing asked seriously.
Lu Ming rolled his eyes and asked, Boss, haven't you seen a movie before?
No.
Then what have you seen?
I've only seen descriptions of this in novels.
Which novel?
Xia Yuxing was about to answer when he realized that he had almost been tricked into answering this question.
Why should I tell you?
Boss, you don't know anything, do you need me to teach you?
I don't need it.
Xia Yuxing's face flushed, and her neck turned red.
Knock, knock, knock.
Just then, there was a knock on the bedroom door.
Who is it?
Xia Yuxing asked.
It's me, Shang Shang.
Song Jiawen's voice came from outside the door.
Xia Yuxing opened the door and walked out.
Song Jiawen handed him a set of men's pajamas and said, These are the pajamas I bought for your father.
He never wore them once.
You can give them to Lu Ming.
Okay.
Xia Yuxing took the pajamas.
Song Jiawen then went downstairs.
Xia Yuxing went into the bedroom and handed the pajamas to Lu Ming.
Lu Ming teased, Gee, I hope your mother-in-law didn't take the opportunity to eavesdrop.
Xia Yuxing said, You're thinking too much.
I'm going to take a shower first.
When she finished taking her shower, Lu Ming took his.
When Lu Ming came out of the shower and got into his pajamas, Xia Yuxing was already sitting on the edge of the bed playing with her phone.
You sleep in the bed, Xia Yuxing said suddenly.
Lu Ming was taken aback and said, Me sleep in the bed?
Boss, you sleep on the sofa?
I'll sleep on the sofa.
I don't sleep on the sofa, and I sleep in the bed.
What?
Lu Ming was shocked and said, You mean we're both going to sleep in the bed?
That's right.
This
Lu Ming thought to himself that this was great, but on the surface he pretended to be serious and said, "Boss, how can this work? I just thought about it. If you sleep on the sofa, my mother will be able to tell when she comes to the room tomorrow, so we both have to sleep in the bed."
Well, that makes sense. Okay, I'll listen to the boss.
Lu Ming quickly climbed onto the other side of the bed. "Oh, the quilt smells so good." Xia Yuxing immediately pushed the quilt and said, "I'm warning you, this is the middle line, you sleep honestly, and you can't cross the line."
Chapter 48, You Sleep Honestly.
At this moment, on the second floor of the villa,
Song Jiawen returned to his room, and Xia Wanqing asked, "Did you deliver the pajamas?"
"Yes, I delivered them."
"What did they do?"
Xia Wanqing looked curious.
Song Jiawen gave him a dirty look and said, "I told you, old Xia, you're an old man, so curious about young people's affairs."
"Nonsense.
I'm not curious at all."
Xia Wanqing blushed. Song Jiawen said, "Today upstairs, I asked our daughter if she and Lu Ming were just pretending to be in love, and if Lu Ming was a fake boyfriend she found."
"What did Shang Shang say?"
"She said it wasn't fake, that it was real."
Xia Wanqing frowned and said, "Impossible."
"Still impossible? Our daughter is sleeping in the same room as Lu Ming."
"Old Xia, don't you believe it yet? The more so, the more deliberate I think Shang Shang is. Alas, I think Xing Xing's attitude towards Lu Ming is genuine."
"I still don't think it's very likely."
"You think it's unlikely that your daughter and Lu Ming would have sex, don't you?"
"Yes."
"Is it fast?"
"When I found out that my daughter was in love, Shang Shang and Lu Ming had known each other for more than 2 months.
Only 2 months? Xia, don't you think about it. What era is this?
Nowadays, young people can have sex after just 1 day of knowing each other.
Do you still think that it's like in our generation, where it takes a year or 6 months to even kiss?"
"That's other people.
I know my daughter." "You know our daughter?"
Song Jiawen said, "When we were young, we were busy with our careers, and Shang Shang grew up with her grandmother."
"Do you really know your daughter?" "Alas, we have let Shang Shang down."
"Yes, when Shang Shang needed us most, we were both busy with our careers.
We didn't know how to be parents at that time. That's why we need to be more involved in Xing Xing's marriage."
Xia Wanqing said seriously.
"Involved? You didn't accompany your child growing up, and you didn't interfere in your daughter's love life? You think your daughter will listen to you?"
"Shang Shang has grown up, and she should be able to understand some of these things."
"It's useless to say this. I told Shang Shang that she and Lu Ming are not suitable for each other, but you know what my daughter said?"
"What did she say?" Song Jiawen said, "She said that she is the master of her own love life and asked us not to interfere." Xia Wanqing didn't believe that his daughter was really in love with Lu Ming, but now that his wife Song Jiawen said this, he felt that it might be true.
"No interference? You have to check it out. You and Lu Ming were having a good chat, weren't you?"
"Well, I didn't expect it either. Lu Ming does know quite a bit about antiques, but that alone is not enough."
"What do you mean? Do you expect your son-in-law to be a genius?"
"No, but at least he should be somewhat capable."
"Don't worry about that.
If Lu Ming isn't capable, he'll be gone from your daughter's side in a year."
"What do you mean?" Xia Wanqing frowned. Song Jiawen then told him about the secret meeting with Lu Ming. "What? Lu Ming told you that he would become a billionaire within a year?"
"Yes.
That brat Lu Ming is quite a bragger."
Song Jiawen said, "Actually, it doesn't matter if my daughter is really in love with Lu Ming.
They're not getting married, and if it doesn't work out, they can break up. That's what I'm worried about."
"What are you worried about?"
"I'm worried that my daughter will get pregnant before they get married." "Have you reminded Shang Shang?"
Xia Wanqing's face grew serious. After all, in this society, there are too many stories of men and women using love as a stepping stone to climb up the social ladder.
"I did remind her." Xia Wanqing let out a sigh of relief.
But then he suddenly remembered that his daughter and Lu Ming were living in the same house, and that they were upstairs.
"By the way, Jiawen, I remember that last time a hotel partner gave you a box of condoms, right?" Song Jiawen was speechless and said, "What? Xia, you don't want me to give that to my daughter, do you?" "Ahem."
Xia Wanqing said awkwardly, "Jiawen, I think it's necessary."
"Xia, be a man. If you want to give it to her, I won't. Go to sleep."
Song Jiawen rolled over and covered himself with the quilt.
"Nonsense. How can I, as a father, give this? I'm saying, Xia, you're still the big boss who rules the business world. Are you a bit anxious lately? Just go to sleep. Mind your own business with the young people. Xia Wanqing looked helpless. At this moment, in the bedroom on the third floor, Xia Yuxing tucked the quilt in. Can't cross the line? Lu Ming looked at the quilt on the bed and said, speechless, boss, you drew a line, but we should draw it in the middle of the quilt. You're giving me 50 centimeters for a 1.8 m wide bed? Xia Yuxing said, 50 centimeters is enough for you to sleep on your back. What? I don't roll over and change positions when I sleep? You've changed positions enough. Not enough. If you change positions and sleep on your side, a normal man's 20 centimeters width is enough. Lu Ming said, no, if I roll over, I'll definitely roll over on my side in the middle, so 50 centimeters will be half, that's 25 centimeters, which is completely insufficient. You don't have a belly, and you're on your side, so 25 centimeters width is enough. Boss, although I don't have a belly, I have something that's longer than a belly. Nonsense, where? Xia Yuxing didn't understand. Lu Ming shamelessly smiled, winked, and then rolled over on the bed. Xia Yuxing suddenly realized that this guy had really crossed the line somewhere. Rascal! Her pretty face flushed, and she didn't dare to look. What do you think, boss? I wasn't lying, was I? Just sleep properly and you can take it back. Boss, I've never been in love before, and you're so pretty. I've already suppressed my true nature, so if I don't react at all, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? What kind of twisted logic is that? Xia Yuxing rolled his eyes. Although he said that, in his heart, he agreed with Lu Ming's words. Otherwise, if a man lies with you and you don't react at all, then wouldn't that mean you're not attractive and appealing at all? Boss, how is this a fallacy? Do you want me to explain to you the complicated knowledge involved? No need. I'll just leave you a little more room. Xia Yuxing said, pushing the quilt back a little further. Lu Ming glanced at it and said, not enough. It has to be at least 20 centimeters. Oh, you're just bragging. Xia Yuxing said impatiently, do you take me for a 3-year-old? I haven't studied biology. Boss, I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, just measure it yourself. Lu Ming became more and more bold in his jokes. Chapter 49, First Time Sleeping Together. Get out. Xia Yuxing angrily said, if you keep saying these rude things about me, I'll kill you. Boss, who told you not to believe it? It really is that long. Are you an ass? That's not comparable, an ass starts at 30. Xia Yuxing was speechless and said, wow, you know a lot. Hey, I used to watch Animal World a lot, and I really miss that sentence, spring is here, everything is coming back to life, and it's time for animals. Stop it, what are you talking about this with me for? Xia Yuxing blushed, thinking to himself, why did the conversation take such a strange turn? If we keep talking about this, I won't be able to fall asleep. Okay, let's not talk about this. By the way, boss, if you move a little further back, I'll have more room, otherwise I'll roll over in my sleep and stab you. Stab me? With a toothpick? Xia Yuxing had just finished speaking when he burst out laughing. Lu Ming's face fell. He had clearly meant to say long meaning tall, hadn't he? Gee, boss, I underestimated you before. You're the real veteran driver, and I can't handle the way you drive. Then you should keep your mouth shut. Xia Yuxing said, and moved his body back a little. That should work, I'll leave you 80 centimeters. Okay. Lu Ming warned, but boss, I'll let you know in advance, I may practice martial arts while sleeping, rolling around in bed, so please be understanding if I accidentally grab something. Xia Yuxing wasn't worried at all, saying, well, don't worry, the knife I used to chop fish can chop other things too. Lu Ming felt a chill run through his body. Boss, I have a question for you. What is it? Are you afraid of the dark? I'm not afraid of the dark. If you're not afraid of the dark, why don't you turn off the light? Idiot, the switch is on your side. Lu Ming turned his head and glanced over, before reaching out his arm to turn off the light. The room fell silent, and in the darkness, the two could hear each other breathing. Neither of them had been in a relationship before, so it was hard for them to fall asleep. Boss, are you asleep? No. Why aren't you sleeping? I can't sleep. I can't sleep either. Why don't we do something? I'm warning you, don't move around or get any crazy ideas. I've studied martial arts. Puff, boss, you can't even lie. Last time you helped Wanqing catch a criminal, you almost peed your pants standing there. I was so scared. I really have studied martial arts. Okay, I believe you. I've also studied combat. Lu Ming also bragged. By the way, why weren't you scared? I'm a man.
When Xia Yusheng heard Lu Ming's reply, the scene of Lu Ming saving her came to mind, and a trace of warmth welled up in her heart.
After a while, she asked, "Why are you quiet? Have you fallen asleep?"
No, I heard you stop talking, and I thought you were sleepy.
I'm not sleepy. This is the first time I've been in bed with a man, so I can't sleep. This is also the first time I've been in bed with a woman. Xia Yusheng asked, "You really weren't in love in college?"
No, after I failed to confess my feelings in college, I became obsessed with games, thinking that women could only affect the speed with which I could pull my sword. I never played games when I was in school, and then when I started working, Wanqing taught me how to play.
Boss, you're so beautiful and so outstanding, how come you weren't in love abroad? Lu Ming couldn't hold back his curiosity.
Xia Yusheng said, I studied hard abroad, so I didn't have the heart to fall in love. Besides, I mostly surrounded myself with foreigners, which I didn't like.
But there must have been some compatriots there?
Of course there were, but I didn't want to fall in love at that time, and I even resisted it a bit.
Resisted? Boss, you're not a lesbian, are you? You're the lesbian, I'm straight, okay? I just think that falling in love is a waste of time. So why did you want to come back to China for development?
I went abroad to study, and I never wanted to stay abroad.
Of course I had to come back.
I worked abroad for a few years just to gain experience.
By the way, I'm a bit puzzled. How did you choose to come to Win Capital?
Lu Ming was a bit curious. After all, Win Capital's performance in the previous 2 years was very poor.
Xia Yusheng replied, "A friend recommended it."
Win Capital's poor performance made it more challenging for me. The two men chatted for a while longer. It was getting late, so the two of them fell asleep without talking. But Lu Ming couldn't sleep, so he lay there fantasizing about something beautiful. Then he remembered that he had tried the calligraphy and painting appraisal technique and had received a chance to draw a prize from the system. So he immediately started the system draw. The next moment, the familiar system draw spinner appeared again. This time, Lu Ming saw a lot of exciting skills again. However, there were still a lot of prizes with question marks on the spinner.
"Host, would you like to draw a skill immediately?"
"Yes." The next moment, the pointer started spinning.
Finally, it stopped at a question mark skill.
"Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the super climbing skill."
Lu Ming was taken aback. Super climbing?
He looked it up and found that it was simply a skill for climbing mountains.
Judging from the ability description, this skill was very powerful and could easily climb buildings. Well, this ability probably isn't that useful.
You can go climbing in your spare time, or climb Mount Everest.
In a daze, sleepiness finally set in, and the two of them fell asleep.
The next morning, Xia Yusheng was awakened by the cold.
She slept dazedly and went to find the quilt, but found that she couldn't even grab it.
So she opened her eyes. She realized that the quilt was actually covering Lu Ming. What's more, the guy had set up a tent with the quilt, shamelessly. Xia Yusheng angrily grabbed the corner of the quilt and pulled it over to her.
Ha!
She suddenly saw that when Lu Ming was lying down, he actually looked like a 3D version of the Chinese character for wood.
"Rascal, get up!" Xia Yusheng kicked Lu Ming awake. "Ha!" Lu Ming opened his eyes in confusion and asked, "Get up? What time is it?" "It's 5:30. Boss, it's only 5 o'clock. What's the point of getting up?" Lu Ming wanted to continue sleeping. "It's raining." "It's raining? No way."
Lu Ming had already checked the weather forecast in advance.
"What's the point of holding an umbrella if it's not raining?" Xia Yusheng snapped angrily. "Ha!" Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately understood. "Ha, boss, you're an old driver, you're going fast enough that I got run over in the face by your wheel.
Go away, shameless, playing the hooligan in the morning."
"Hey, boss, you don't understand, how is this hooliganism? This is a symbol of a man's strength. I don't believe you. Get up quickly." "It's so early, have your parents already got up?" "My father gets up at 5 every day." "Wow, you are a business tycoon."
The two got up, washed up, and came downstairs. It was already 6:30. At this time, Xiao Wanqing was really reading the newspaper.
Song Jiawen was messing with the flowers and plants on the balcony. "Good morning, Uncle Xia." Lu Ming walked up and said hello. "Well, good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" Xia Wanqing asked.
"Well, it was okay," Lu Ming said, thinking to himself that it was far from okay. Song Jiawen then asked the maid to prepare breakfast, and the group went to the dining room to eat. Xia Hongyuan was nowhere to be seen during dinner. Xia Yuxing asked, "Where is Hongyuan?" Song Jiawen said, "He went out early in the morning, saying he was going to play with his classmates. Alas, this brat only knows how to play. I think he's wasted." "Shang, you care about your father, so go back to the company and help him, okay?" Xiao Wanqing brought up the matter again. "Dad, why are you bringing this up again?" Xia Yuxing refused again, saying, "Dad, I heard that you want to cooperate with Du Jiaming's Lk Group to develop a resort paradise?"
"That's right." Xiao Wanqing nodded.
Xia Yuxing asked, "Dad, are you really going to withdraw from residential real estate?"
"Well, yes.
The domestic residential real estate industry is currently approaching saturation, and the downward trend in the housing market is the general trend, so Wanqing Group needs to lay out commercial real estate in the cultural and entertainment industries as soon as possible."
"So how much are you planning to invest in this resort park?" 10 billion yuan. 10 billion yuan?
Xia Yuxing looked surprised and said, "But Dad, I've seen the group's financial report for the first half of the year, and the debt ratio is a bit high."
"It's the same old routine.
Manqing Xia and Lk will contribute 20% of the capital, and the rest will be financed by loans."
"Isn't the debt ratio a bit high?" "Don't worry, my daughter, your father can't let the capital chain break, can he?" Xiao Wanqing looked relaxed.
"Uncle Xia, I suggest that you be cautious about cooperating with Lk Group," Lu Ming suddenly said.
"Chapter 50. Have you two slept yet?"
"Ha?" Lu Ming's words made everyone freeze and look at him.
Xiao Wanqing asked in puzzlement, "Lu Ming, do you know about the Green Technology Group?"
"To be honest, Uncle Xia, I used to trade stocks and pay attention to the stock market. Green Technology Group is a stock in the tourism industry, so naturally I have paid attention to it. Lu Ming has previously predicted the stock price of Green Technology." Just now, during the chat, Lu Ming realized that it turned out that Du Jiaming was the person at the helm of the Green Technology Group. So he started to predict the stock price again. To his surprise, the short-term trend of the stock was indeed quite good.
However, 3 months later, the stock's situation reversed and it began to decline.
The reason given by stock forecasting was that Lk Group would have financial problems.
Lu Ming still understands stock forecasting, which is very accurate.
Since such a prediction was given, it proves that Lk Group must have financial problems.
Then, 3 months later, it may explode.
The longer the time period for stock forecasting, the fewer the reasons for the forecast. So Lu Ming also didn't know where exactly the financial problems of the Green Tech Group had occurred.
"Lu Ming, is there something wrong with the Green Tech Group stock?" Xia Yuxing asked curiously.
Lu Ming said, "I have read the financial reports of the Green Tech Group for the past 3 years, and there is still something strange about the business, revenue and profits over the past 3 years.
There is an inexplicable problem with the various data." Xia Yuxing asked, "So you think there are financial problems with the Green Tech Group?" Lu Ming nodded, "That's right." Xiao Wanqing smiled immediately after hearing this and said, "Lu Ming, so you think there are financial problems with the Green Tech Group, just a hunch? Or is it a guess?" "You could say that." Lu Ming didn't refute it either. "Hey, Lu Ming, you really are young and reckless.
The finances of a listed company all need to be reported and made public, and there is also supervision.
It's not just based on your guess." Song Jiawen couldn't help but interject.
Lu Ming looked embarrassed. He couldn't say, "I've got it all figured out," either. Xiao Wanqing smiled and said, "Lu Ming, whether it's Lk Group or any other company, any company that cooperates with Wanqing Group needs the group's professional team to control risks. You are the trader, but you should also remember that you can't tell a lot of things just by looking at the financial reports and reports." "Dad, but Lu Ming is a naturally gifted trader, and his hunches are highly accurate."
Xia Yuxing spoke up for Lu Ming.
"Shang, you studied finance, and finance can be quantified, and it can be technical, but it can never rely on some bullshit sixth sense."
Xiao Wanqing looked serious.
Xia Yuxing was at a loss for words. In fact, his father was right. But Lu Ming's talent in finance was real.
In this world, perhaps every person is born with a natural talent for survival in society. Some people are lucky enough to develop their talents and realize their potential, and they do very well. But some people may spend their whole lives stumbling around, doing things they don't like and things they aren't good at. In fact, the biggest unfairness in this world is that when people are born, everyone's intelligence, IQ, and talents are different. The limit of your hard work in life may be someone else's starting point. Xiao Wansheng then asked about Joeying Capital. Shang, how are things at Joeying Capital? Is work going well? There were a few minor difficulties, but with Lu Ming's help, they have now been resolved. Xia Yuxing glanced at Lu Ming next to him as he spoke. I heard that you also visited the U Group? Well, the U Group was preparing to do family wealth management, but in the end, this business was snatched away by Dingfeng Capital. Don't be discouraged. Yuan Pei is old, and the group was handed over to his daughter for management. His daughter is completely profit-oriented. If you still want to do family wealth management, I can give you some information. What information? Xia Yuxing was curious. Xia Wanqing said, last time I met up with some old friends, and I heard that the eldest daughter of the old guy Shen Huaiwen is going to do a family wealth management deal worth 1 billion. You can pay attention to it. Okay, I got it, thanks Dad. Xia Yuxing was a little excited, and gave Lu Ming a flirtatious wink. After breakfast, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing set off back. As on the way here, Lu Ming was still responsible for driving. Halfway there, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, Boss, which old guy did Uncle Xia just mention, Shen Huaiwen? Have you heard of Shen Dafu Jewelry? Shen Dafu? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Shen Dafu Jewelry, that's a leading enterprise in the domestic jewelry industry. Boss, if we take over this family investment fund, we'll make a lot of management fees every year. Xia Yuxing said, the Shin Group is a listed company with a market value of 100 billion, the U Group's family wealth management is 500 million, and the Shin family's family wealth management is a full 1 billion. The Shin family has huge assets, and every year a certain amount is invested in the family trust and financial management funds. It can be said that several well-known investment companies at home and abroad have Shin family money. However, according to past experience, with its current scale, Joeying Capital is not yet worthy of the Shin family's attention. Lu Ming suddenly understood. But it is understandable. For someone of Shen Dafu's caliber, his family's financial management would definitely involve cooperation with the most qualified and strongest investment and financial management company. Ding, system mission released, manage a family wealth management fund. Reward for completing the mission, 1 lucky draw entry. Ha! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Great, here comes the mission. Boss, although Joeying Capital is slightly less powerful, we still have to fight for it. If we get it, I'll manage it. You'll manage it? Xia Yuxing said, you have sure win number 5 and monthly win now. Aren't you afraid that the mission is too heavy and your energy is limited? Boss, that's nothing. Many public fund managers manage more than 10 funds, and some even manage more than 20. Are you really that good? Of course I am. You'll see if I'm good or not, boss. Ha! Xia Yuxing glared at him, exasperated, and said, Lu Ming, did you eat meat again? Ha ha. Lu Ming gave a good-natured laugh. At this moment Xia Yuxing's phone rang, it was Zhu Wanqing calling. Hey, Shang, how was the first visit of your new son-in-law? I'll tell you tomorrow. Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing had made an appointment to go to the beauty salon together tomorrow. Hey, Shang, that's what I wanted to tell you. Suddenly a big case came up, and I won't have time tomorrow. Ha? Oh, that's okay. Xia Yuxing was a little depressed, but he understood. Zhu Wanqing was a criminal police officer, and he didn't have much vacation time. Ha, I won't go, you can go with Lu Ming. With him? Forget it. What, have you two slept together? Chapter 51, Are you really being kept by a rich woman? Xia Yuxing was speechless and said, Hey, you little bitch, you're just like him. What do you mean? You're full of filthy talk. Ouch, Shang, you've tasted Lu Ming's lips? Naughty, no sense of propriety. Oh, is Lu Ming driving? I'm afraid he'll hear. Go away. By the way, has Auntie Xian been in Yanbei recently? I haven't visited her in a long time. Xia Yuxing changed the subject on his own initiative. No, she's not in Yanbei, she's in Donghai. Ha? Why do you suddenly want to visit my mom? Is there something wrong? Xu Wanqing's mom is called Shui Jingxian, and Xia Yuxing calls her Auntie Xian. There is actually something wrong. I remember that last month, Auntie Xian's Jinglan Clothing and Shindafu Jewelry jointly held a fashion crossover exhibition in Donghai, right? Yes, that's right. I heard that Shenange is in charge of the Shindafu Jewelry exhibition. I see, Sheng Shang, you want to meet Shenange? Xia Yuxing laughed. Gee, you're a detective, you guessed it right away. This is easy, my mom is quite familiar with Shenange, let my mom introduce you too. Great. Why, what do you know Shenange for? There's a financial business. I see. It's not a bad idea. You and Shenange are quite similar. You're both strong women and both are beautiful. The two of them chatted for a while before hanging up. At this time, Lu Ming, who was standing nearby, said happily, Boss, so with this connection to Wanqing's mother, we have a better chance of winning? Xia Yuxing said, a better chance? We should say that it is because of this connection that we have a chance to compete. By the way, tomorrow we will go to the company and work overtime. What? Overtime? We just had 2 days off. We need to meet with Shenange. If we want to do this business, we need to understand what kind of person Shenange is, study the style and strategy that the Shen family has favored in managing their wealth over the years, and then formulate an exclusive Shen family wealth management plan. That's true. Therefore, time is pressing, and we must work overtime. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, Okay, we'll work overtime, but you have to pay me triple the salary for overtime. Hey, Lu Ming, you manage a fund with a commission of tens of millions of dollars, and I make even more than you, so why do you care about that little bit of triple pay? Boss, look at what you're saying, it's so like the evil capitalist. I make a lot of money because that's what I'm good at, but what's mine is mine, and we have to respect labor laws. Okay, I'll pay you 5 times your salary. Boss, you're so generous. Please say that again, I'll record it. Lu Ming gave a thumbs up and took out his phone. Xia Yuxing was amused. This time, it wasn't just Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing who were working overtime. Dong Xiaojie was also working overtime, and Xia Yuxing had also assigned Zhong Xiaoman to work as Lu Ming's assistant. After the holiday, at the regular meeting, Xia Yuxing, as the company president, naturally also announced the Shin Group Family Wealth Management Fund. Of course, in theory, this matter could be said to be based entirely on the principle of volunteering, and every fund manager has the right to participate. But in the end, this difficult task fell to Lu Ming. Because for a client like the Shin Group, most of the company's fund managers didn't think there was much chance of a deal. Not only the company's fund managers, but in fact Xia Yuxing herself, lacked confidence. Even though she had a talented trader like Lu Ming by her side. However, for family wealth management clients, they will pay more attention to future benefits and evaluate many factors. Of course, in addition to this, there are also factors such as connections and relationships. So it's not just good performance that will get it done. Finally, Xu Wanqing's mother, Shui Jingxian, pulled the strings and made an appointment with Shenange to introduce the two sides. However, the meeting place was in Donghai, so Xia Yuxing and Lu Ming had to set off for Donghai. Before going to Donghai, Xia Yuxing encountered another problem. The dog and cat were left unattended at home. 2 days ago, Xia Yuxing returned home for a short time, so he left the dog and cat at home, so it didn't matter. But this time, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing were going to Donghai to discuss business, and it could be 3 or 5 days, or a week, it was hard to say. Boss, this is easy. Just have your secretary Li Xiaoya come here every day to feed them. Lu Ming volunteered to suggest. Xia Yuxing gave him a dirty look and said, Nonsense. If the two of us live together, won't the whole company know? So what if they know? What, are you afraid of a scandal with me? Lu Ming winked. You're thinking too much. I'm doing this for you. For me? Think about it. If you live with me, the people at the company will definitely think you're a gigolo. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Since people from the company can't come, let's invite friends. Hey, Wanqing, do you have time? I asked Wanqing, but she's been busy working on a case in another city and isn't in Yanbei these days. How about this, why don't you go stay at my classmate's place for a few days? Is your classmate reliable? Very reliable. He also has 2 cats, and he posts short videos on TikTok every day. He has hundreds of thousands of followers. Okay, let me ask. Xia Yuxing agreed. So Lu Ming took out his phone and called his university classmate LV Feihong.
When they were in college, Lu Ming and LV Feihong were classmates and roommates, and the two had a very good relationship. They often skipped class together, played games and stayed up all night slaying monsters. When Lu Ming confessed to Chu Chanshan, he was mocked, and LV Feihong even stood up to Chu Chanshan. After graduation, LV Feihong did not continue in the financial sector, but went to work as a salesperson at an auto dealership.
The reason was that salespeople get commission, and there is a chance to earn a little extra.
In fact, the percentage of classmates who majored in the same subject as Lu Ming and still work in that field after graduation is less than 20%.
Hey, Feihong, do you have time this afternoon?
Yes, why? Lu Ming then told him about sending his dog and cat to be fostered at his place for a few days.
Hey, Mingming, when did you get a pet? Well, it's been a few months. Okay, bring it over to my place. By the way, what kind of dog do you have?
A husky.
A husky, huh? Hurry up and bring it over, I love these silly dogs. LV Feihong was a little excited.
So in the afternoon, Lu Ming drove the Korean and took Era and Daxiang to the residential area where LV Feihong lived. LV Feihong met Lu Ming at the community and was shocked when she saw that Lu Ming was looking at the Cullinan.
Holy shit, Mingming, have you really been taken in by a rich woman? What do you mean taken in? This is the company car. You get to drive the company car?
Hey, man, I'm now the star fund manager at the company, so what's wrong with driving the car a little?
You're awesome. Chapter 52, Women Are Here to Be Coaxed. Lu Feihong took Lu Ming upstairs. He saw that Lu Feihong rented a 2-bedroom apartment.
In Yubei, where land is expensive, the rent for this 80 square meter apartment was several thousand yuan. But Lu Feihong earned a lot as a salesman, otherwise he couldn't afford to keep pets. As soon as Lu Ming entered the house, Lu Feihong's gold gradient and cheese cats immediately scurried under the sofa in fear. Before this, Lu Ming had often watched LV Feihong's short videos, and these two cats, one is called Donkey Roll, and the other is called Cow Roll. Because Jin Jiansing Donkey Roll's IQ is very stupid, it is often compared to the movie Donkey's Water by netizens.
Hey, Mingming, look at these two stupid cats.
They usually scratch and bite me, but they are afraid of strangers.
Lu Feihong walked up and laughed, old donkey, old cow, come out quickly, we have friends here.
At this time, Lu Ming let go of Hammer and Pippi. Hammer excitedly started running around the room, while Pippi wagged its tail and started exploring.
Hey, Mingming, you and your dog and cat are street smart, aren't you afraid of strangers? Lu Feihong was stunned.
You guessed it right, I often take them shopping.
Gee, this time I have new material for my short videos.
Lu Feihong said, taking out her phone and starting to shoot short video material.
Lu Ming asked, you have hundreds of thousands of followers on your short videos, haven't you made a lot of money?
Hey, it's not as easy as you think. Pet bloggers have a lot of followers, but they don't make much money. I just take some Xingtuai ads and hang some pet supplies in the window. You're pretty smooth with your words, you could try live streaming to sell products.
It's even harder to sell products live, but I can give it a try.
Lu Ming asked with a smile, by the way, why haven't I seen your girlfriend Xueping?
Working overtime? Lu Feihong's girlfriend is Pei Xueping, also a classmate. Well, she's working overtime. This morning, the two of us just had a fight. Lu Feihong sighed as he said this. What's wrong?
She doesn't like the fact that I bought a PS5 without consulting her. Lu Feihong pointed at the PS5 game console in the living room.
Lu Ming said, I have to say something to you about this.
You should have told your girlfriend in advance before buying it. Well, I apologized, but you know Xueping's temper.
She won't be angry for 3 or 5 days. In a relationship, you have to coax her more. Women are here to be coaxed. You can buy her a bag or something. Lu Ming gave advice. Well, that's why I ordered her a set of lipsticks online.
Lu Feihong continued, Mingming, you know, the two of us almost broke up.
What happened?
As you know, Xueping is a local, and I'm from out of town. Her parents have always wanted me to break up with her, mainly because I don't have a house here.
Lu Ming was taken aback and didn't know how to comfort him for a while. It seems that every young person faces this problem at this age.
Lu Feihong said, you know how expensive housing is in Yanbei.
It's not easy to buy a house. Even for a house on the 6th Ring Road, the down payment is at least 1 million yuan. Lu Ming asked, because of this, did Xueping break up with you?
No, I broke up with her. I didn't want Xueping to be caught in the middle and feel bad.
But she didn't agree.
She said she would rather rent a place and live with me.
Lu Feihong's face beamed with happiness when he talked about this.
Lu Ming was a little surprised and said, "Gee, Feihong, Shueping is really good, you really have found a treasure."
Yes, that's why I always feel guilty towards Shueping. That's why I work so hard, and when I get home, I buy short videos and edit them, just trying to earn a little more and buy a house as soon as possible.
Feihong, if you're interested, you can invest some money in the fund I'm managing. Lu Ming naturally wanted to help out, as Lu Feihong had been good to him and often helped himself when he was at school.
Sure, I'll go to your company one day to support your work.
LV Feihong readily agreed, thinking that Lu Ming had a performance task for the company. Lu Ming didn't continue to recommend it either. After all, it's easy to misunderstand if you say too much about this kind of thing. By the way, Ming, you've only been talking about me, so tell me about you.
Are you in a relationship or not? Chu Chanxian said you're being supported, what's going on?
Lu Ming didn't hide anything from LV Feihong and told her directly about what happened in the mall that day.
I see, this Chu Chanxian, she just knows how to show off and brag, she's just dating a rich guy. LV Feihong complained unhappily. Lu Ming asked, rich guy? Her boyfriend is a rich second generation? That's not it. Last time I ran into our class president Song Yuanzhou, and Song Yuanzhou said that her boyfriend is a company executive.
Our class president is really something. I saw him driving a more than 1 million yuan Range Rover the other day. While talking, LV Feihong took a cat toy to try to lure the donkey out.
That's right, Song Yuanzhou's family business is quite big, a real second-generation rich kid.
Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Song Yuanzhou, the monitor in college. The two of them chatted about the classmates in the class, and there was always endless things to talk about, and they chatted for an afternoon.
Hey, right Ming, is your second cat, Hachi, going to tear down the house?
Lu Feihong thought of this.
Lu Ming smiled and pointed, saying, isn't it already torn down?
Lu Feihong looked and saw that Hachi was biting the sofa in the living room with his teeth.
He laughed and said, my sofa has already been messed up by the two cats, so if he wants to take it apart, let him. At 5 o'clock, Lu Ming returned to Royal Lakes.
Unexpectedly, just as he arrived home, Xia Yuxing was packing his luggage.
You're back just in time. Hurry up and pack your luggage. Our flight is at 8 o'clock tonight. What? Why is it so urgent? Aren't we flying tomorrow? Lu Ming was taken aback.
Xia Yuxing said, there's been a change of plans.
Tomorrow, we'll go straight to see Shenange.
Lu Ming was surprised.
Go straight there? Didn't we ask Auntie Xian to be the middleman and set up a dinner meeting to get to know Shenange first?
Aunt Xian just called, saying that tomorrow Shenange will meet with 5 investment companies together to discuss the Shen family's family fund.
Meet together? Lu Ming was stunned and said, this Shenange is something, this is to let the investment companies bid against each other face to face?
The Shen family has the capital to do this, and Aunt Xian and Shenange recommended us. Shenange's idea is for us to attend the meeting together tomorrow morning.
I see. Which 5 investment companies are they? Dingfeng, Jun, Haihong, Jiawanqing, and Yueying. Ha!
Lu Ming drew in a cold breath.
These 5 investment companies are all giants in the private equity industry.
In particular, the 3 major capital companies Dingfeng, Jun, and Haihong are known as the 3 musketeers of domestic private equity. In the previous round of the Yu Family Investment Fund, Xia Yuxing was defeated by Dingfeng.
Jiawanqing is a Sino-foreign joint venture, and Yueying is the leader in the public fund industry. It established a subsidiary 3 years ago and entered the private equity market, and its strength should not be underestimated.
In this comparison, Yueying Capital is crushed in terms of both scale and qualifications.
Chapter 53, Have we booked the hotel yet?
Lu Ming had a chat with Xia Yuxing and went back to the room to pack. Since they might have to stay in Donghai for many days, they needed to bring a few extra sets of clothes.
Oh yes, and some close-fitting underwear. Lu Ming remembered that he had washed his close-fitting underwear yesterday and left them on the balcony to dry.
So he walked out of the bedroom and went to the balcony, where he found Xia Yuxing also on the clothesline, getting her underwear. He saw Xia Yuxing take down more than 10 pairs of underwear, all in different colors, and his eyes went wide.
What are you looking at?
Xia Yuxing felt a little embarrassed and blushed. When she and Lu Ming first started living together, she was embarrassed to wash her underwear and hang it on the balcony. Later, she discovered that Lu Ming didn't care at all. He didn't feel shy about hanging out his own large, baggy linen on the balcony either.
Xia Yuxing wondered why she should feel embarrassed. It was just drying laundry, not like she was wearing it.
Besides, she never hung her intimate laundry on the balcony, so Lu Ming couldn't possibly think she wasn't clean. So she didn't care anymore and hung them on the balcony directly after washing them herself. But even if they were just hanging there, she was still embarrassed to be stared at directly by Lu Ming. Lu Ming grinned and joked, "Boss, it's just a business meeting, maybe a week at most."
What are you doing bringing so many? None of your business. Xia Yuxing gave him a look and said, "What do you know? Girls need to wear a new one every day." Really? Lu Ming looked confused. Of course it's true. Why? Why? Of course because. Xia Yuxing was about to explain, but then thought, why should I explain this to him? Because you don't know? No. Isn't this common sense? Don't you guys change every day? No. Xia Yuxing was also confused and said, no way? So how often do you guys change a new one? Well, it's hard to say, some last a few days. Some last a few days?
Some are changed every 2 or 3 days, some are changed every week, and some are worn on the front for a week, then the back for a week before being changed again.
Poof. Xia Yuxing was immediately amused. I'd say you guys are really unhygienic, aren't you? After a week, it's not even armored anymore.
What's more, some of them have holes in them and the color has faded.
Xia Yuxing couldn't help but ask, so how often do you change them?
I change them quite often, except in special circumstances, once every 2 or 3 days.
Special circumstances? What special circumstances? When nutrients are lost. I don't understand. Xia Yuxing shook his head. Lu Ming winked and grinned, "Boss, do you need me to explain this to you?" No, no.
Seeing his smirk, Xia Yuxing knew it was going to be something rude again.
Ha ha. You've got some nerve laughing. You can't change your clothes every 2 or 3 days. You need to pay attention to personal hygiene.
You have to change them every day from now on.
Every day?
Oh, I don't have that many pairs.
Why don't you buy me some? Lu Ming couldn't help teasing her. Go away, why would I buy them for you? Aren't I your boyfriend? Faked. A fake boyfriend is still a boyfriend. Rascal, I don't want to talk to you. Xia Yuxing took the laundry back to his room. At 7 p.m., Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing had already picked up their tickets.
Since they had booked business class, the two of them went directly to the VIP lounge to wait for their flight.
By the way, boss, have we booked the hotel yet? Xiaoya has already booked it, Shangri-La Hotel. Lu Ming asked with a smile, 1 room or 2? What do you think? Xia Yuxing gave him a cold glare. Ha, is that the presidential suite? Oh, you want to stay in the presidential suite? We're here on business, not for a vacation. I've been there before, I heard there's a swimming pool in the presidential suite, is that true? Well, it's true. Is there a foot massage?
That's the presidential suite, not a spa.
Xia Yuxing was speechless. Hey, I've never been to a bath center either.
Lu Ming smiled sheepishly. The two sat down, and Xia Yuxing took out a book from her bag and prepared to read. At this time, Lu Ming glanced around the VIP room and suddenly froze.
Ha! Lu Ming patted Xia Yuxing's arm. Xia Yuxing thought he was taking advantage of her and said angrily, "What are you touching?" "Boss, look at that person, why does he look so familiar?" "Is that my brother-in-law?" Lu Ming pointed to the massage chair not far away. Xia Yuxing looked in the direction and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, it really is that brat Xia Hongyuan." Then she stood up directly and walked towards the massage chair. Lu Ming hurriedly followed.
At that moment, Xia Hongyuan was lying on the massage chair with his eyes closed, enjoying himself. A young and pretty girl was sitting on the massage chair next to him.
Pop! Xia Yuxing gave Xia Hongyuan a tap on the shoulder. Ha! Xia Hongyuan opened his eyes suddenly. Xia Hongyuan, why are you here? At this time, the pretty girl next to him asked, "Hongyuan, who is this?" Xia Hongyuan introduced quickly, "Ruman, this is my sister." "Sister, this is Lin Ruman, my high school classmate." "Hello, sister." Lin Ruman quickly said hello. "Where are you guys going?" Xia Yuxing asked. "We're going to Disneyland East China Sea." "Oh, brother-in-law, you're here too?" Xia Hongyuan saw Lu Ming behind him.
Lu Ming laughed and said, "What a coincidence, your sister and I are also going to East China Sea."
Xia Hongyuan's eyes lit up and he said, "Really?
"That's great, sister, brother-in-law, let's go to Disneyland together."
We're going there for business, not for fun." Xia Yusheng glared at him. "I see, I thought you and your brother-in-law were going on your honeymoon." "What honeymoon? We're not married." "So what? You and your brother-in-law are in the honeymoon phase." Xia Yusheng asked, "Okay, did you tell your parents you're going to the East China Sea?"
"Oh, sis, you have to keep this a secret for me, don't tell my parents."
Xia Hongyuan looked like he was about to cry.
"You are so much trouble." Xia Yusheng glared at him before turning around and returning to her seat. Xia Hongyuan quickly grabbed Lu Ming and said, "Brother-in-law, you have to help me, don't let my sister tell my parents, otherwise my credit card will be locked tomorrow."
"No problem, I'll talk to her for you."
Lu Ming patted him on the shoulder. Then Lu Ming returned to his seat and said to Xia Yusheng, "This kid Hongyuan is doing well, he's got an internet celebrity girlfriend."
Xia Yusheng was taken aback and asked, "Internet celebrity? Which internet celebrity?" Chapter 54. Are you an exhibitionist?
Lu Ming leaned over to Xia Yusheng's ear and whispered, "It's the girl next to Hongyuan."
"Isn't that Hongyuan's classmate?" Xia Yusheng was a little taken aback.
At this time, Lu Ming took out his phone and opened his own TikTok. He then clicked on his list of followers, which was full of beautiful female anchors. Xia Yusheng gave him a strange look.
Cough.
Lu Ming blushed and quickly scrolled down to find a user named Ruman.
He then opened Ruman's personal page and saw the short videos she had posted.
Lu Ming casually clicked on one, which was a video of Ruman dancing.
Xia Yusheng also took a quick look, and it was indeed Lin Ruman's TikTok.
This short video account posts videos of people shaking their hips and dancing, and it has 1.2 million followers. It really is a celebrity online, and this Xia Hongyuan can do it, wooing celebrities online. Xia Yusheng gritted his teeth in anger.
Lu Ming asked again, "By the way, boss, do you have your younger brother's short video account?"
"Yes."
"What's its name?"
Yuan Z.
"Oh, isn't that the top guy who often hangs out in Ruman's live broadcast room? Big Brother Bang?"
"Yes, he's the one who often rewards in the live broadcast room."
Xia Yusheng became even more angry when he heard this, and angrily said, "This brat, he doesn't learn."
"Ouch, boss, don't you have to tell your parents about this?" Nowadays, many internet celebrities like to trick suitors into playing what they call the immortal jump and stuff like that. Lu Ming is a bad guy, and he quickly sold Xia Hongyuan out.
"I definitely can't tell them. If my parents find out about this, it'll be terrible. It'll be so upsetting for my health."
Xia Yusheng hugged his arms in anger.
You're right. Lu Ming, you go tell Xia Hongyuan to break up with this girl." "Huh? Me? Is that a good idea?"
Lu Ming felt a little ashamed.
Xia Yusheng said, "Why isn't it a good idea? Aren't you his brother-in-law?"
Lu Ming was stunned, and helplessly said, "Boss, let's not rush into this. I'll find out more about her first."
"What if Lin Ruman really is Hong Yuan's classmate? What if we've misunderstood the situation and they're not in a relationship?"
Xia Yusheng thought about it for a moment and agreed.
"We need to get to the bottom of this." An hour later, the group boarded the plane. The flight from Yanbei to Donghai took 2 hours. After getting off the plane, Xia Hongyuan hurried over and asked, "Sister, which hotel did you and brother-in-law book?" "Shangri-La Hotel." "Okay, Ruman and I will stay at that hotel too."
Soon Xia Hongyuan called a car and the group arrived at the hotel. When checking in, Xia Yusheng suddenly remembered that she had asked her assistant Li Xiaoya to book 2 rooms, one for her and one for Lu Ming. But now Xia Hongyuan had followed, and she and Lu Ming definitely could not stay in separate rooms.
They could only open one room at the front desk and cancel the other.
Subsequently, Xia Hongyuan and Lin Ruman also checked in, each in a separate room. At this time, Lu Ming walked over and put his arm around Xia Hongyuan's shoulder, saying, "Hongyuan, let's go, the 2 of us will go out and buy some late-night snacks for your sister and your classmates."
"Okay." Xia Hongyuan readily agreed.
The 2 of them went to a barbecue restaurant and ordered a lot of skewers. While waiting, Lu Ming said seriously, "Alas, Hongyuan, you're done."
"What? What's wrong, brother-in-law?" Xia Hongyuan was confused.
Lu Ming took out his phone, opened TikTok, and clicked on Ruman's TikTok profile page.
"What? Brother-in-law, you're a Ruman fan too? Xia Hongyuan was full of surprise. Well, I saw it before. Ah, then do you watch Ruman's live streams? I watch them a lot. I know that, you're the #1 viewer. You know that too, brother-in-law, so did you tip Ruman? No, I never tip the anchors. Ah? So you're a free rider, brother-in-law. Xia Hongyuan couldn't help but complain.
Lu Ming said helplessly, Hongyuan, you still haven't realized the seriousness of the situation. Your sister already knows that Ruman is an internet celebrity, and you've gone so far as to lie to her and say that you went to high school together.
Brother-in-law, I didn't lie to my sister. It's true that Ruman is an internet celebrity, but she was also my high school classmate. Whether it's true or not, your sister is very angry that you're now dating an internet celebrity. What? Xia Hanyuan quickly said, brother-in-law, what dating an internet celebrity? Ruman and I are serious. Whether you are serious or not, your sister is going to tell your parents. What? I'm finished then. Xia Hanyuan suddenly wilted. If his father Xia Wancheng really knew, I'm afraid my monthly allowance would be gone.
Lu Ming said cheekily, but thanks to me strongly discouraging your sister, she agreed not to tell your parents for now.
Really, brother-in-law? You're so good. Xia Hongyuan was deeply moved. But even if I stop it, tell me about you and Ruman. What is going on? How far has it gone? How did it start? Tell me everything. Brother-in-law, this is our privacy. You want privacy, right? Fine, I can't stop your sister. Okay, I'll tell you.
Then Xia Hongyuan told him about his affair with Lin Ruman. Half an hour later, Lu Ming returned to the hotel room with a skewer. At this time, Xia Yuxing had already finished showering and changed into a set of pajamas.
Here, boss, your late-night snack. What late-night snack? Skewers. Skewers? This is a late-night snack? Xia Yuxing couldn't help but laugh. Yes, don't you like it, boss? Not really, it's a bit sinful to eat this late at night. What's sinful about it? Eat it, you have such a perfect figure anyway. It's not perfect. I've gained weight eating your food all the time. Oh, then I'll have to get you to exercise in the morning. Xia Yuxing shook his head quickly and said, no way. No one can deprive me of my lazy habits. That's not true. You go to bed early every day too. You usually go to bed at 10 o'clock, but why do you sleep until 7:30 every morning? Nonsense. If I get up early, there's no point in going to bed early.
Lu Ming was unable to refute this, and he always felt that there was something wrong.
Lu Ming then took a shower too, and came out wearing big underpants.
At this time, Xia Yuxing was already eating kebabs and drinking beer.
Oops. Xia Yuxing quickly covered her eyes and scolded, have some manners, will you? What are you doing with your shirt off? Hurry up and get dressed. It's a bit hot. I'll put it on later.
Lu Ming had just finished showering and was sweating.
No way. Have you forgotten our cohabitation agreement? No, but we're in a hotel, not at home. Rascal. Are you an exhibitionist? Boss, I'm just shirtless, I'm not flying a kite with you. That's still not okay. Boss, I have 8 abs, I'm letting you see them for free, I'm not charging you. Chapter 55, Men and Women Should Not Touch. Who wants to see your abs? Xia Yuxing rolled his eyes. But the palm covering his face couldn't help but part a crack between his fingers. Oh, this guy Lu Ming really does have 6-pack abs. Boss, are you peeking through the crack in your fingers? Lu Ming noticed. No way. Hurry up and get dressed. Or I'll be mad. Okay, I'll put it on.
Lu Ming said, opened the suitcase, and took out a tank top from inside to put it on.
Xia Yuxing then lowered his hand. Boss, you see, I still have a pretty good body, I've got to find pecs.
Lu Ming couldn't help teasing, and he was still quite satisfied with his own body.
Narcissist. Xia Yuxing gave him a glare.
But he still couldn't take his eyes off it, the tank top Lu Ming was wearing highlighted his entire body.
Xia Yuxing blushed as she looked. Hey, boss, why are you blushing? I drank beer. Come on, let's drink together.
Lu Ming opened a can for himself as well. The two of them drank beer and ate kebabs while watching TV.
Did you find out everything about Hongyuan? Yes, I did. Tell me.
Lin Ruman was indeed a high school classmate of Hong Yuan's, and the two had actually been in contact for a long time. However, the two had just started dating, and Xia Hongyuan had said that he and Lin Ruman were serious. Lu Ming recounted in detail what Xia Hongyuan had said.
Boss, I think in this matter, we should respect Hong Yuan's feelings.
I don't care if he's in a relationship, but the object of his affection is an internet celebrity who twists her hips in short videos every day.
Boss, this is the new society. Many young people play TikTok and post dancing videos on it. We can't just kill it with one stroke and think that they are not good girls, right?
Xia Yuxing thought about it for a moment. Lu Ming's words also made sense, not to mention the fact that she didn't know Lin Ruman very well. If she didn't understand the situation and asked her brother Hong Yuan to break up, she would be no different from her parents.
But Lu Ming said, Boss, I know what you're worried about. You're worried that Hong Yuan will be cheated of his emotions and money, right?
Xia Yuxing didn't say a word. She was indeed a little worried.
Don't worry, I've reminded Hong Yuan of all this.
Besides, Hong Yuan is so smart, he's not a fool.
Just relax. Xia Yuxing pondered for a moment and said, Okay, if he's willing to talk, let's talk. By the way, boss, do you have a TikTok account? I don't. You don't watch short videos? No. Lu Ming laughed and said, Then you're missing out on a lot of fun, aren't you? Fun? What fun?
What fun is there in fixing donkey hooves, catching crabs at the seashore, taking pearls from mussels, and surviving in the wilderness?
Boss, why don't you register an account and I'll recommend some good creators to you?
Forget it, I trust you?
Your list of followers is full of female internet celebrities, isn't it? Cough cough, how could that be, boss? You just read it wrong, I actually follow a lot of interesting creators. Really?
Then take out your phone, open TikTok, and scroll through the top 10 videos to see if they're actually interesting videos or just internet celebrities shaking their asses.
Fine, let's see.
Lu Ming took out his phone unconvinced. Usually, he does watch videos about fishing and hoof trimming, which are not only interesting but also relieve stress. Xia Yuxing immediately sat next to Lu Ming, and the two stared at the phone screen. They opened TikTok and the first video popped up. Clop, 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 singing a love song together, very willful, loved each other very willfully and stubbornly. Very willfully thought that I was very carefree when I let go.
Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Great, it's still three young ladies dancing together. Wow, big data really knows you, Lu Ming. Xia Yuxing gave him a dirty look.
Lu Ming gritted his teeth and said, This must be a coincidence. The dance BGM was popular a few months ago and is being pushed again now, so it must be a coincidence.
Xia Yuxing sneered, Yes, it's a coincidence. Watch the second video.
Lu Ming hurriedly slid his finger.
The second video appeared. Digging and digging in what kind of garden? Planting what kind of seed to grow what kind of flower?
I'm in a small garden, digging. Lu Ming was a little embarrassed. Although this video didn't feature dancing, it featured a beautiful female teacher.
Wow, she's quite pretty. Boss, I don't think I look as good as her. If you made a video, it would definitely be a hit. Let's watch the third video.
So Lu Ming continued to flick through the phone screen. Finally, the third video appeared, which was mainly about the military.
What do you think, boss? Not all of them are young ladies, right? Keep going. The fourth video was a video of someone repairing a donkey's hooves.
The fifth video was a video of a pet blogger taking a video of her dog. The sixth video was a video of a beautiful woman in paradise.
The seventh video was a video of a beautiful woman in a black suit.
The eighth video was a video of a woman on the ceiling. The ninth video was a video of a beautiful woman in a swimsuit.
The 10th video was a video of a JK.
Lu Ming suddenly looked very embarrassed.
Damn it, this damned big data is ruining people. You really understand me? This is the true nature of a man with nowhere to go.
Xia Yuxing looked very angry.
Boss, there must be something wrong with the recommendation algorithm.
Come on, don't try to argue. Lu Ming said cheekily, Boss, as the saying goes, everyone loves beauty. It's good for us men to look at beautiful women, cultivate our character, and feel happy both physically and mentally.
Cultivate one's character? What a cheek.
Boss, I definitely won't be swiping through these beautiful female content creators in the future.
Ha? Why? Because I know you, boss.
If we talk about looks or body shape, those female internet celebrities who have turned on their beauty filters can't compare with you, boss.
Oh? You've learned to sweet talk?
Xia Yuxing gave him a look, but she knew that Lu Ming was a smooth talker, but for some reason, it sounded quite pleasant and happy. Lu Ming flattered, I'm telling the truth, boss, you crush them all with your natural face. If you wear a black turtleneck, oh boy, it's going to be something.
Go away, who wants to wear a black turtleneck? Xia Yuxing was a little speechless, this rogue.
Lu Ming surveyed the beauty in front of him, and began to fantasize about the sight of Xia Yuxing wearing a black turtleneck.
It was killing him. Would there be any nutritional supplements handed out tonight? What are you looking at, you idiot? You're drooling.
Xia Yuxing felt uncomfortable being looked at like that.
Oh, it's just that you're so good looking, boss, you've got me mesmerized. Lu Ming continued to flatter. You're so smooth. Go away. I'm going to bed. You can sleep on the sofa tonight, I'll sleep in the bed. Xia Yuxing climbed into bed and pulled the covers up to his chin. What? No way. I want to sleep in the bed too. Lu Ming climbed into bed too. Get out. Xia Yuxing kicked him out, saying, men and women shouldn't be intimate, so how can we sleep in the same bed? Chapter 56, The Female Devil Begs for Mercy. What? Lu Ming was stunned and said, boss, haven't we slept together twice already? You can't even get from a dog's mouth. Xia Yuxing scolded, what do you mean slept together twice? That was sleeping in the same bed. Right. Before that was because there was no other way, but now we're in a hotel, why would we still sleep in the same bed? I say, boss, do you have a conscience? When you need me, you let me into bed, but when you don't need me anymore, you tell me to sleep on the sofa. Aren't you just getting rid of me? Yes, you're right, you're the donkey.
Xia Yuxing covered her mouth and laughed.
Okay, I'm the donkey, here's the donkey. Lu Ming said, jumped back into bed, and began to roll around, saying, the donkey is rolling around.
While he was rolling around, he rubbed against Xia Yuxing.
Ouch, what are you doing?
Xia Yuxing quickly protected her body.
I'm a donkey, I'm having fun. Screw you. Xia Yuxing gave a kick to try to push Lu Ming off again.
Unexpectedly, this time Lu Ming was prepared and grabbed her ankle.
How dare you, let go. Xia Yuxing tried to break free, but Lu Ming held her tight. Hey, boss, you haven't washed your feet in a few days, have you? It's choking my nose.
Lu Ming pretended to hold her nose with the other hand.
Nonsense. I wash my feet every day, where does the smell come from? Just pretend. Really? Then I won't be polite.
Lu Ming's eyebrows rose, his eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth rose.
You want to do, what? Xia Yuxing's pretty face flushed, and her heart pounded, accelerating.
Lu Ming simply reached out and tickled Xia Yuxing's soles of the feet.
Ah, Kiki, what are you doing? Humph, boss, you still won't let me sleep in the bed. I'll tickle you. Kiki, stop, I'm ticklish. Ticklish? Then I'll tickle you more.
Lu Ming said and gave a few more gentle tickles.
Giggle, let me go quickly.
Xia Yuxing struggled, but her ankles were firmly held by Lu Ming, and she was completely suppressed as she was not as strong as Lu Ming.
Don't let go. Lu Ming, you dare. I am your boss. How dare you disrespect me? Let go of my feet quickly. Oh, boss, it's this time of night, and you're still acting like you're my boss?
Lu Ming said, and gave her foot another tickle.
Ouch, Kiki, okay, I won't put on airs, will you let go of me? What's the matter, boss, can't take it anymore? I'll let go, but can I sleep in the bed? No. No?
Lu Ming frowned and was about to give another tickle.
Xia Yuxing was startled and quickly begged for mercy. Okay, fine. Hey, boss, you said it. You said it, so let go of my foot. Xia Yuxing had been ticklish since childhood, and Lu Ming had hit the nail on the head. Lu Ming let go of her foot.
Xia Yuxing said angrily, fine, Lu Ming, tickling my feet, I'm the most ticklish.
Really? Then I can boss you around from now on. Pa, don't even think about it. You want to boss me around? You can sleep in the bed if you want, but don't move around at night. Boss, I've always been a good sleeper, okay? You're a good sleeper? You were acting like a pervert in the morning, carrying a javelin. Boss, look at me. I really need to teach you some biology. Trying to brainwash me? I'm not listening. Going to sleep.
Xia Yusheng turned off the light. Naturally, the two of them did not fall asleep so quickly in the dark.
Oh yes, we have to get up early tomorrow, we have to leave at 7 o'clock.
Xia Yusheng thought about meeting Shin Ange tomorrow.
7 o'clock? So early? Does Shin Ange start work at 7 o'clock?
No, we have to go to the Blade Club tomorrow.
The Blade Club?
It's in the suburbs.
That's why we have to leave early. Lu Ming asked, what are we going there for?
The Blade Club, a well-known top sports club in the East China Sea, is, to put it bluntly, a place for the rich to go and have fun. The reason the Blade Club is famous is because its sports programs are all high-difficulty extreme sports. For example, extreme cycling, rock climbing, air surfing, extreme off-road, bungee jumping, skydiving and other programs. Xia Yusheng said, Shin Ange has asked to meet at the club. I remember, when we did the back adjustment, Shin Ange was a sports expert.
That's right.
It's strange for rich people to talk about projects.
Either they play golf or they're in the pool, and now there's extreme sports. Shin Ange is indeed a very unique person in the circle. We have little hope of closing this deal.
Xia Yusheng didn't even have confidence this time. After all, the competitors they face are all too strong.
Lu Ming laughed and said, don't worry, boss, I'm here.
Xia Yusheng blinked, and this time Lu Ming was indeed her bargaining chip.
After all, Lu Ming's track record in the industry was considered a success. The two then ended their conversation and fell asleep. At around 3 a.m., there was suddenly a loud clap of thunder outside, and it started pouring. Ah! Xia Yusheng exclaimed, waking up.
Lu Ming was also awakened by the thunder and opened his eyes drowsily.
It was pouring. Judging by the sound, it was raining heavily. Ha! In the dark, Lu Ming turned his head to look at Xia Yusheng, who was lying next to him, and saw that his body seemed to be trembling. Was he dreaming?
Lu Ming looked more closely.
Boom! Just then, there was suddenly another loud thunderclap outside. Xia Yusheng's body obviously trembled even more violently. Boss, what's wrong with you? Lu Ming asked anxiously. I'm fine, I'm just a little afraid of thunder.
Xia Yusheng replied in a low voice without opening his eyes.
Rumbling.
The thunder came again, and Xia Yusheng trembled again. Lu Ming thought for a moment, then boldly reached over and took Xia Yusheng's hand.
Xia Yusheng was taken aback when his hand was grasped, and opened his eyes. Boss, don't be afraid, it's just thunder. I'm right here next to you.
Lu Ming gave her hand a firm squeeze to reassure her. But when he shook her hand, he could clearly feel the cold sweat on Xia Yusheng's hand.
Mm.
Xia Yusheng responded softly. Despite the rain outside and the thunderclaps, she still instinctively felt a little shiver. Lu Ming held Xia Yusheng's hand, and with a strong grip, boldly pulled her in front of his body.
Ha!
Xia Yusheng was startled, and her heart pounded. The next moment, Lu Ming used both hands to cover her ears directly.
Instantly, the sound of thunder was cut off. Xia Yusheng's body gradually stopped trembling. Chapter 57, You murdered your husband? Lu Ming saw that Xia Yusheng was no longer trembling, and said, Boss, you're not scared this time, are you? Yes.
Xia Yusheng felt a strong sense of security. At the same time, she could smell the special manly scent and taste on Lu Ming's body.
For a moment, she was even a little infatuated.
So, for some reason, she extended an arm and put her arm around Lu Ming.
Ha! Lu Ming was dumbfounded.
He had originally helped Xia Yusheng cover his ears like this without giving it much thought. But when Xia Yusheng suddenly embraced him like this, he felt a call from his primitive genes. As a result, something started moving in a strange place. Lu Ming was a little embarrassed and immediately suppressed it with all his strength.
Why are you so excited? Don't be embarrassed, okay? Buddy, why don't you listen?
At this moment, the thunder outside finally stopped.
Xia Yusheng was still enjoying this moment of tranquility. Clunk. Ha!
Xia Yusheng immediately felt the salute from Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face was black with lines, and he thought to himself, it's over, I've lost face, I'm really incompetent. But there was nothing he could do about it.
After all, which man would not act in this situation? Otherwise, there must be something wrong with his body. But now, I'm afraid I've really pissed off the female devil. Just as he was panicking, Xia Yuxing spoke. Damn it! After saying that, Xia Yuxing pushed Lu Ming away and rolled over. Boss, I didn't mean it, are you angry? No, go to sleep. Okay. Xia Yuxing lay there for a while, with a jumble of thoughts racing through her head. Phew. I didn't think Lu Ming would be so quick to fall asleep. Xia Yuxing touched her face, which felt a little warm. She gently lifted the quilt and got out of bed, fumbled in her bag in the dark, and then tiptoed to the bathroom. When she arrived at the bathroom, she turned on the light. She stood in front of the mirror. Xia Yuxing looked at herself in the mirror, as if it wasn't her. Because the person in the mirror blushed, her neck also turned red. Xia Yuxing locked the bathroom door. Alas, this had never happened before, she had never felt like this before. For the first time in her life, she was changing her underwear in the middle of the night, and she was so embarrassed. After she finished, she returned from the bathroom. When she walked to the bed, Lu Ming suddenly rolled over, startling Xia Yuxing. But Lu Ming just rolled over and didn't wake up. Xia Yuxing let out a sigh of relief, thank goodness he didn't notice. The next morning, Lu Ming felt suffocated, as if he couldn't breathe. He opened his eyes abruptly and saw a pale hand pinching his nose. Then he saw Xia Yuxing's playful face, grinning at him. Ah! I'm going to die. Lu Ming quickly opened his mouth and took a breath. Ha ha! Xia Yuxing covered her mouth and laughed until she fell over. Boss, what are you doing, trying to murder your husband? Lu Ming was a little speechless. Bah, what husband? I woke you up a few times just now, but you were like a pig, not even responding, so I had to pinch your nose. Ah? You woke me up? I did. No way, you must not have. You don't believe me. Boss, I was actually awake a long time ago. Long time ago? Well, you can't see my little brother standing on guard already. Little brother? Yes, little brother. Swish. Xia Yuxing suddenly understood, blushed, and stared at him speechlessly. You little rascal, you drive all the time, you have a gear shift on your lips. Boss, if you weren't an old driver, how would you know I was speeding? Okay, enough nonsense, get up and wash up quickly. We have some business to attend to. Xia Yuxing finished speaking and jumped off the bed. The two then started washing up, and after that they changed clothes and prepared to go to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Hey? Lu Ming asked curiously, something's wrong, boss. What's wrong? Aren't you forgetting something? What? Didn't you say you have to change every morning? Lu Ming kindly reminded. Go away, who says I didn't change it, I changed it in the dressing room. Xia Yuxing felt a little guilty, she had secretly changed it at 3 a.m., so she didn't change it in the morning. No, you didn't take it at all before going to the dressing room, you only took the casual pants. You must be right, I took it. Xia Yuxing adamantly refused to admit it. No way, I didn't make a mistake. Lu Ming was very sure. Xia Yuxing angrily said, Hey, that's not right. What clothes would I have taken when I changed? Why are you staring at me like that? Rascal! Lu Ming couldn't help laughing. Okay, so I was kind enough to remind you, but I still made a mistake? Because they were discussing the project, this time Lu Ming had changed into a suit and shirt, which made him look more mature and manly than usual. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but look at him a few more times. It's true, when this guy dresses up, he really is quite handsome. After breakfast, the two of them set off in a car. When they arrived at the Blade Club, it was already 8:30. Of course, according to the time agreed with Shenange, they were supposed to meet at 9 a.m., so they still had plenty of time. The Blade Club was very large. Upon arrival, they told the staff that they had an appointment with Shenange, and the staff immediately led them to the rock climbing area. A woman in an OL professional suit came over and said, Hello, I'm Mia, Mr. Shin's assistant. Which company are you from? Lu Ming said, We're from Joying Capital. Okay, this morning our general manager Shin is going to participate in a rock climbing competition, so the meeting may be a little late. You can rest in the VIP room over there, or watch the competition in the rock climbing area. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Then Mia, the assistant, went off to attend to other matters. Lu Ming said, No wonder Shenange asked to meet here, it turns out that someone has a competition. Being able to participate in a rock climbing competition, it seems that Shenange is not a sports enthusiast. Xia Yuxing smiled. So boss, shall we go to the lounge or watch the competition?
Lu Ming looked at Xia Yuxing. Xia Yuxing said, since we're here, let's go watch the competition. I see that this club has quite a few entertainment options.
Boss, do you know how to play any of them?
When I was a kid, I studied dance for a few years, and I still have pretty good balance.
But since all the activities here are extreme sports, I don't think I'll be able to do any of them.
Huh?
Are you serious? Boss, you studied dance when you were a kid?
Of course I'm serious. I still have the basic skills, like bending over, standing on your toes, splits, and standing leg splits. Xia Yuxing spoke with a face full of pride. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened in awe, and he exclaimed, horizontal splits, vertical splits, and standing leg splits, so that means you can unlock the word.
Chapter 58, Don't move your hands around, I'm ticklish.
Huh?
Xia Yuxing frowned when he heard this, and asked, what? Cough cough, what I mean is, boss, you've unlocked another achievement in life.
Lu Ming's face turned red, and he felt guilty.
Huh? Xia Yuxing asked in puzzlement, why are you blushing? Am I blushing? Oh, the sun is so strong in the suburbs, and I didn't put on sunscreen in the morning, so is my face blushing too?
Xia Yuxing thought it was from the sun. Lu Ming shook his head, no, we just got here.
Then I'll put on some sunscreen first.
The two of them went to the pavilion in front and sat down, and Xia Yuxing took out the sunscreen. Then he applied it to his face and rubbed it on his arms.
Do you want some? Xia Yuxing held the sunscreen up to Lu Ming.
Lu Ming said, I've never used this stuff before, and I don't know how to apply it.
How about this, boss, you help me apply it. You have thick skin, so I don't think you need it. Xia Yuxing grinned and put the sunscreen away.
Lu Ming smiled helplessly.
The two then walked into the rock climbing area.
Inside the area, there are various types of climbing, both indoor and outdoor. At the same time, each climbing wall is marked with a difficulty level of 110 according to the difficulty of the climb. Generally, the height of a simple climbing wall is between 5-8 meters, the medium difficulty is about 10-15 meters, and the height of a difficult climbing wall is 15-30 meters.
Ding, the system has detected a climbing wall.
Ding, system mission issued, perform the super climbing skill for the first time.
Reward for completing the mission, 1 lucky draw.
Lu Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect another system mission, and he had previously drawn the super climbing skill in the lucky draw.
Now he can complete the mission by playing the climbing game once. It seems that after finishing the project, he needs to go and have some fun. Boss, I know how to play the climbing game. I'll try it later. You've played before?
Yes, I have. I have very strong explosive power, so I can play difficult projects directly.
Lu Ming said confidently, you can brag all you want. Xia Yuxing gave him a glare, thinking that he was bragging. Difficult rock climbing projects can only be played by professional rock climbers or athletes. Ordinary players simply cannot climb them.
Because the high difficulty climbing wall not only consumes physical strength, but the difficulty of the climbing boards and rock points on the wall has also increased. It requires not only physical strength, but also explosive power, balance, body flexibility, coordination, and so on. The two saw the sign for the area and were surprised to find that today's climbing competition was in the high difficulty area.
In the high difficulty area, wow, this Shen-Ange woman is strong. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim.
When they entered the competition venue, they saw the climbing wall at the back, where a lot of people were already standing. There were club staff and many club players. These people who came to the club to play were all fans of extreme sports. The club often held competitions, which were a huge attraction for these people. Moreover, today there was the beautiful woman Shen-Ange participating, which immediately attracted a lot of local playboys from the East Sea. These young dandies are quite a few admirers of Shen-Ange.
Lu Ming laughed, oh, so many people. Hey! As soon as he and Xia Yuxing walked into the venue, they attracted a lot of attention. Especially from some young dandies.
After all, Xia Yuxing's appearance, figure and temperament are no less than Shen-Ange's, and are even better than Shen-Ange's.
Hey! Who is that beautiful woman?
I don't know, she must be the daughter of some big family.
Oh my, there's a woman even more beautiful than Shen-Ange. These idle rich kids couldn't hold back any longer. A young man dressed head to toe in Versace excitedly walked up. Hello beautiful lady, hello elegant lady, may I know your name?
The young man extended his hand.
Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh and sigh.
Xia Yuxing is truly a beautiful woman, and she has wowed the entire place since she arrived.
Sorry, sir, my boyfriend might get angry. Xia Yuxing took Lu Ming's arm directly.
The young man was instantly disappointed, then walked away with an awkward smile. The other rich guys all had the same expression.
When Lu Ming's arm was taken, he took the opportunity to embrace Xia Yuxing's waist.
Using himself as a shield, he definitely couldn't lose out.
Xia Yuxing asked, "What are you doing? Is there a problem with me hugging my girlfriend?" "No problem, but don't scratch me with your hands, I'm ticklish." "I'm not scratching." Lu Ming refused to admit it. "Hey, old classmate, what a coincidence, we meet again in the country."
Suddenly a male voice came. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing looked over to the side, and a young man wearing rock-climbing protective gear walked over.
Rong Wenhao?
Xia Yuxing didn't expect to meet this annoying guy here. Rong Wenhao put his hands in his pockets and asked with a smile, "Old classmate, why are you here?"
"You're not here for the Shin family's family wealth management funds, are you?" "It's none of your business."
Xia Yuxing replied coldly.
"How is it none of my business?"
"Let me introduce myself. I am now the young master of Dingfeng Capital. Dingfeng Capital has been acquired by our Rong family."
"Yes, I took the Yu family's wealth management business from you last time."
Rong Wenhao looked pleased with himself.
"It's you?" Xia Yuxing frowned. "So what? You always beat me at school, but that doesn't mean you can do it in real life, does it?" Xia Yuxing was so angry that his teeth ached. He didn't want to pay any attention to this annoying guy. Just then, Lu Ming walked up and said, "Hey, you're the boss of Dingfeng Capital, right?
And you're the young master of the company.
What's up? Have you watched too many TV shows about martial arts? Why aren't you wearing a cape and carrying a sickle? Kid, who are you to talk to me like that?"
Nine Winds Capital, Lu Ming.
Rong Wenhao was taken aback and laughed. "So you're Lu Ming, the dark horse of the investment industry.
How about it, come to my Dingfeng Capital, you have no future in her hands." "Sorry, you're too ugly, I'm afraid it will affect my mood." Lu Ming rejected him directly. It turned out to be a braggart.
Rong Wenhao looked at Xia Yuxing and said, "I'm telling you, old classmate, when we were at school abroad, you pretended to be innocent and rejected me, and I don't think you have a good eye either, and this boyfriend you found is not good either, you might as well have married me in the first place." "Shameless."
Xia Yuxing's pretty face turned red with anger.
"I really advise you." "Huh? Hey."
Rong Wenhao was about to say something else when he suddenly felt his toes leave the ground and he was lifted into the air, and then he felt a little breathlessness in his neck. He glared, and realized that he had been choked by the Lu kid.
Chapter 59, Lu Ming protects Xia Yuxing tyrannically. Rong Wenhao glared, "Kid, let go of me quickly. Do you believe I will sue you?"
I said, "Rong Xiao, you are full of shit, haven't your parents taught you anything?
Apologize for what you just said."
Lu Ming said coldly. He was also impulsive at first, but he didn't expect his strength to have become so powerful. "It may be that I have learned the super climbing technique and my body has also become stronger."
Xia Yuxing's face changed.
She didn't expect Lu Ming to be so impulsive. She quickly walked up to him, grabbed his hand, and said, "Lu Ming, let go quickly, don't be impulsive."
Rong Wenhao gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, kid, if you know what's good for you, let go of me. I'll let you apologize."
As Lu Ming spoke, the strength in his hand increased.
Rong Wenhao angrily said, "Okay kid, you want me to apologize, right? Isn't this a rock climbing competition? Dare you go up with me, if you win, I'll apologize."
"Why should we agree to that?"
Xia Yuxing coldly replied. "Okay, I promise."
Lu Ming never expected Rong Wenhao to challenge himself. Just now, he was thinking about going rock climbing later and completing the task. Since Rong Wenhao likes to be slapped in the face, I have to satisfy him somehow.
"Lu Ming, you don't have to pay any attention to him." Xia Yuxing shook his head at Lu Ming.
Lu Ming pushed Rong Wenhao away with a forceful push, took Xia Yuxing's hand, and said, "Don't worry, I'm confident."
"Kid, I'll see you at the rock climbing gym. I'll make you lose convincingly." Rong Wenhao finished and went to get ready. Xia Yuxing then said to Lu Ming, "Lu Ming, why are you so impulsive?"
Rong Wenhao was the president of the university's rock climbing club in college.
"Boss, Rong just offended you, I have to make him apologize to you."
Lu Ming looked serious. Xia Yuxing looked helpless, and tried to persuade him for a while, but Lu Ming simply would not listen. Moreover, he had already arrived at the preparation area to register for the rock climbing competition.
Since the competition was held by the club, all players at the club could register.
The competition had 3 rounds, and most participants would be eliminated in the first round.
Very few people would be able to advance to the second round. Even fewer would last until the third round.
After registering, the club's professional rock climbing instructor asked Lu Ming some basic rock climbing knowledge.
Lu Ming answered very professionally.
Subsequently, the club agreed to let Lu Ming participate in rock climbing and also issued him with climbing clothes and protective gear.
After changing his clothes, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing walked into the waiting area.
At this moment, all the players participating in the rock climbing competition were sitting around chatting. As Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing walked into the hall, they saw one of the most dazzling women, Shenange.
Shenange had the beautiful face of an ancient Chinese beauty.
She was dressed in black, which brought out the curves of her perfect figure. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she looked very capable. Rong Wenhao was standing next to her, chatting.
Ange, I don't think you should meet with any other investment companies for a while. Why don't you entrust your family's wealth management to my Dingfeng Capital? I guarantee that I can make you money. With our family connections, you should just hand it over to me.
Sorry, but family connections are family connections, and business is business.
Shenange replied coldly.
Rong Wenhao smiled helplessly and said, Ange, you see that I have come to the competition with you, so you should give me a little face.
You are just a foil.
I tell you, my goal today is to ascend the ladder of heaven in 15 minutes.
What? Ascend the ladder of heaven in 15 minutes? That's impossible. Rong Wenhao shook his head.
The ladder of heaven is the most difficult climbing wall in the club, a total of 35 meters high. 20 meters of it is a climbing wall, and the remaining 15 meters is an inclined steep ladder. The so-called steep ladder is an upward inclined ladder. At 15 meters high, the ladder has a full 60 steps, and is called the ladder of heaven. Very few players can ascend the ladder of heaven.
However, Shenange is one of the few who can ascend it.
Now she is challenging herself to ascend it within 15 minutes, which is a breakthrough of her physical limits.
Shenange raised one eyebrow, with a playful smile, and said, Rong Wenhao, don't you want me to hand over the family finances to you? If you can win me, I can consider it.
Rong Wenhao looked embarrassed. Although Rong Wenhao is a rock climbing stubborn master, Shenange is a woman, but her physical explosiveness is even more powerful. Before this, he and Shenange had competed, and the result was naturally that he lost to Shenange. By the way, Ange, why is there a company called Wing Capital bidding for the family's wealth management this time?
I'll tell you, it's a small company.
Rong Wenhao remembered what had happened outside just now. Shenange stretched her body and said, this has nothing to do with you, it's not your concern. Just now, that kid Lu Ming from Wing Capital actually wanted to participate in the rock climbing competition and try to beat me.
Lu Ming? Shenange remembered the name.
After all, she also paid attention to the investment circle.
That's the guy.
Rong Wenhao turned his head and saw Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing walking in, and pointed his finger.
Who is she?
Shenange glanced at her, curious.
That's Lu Ming, who delusionally wants to beat me.
Rong Wenhao sneered. Shenange said coldly, I was talking about the lady next to you.
Rong Wenhao said, her? Xia Yuxing, the president of Jiuying Capital. It's her.
Shenange immediately stood up and walked over to Xia Yuxing.
Hey, Ange, why are you paying any attention to them?
Rong Wenhao followed unhappily.
Hello, President Xia, I'm Shenange. When President Shui mentioned you to me before, I looked forward to getting to know you. Shenange understands the ways of the world and is very polite in her speech. She walks up to him and offers her hand.
Xia Yuxing extends his hand and smiles, saying, I have long admired you, Ms. Shen. The two women then begin exchanging pleasantries. These two can be considered peerless beauties. For a time, they attract the attention of many people around them. Then Xia Yuxing took Lu Ming aside and introduced him, Mr. Shen, let me introduce you to Lu Ming, our star trader at Jiuying Capital.
So you're Manager Lu, nice to meet you. Shenange offered his hand.
Lu Ming politely shook it.
Is Manager Lu also a rock climbing expert? Shenange asked. Lu Ming said modestly, not really, I'm just an amateur. Rong Wenhao snorted from the side, still an amateur? I think it's superfluous.
Lu Ming said calmly, although I'm an amateur, it's still very easy to win someone like Rong.
Shenanj was a little surprised when she heard Lu Ming say this. There's no competition yet, kid, and you're already daydreaming. Don't get knocked off in the first round when you get on the field later. You'll be laughed out of the stadium. Rong Wenhao had a strange look on his face. Chapter 60. Xia Yuxing is jealous again. At the moment, in the first round of the rock climbing competition, there is a 6-meter rock climbing wall in the middle. This rock climbing wall has a lot of rock points on it, and it is relatively easy for rock climbers. Around the rock climbing wall, there are already people standing around watching. Soon, all the players participating in the rock climbing competition entered the venue. This time, there are a total of 16 people participating in the rock climbing competition, including Lu Ming. However, the width of the climbing wall is limited, and it can only accommodate 8 people climbing at the same time. So the participants were divided into 2 groups. Lu Ming, Shenanj, and Rong Wenhao were in the second group. The players in the first group walked up to the climbing wall, and 8 staff members immediately helped them attach the safety ropes. Because it was a competition, there were requirements for advancement. Climbing up the 6-meter-high climbing wall required less than 2 minutes. Soon, the first group of players started climbing. One of the men was incredibly fast and finished in just 1 minute. A young woman took 1.5 minutes and also advanced. The remaining 6 players, however, did not advance. At this moment, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing were watching the competition from the sidelines. Boss, you can see for yourself that at least 3 of those 6 players could have advanced. Lu Ming saw the problem at a glance. Could have advanced? Then why didn't they? Xia Yuxing was puzzled. Lu Ming explained, they had a problem with their mentality, and they cared too much about the competition. That's why they were in too much of a hurry when they were rock climbing just now, and that's why they made a lot of unnecessary mistakes. He has superb climbing skills and naturally also has a wealth of climbing experience. He knows all about the techniques, mentality, explosiveness, etc. involved. I see. Xia Yuxing suddenly understood. Shenanj next to him looked at Lu Ming in surprise for a moment and said, I didn't realize that Manager Lu was an expert. Not really, I only know a little. Lu Ming smiled. Humph, what a bullshit expert, anyone with a bit of common sense can see that. Rong Wenhao looked disdainful. Shenanj frowned and deliberately asked a question. Manager Lu, Rong Wenhao, you look at contestant number 6, he was so close to advancing, what do you think he can do to improve? Rong Wenhao deliberately said, oh, Manager Lu is an expert, I want to hear his answer. Lu Ming's mouth curled up, and he said, competitor number 6's advantage is his right leg, with explosive strength. He relies mainly on his right leg when climbing, but if he can make good use of the left rock slab along the route in front of him, he can increase his speed. So he should strengthen the training of his left leg. Shenanj nodded in agreement, which was the same as her inner promise. Rong Wenhao's face looked a little unpleasant. He never expected that Lu Ming was really an expert. As the saying goes, laymen look at the excitement, while experts look at the key points. The fact that Lu Ming was able to point out the problem in this case proves that he is an expert. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming continued, but that's not the reason why contestant number 6 didn't advance. The strength in his right leg was actually sufficient to advance. Humph, I'm telling you, Lu, you're not going to say that his mentality was poor again, are you? Rong Wenhao couldn't help but complain. Lu Ming said, the real reason is that when contestant number 6 exploded with his legs, he had problems coordinating his waist, so I suspect he has a waist injury. Gee, a waist injury? I say, Lu, you can really put on airs. Do you have X-ray vision? Rong Wenhao couldn't help sneering. Shenanj also had doubts after hearing Lu Ming's analysis, and said, contestant number 6 is here, so we'll just ask him if he has an injury. In a moment, contestant number 6 walked out of the competition area. Shenanj took the initiative to walk up to him and asked, hello, may I ask if you have a back injury? Ha? Miss Shen, how did you know? Contestant number 6 looked surprised. Do you really have an injury? Shenanj looked surprised. Contestant number 6 nodded and said, yes, I've had this injury for a month, and it hasn't fully recovered. I just found out when rock climbing that it still affects my strength. This. Rong Wenhao was dumbfounded. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but give Lu Ming a thumbs up when he saw the result. Shenanj also laughed and said, Manager Lu is really amazing. The competition then continued, and the second group began to go on stage. The staff began to attach safety ropes to them. Lu Ming was in a position where he was right next to Shenanj on the left and Rong Wenhao on the right.
Rong Wenhao looked pleased with himself. After all, he would soon be able to show off.
Competitors, get ready!
The host shouted, then raised the starting pistol in his hand.
Pop!
The next moment, the 8 competitors immediately rushed towards the top of the climbing wall. Shen Ange was super fast and took the lead. Rong Wenhao was also very good, climbing in second place. Whoosh! Just then, a figure suddenly rushed past Rong Wenhao, climbing at a strange speed, like a monkey.
Ha!
Rong Wenhao turned his head, and his eyelids twitched. He saw Lu Ming's lithe body, climbing at a surprisingly fast pace, with suction cups on his arms and legs, just like a gecko.
This is impossible.
Rong Wenhao was dumbfounded.
In the blink of an eye, Shen Ange had reached the top, and in 2 seconds she would have reached the top of the climbing wall.
But just then, Lu Ming made a leap and grabbed the top of the climbing wall first.
Whoosh!
In another blink of an eye, Lu Ming was already standing at the top. Shen Ange then also reached the top, looking at Lu Ming in shock.
Wow!
At this moment, the players watching from all over could not help but exclaim. These frequent clubgoers naturally knew a lot about Shen Ange's rock climbing prowess. Now there was someone who had surpassed Shen Ange, and naturally everyone was amazed. Xia Yuxing, who was watching from the sidelines, also had her beautiful eyes wide open in surprise.
She didn't realize that when Lu Ming said just now that he was confident, he really was. Ha, cool. Manager Lu.
I didn't realize that you were such a rock climbing expert.
This is great, today I finally have an opponent. It seems that later I'll have to use my best efforts. Shen Ange was extremely happy.
She had no opponents because she was too strong, so naturally she was lonely and uninteresting.
Now the appearance of Lu Ming made Shen Ange's heart surge. Rong Wenhao saw Shen Ange's reaction and gritted his teeth in anger.
Miss Shen, you're so bad, you're making me so nervous, you're putting a lot of pressure on me. Lu Ming was joking.
One sentence made Shen Ange laugh.
At that moment, Xia Yuxing, who was standing outside, saw Lu Ming and Shen Ange chatting animatedly at the top of the rock climbing wall.
In particular, Shen Ange's beaming face was a far cry from her previous appearance.
Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion struck him. Xia Yuxing couldn't quite put his emotions into words, but he felt an urge to drink some old Shanxi vinegar.